1 Chapter 1. The Introduction. F.1.b, B1. 1.1 I pay homage to all the Buddha and Bodhisattva. 8. 1.2 Thus did I hear at one time, the Bhagavan was residing at Vulture Peak mountain in Vrjada together with the great Bhikkhu Sangha of a full 100,000 bhikkhus, and together with 80 quintillion Bodhisattva, all of whom had one rebirth remaining, were renowned for their higher cognitions, and had gathered there from the worlds in the 10 directions. They had complete mastery of the grass and straws, they satisfied all beings with the gift of the Dhamma, they were skilled in speaking of the wisdom of the higher cognitions, they had attained the highest perfection of all the highest perfections. F.2.a, they were skilled in the knowledge of remaining in all Bodhisattva Samadhis and Sampattis, they had been praised, extolled, and lauded by all the Buddha, they were skilled in miraculously going to all Buddha realms, they were skilled in the knowledge of terrifying all Maras, they were skilled in the correct knowledge of the nature of all phenomena, they were skilled in the knowledge of the higher and lower capabilities of all beings, they were skilled in the knowledge of accomplishing the activity of offering to all the Buddha, they were unstained by any of the worldly concerns, they had perfectly adorned bodies, speech, and minds, they wore the armor of great love and great compassion, they had great undiminishing diligence throughout countless eons, they roared the great lion's roar, they could not be defeated by any opponent, they were sealed with non-regression, and they had received the consecration of the Dhamma from all Buddha. They were the Bodhisattva. Mahasattva Meru, Sumeru, Mahmaru, Meruzikradhara, Meru Pradpaj, Meruka, Merudhvaja, Meroja, Meru Ikasadanaja, Meraswara, Megaja, Danduviswara, Ratnapi, Ratnkara. 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 Ratnketu, Ratnasikra, Ratnasabhava, Ratnaprabsa, Ratnayai, Ratnamuvrasta, Ratnavha, Ratnajli, Ratnaprava, Ratnadvipa. F.2.b. Ratikara, Dharmavha, Viraja, Lakasmalkata, Swerviha, Swervisudhiprava, Ratnaka, Ratnaka, the Etarami Hukrakai. Jyotirasa, Kandragnu, Sahasitot Dharma Krapravartin, and Suvakanakvisudhiprava, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Sakatamvayadad. And all the Bodhisattva Mahasattva of the good Aeon, such as the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Ajita, and the 60 with incomparable minds, such as Majur, and the 16 good beings, such as Bhadrapla, and the 4 Mahjas and the other Mahjakaika Devas, and so on, up until Brahm and the other Brahmakaika Devas. In addition there were also Devas, Angas, Yakas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garuas, Kinnaras, Mahoragas, humans, and non-humans, who were all illustrious and renowned as being very powerful. 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 1.3 They honored him, worshipped him, revered him, made offerings to him, praised him, and venerated him. The fourfold assembly and the worlds of Devas also paid homage to him, made offerings to him, honored him, worshipped him, revered him, praised him, and venerated him. 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 1.4 Then the Bhagavan, encircled and esteemed by that assembly of many 100,000s, taught the Dhamma. He taught perfectly the spiritual conduct that is good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end, that has a good meaning, that has good words, and is unalloyed, complete, pure, and wholesome. 1.5 At that time, Within that gathered assembly there was a youth named Chandraprabha, who had honored the Jinas in the past, had planted roots of merit, could remember his previous lives, had the confidence of speech, had correctly followed the Mahayana, and who was dedicated to great compassion. 42. 1.6 The youth Chandraprabha rose from his seat, removed his robe from one shoulder, F.3.A, and, kneeling on his right knee, with palms placed together, bowed toward the Bhagavan and made this request: if the Bhagavan will give me an opportunity to seek answers to them, I have a few questions for the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha. The Bhagavan addressed the youth Chandraprabha, saying, Young man, ask whatever question you wish of the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha, and I shall gratify you with answers to each and every question you have asked. 1. 7. Young man, I am omniscient. I am all-seeing. I have attained preeminence because of my strength and fearlessness concerning all dharmas. I possess the unobscured wisdom of liberation. 43. Young man, there is nothing in the endless, infinite worlds that the Tathagata does not know, has not seen, has not heard, has not understood, has not directly perceived, and about which he has not become completely enlightened. 44. 1.8 Young man, may you always have the opportunity to ask questions of the Tathagata, and I will gratify you with answers for each of the questions you ask. The Bhagavan having given him this opportunity, the young man Chandraprabha recited these verses to the Bhagavan. 45. 1.9 Lord of the world, Buddha, illuminator, bringer of benefit, elucidate what kind of practice will bring the attainment of inconceivable wisdom. 1. 1.10 Lord of humans, speaker of the truth, preeminent among humans, to whom humans and devas make offerings, how should one practice in order to attain the unfathomable, supreme, highest inner? 46. Lord who has supreme speech, answer this question. 2. 1.11 I ask my question with a pure motivation. There is no guile to be seen within me. 47. I have no witness to that. 48. Other than you, sublime being. 3. F.3.B. 1.12 My prayer and my aspiration are vast. Dear Lion, you know my conduct. I will not be one who prizes words. Lord of humans, quickly teach me the practice. 4. 1.13 Which of the dharmas included in the vehicle of enlightenment are to be cherished? 49. Elucidate for me, great hero, the summit of all dharmas. 5. 1.14 Teach to me, Lord, a beneficial dharma, through the practice of which a person will have sharp wisdom, will become free of terrible fears, will be fearless, will never abandon the aggregate of correct conduct. 6. 1.15 Will be without arrogance, desire, anger, and ignorance. 50. And will practice a conduct in which all faults have ceased. 6b. 51. 1.16 How does one not abandon correct conduct? How does one not depart from dhyana? How does one stay in a solitary place? How does wisdom increase? 7. 52. 1.17 How does one find joy in maintaining correct conduct within the vast teaching of the one with 10 strengths? How can the aggregate of correct conduct be flawless? How does one examine the nature of the composite? 8. 1.18 How can the wise be pure in body and in speech, and with an unafflicted mind seek the Buddha's wisdom? 9. 1.19 How can they have pure actions of the body? How can they avoid faults in speech? How can they have an unafflicted mind? Best of men, Give your answer to my questions. 10. 1.20 The Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva will attain all those qualities and quickly attain the highest complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood if they have one quality. What is that one quality? Young man, it is the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Evenness of mind toward all beings. They wish to benefit them, have no anger, and have no partiality. Young man, if Bodhisattva Mahasattva have that one quality, F.4.A, they will attain all those qualities and quickly attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. 53. The Bhagavan then recited these verses to the youth Chandraprabha. 1.21 Having obtained one quality, those Bodhisattva, whoever they are, will attain these qualities and quickly attain enlightenment. 11. 1.22 Anger toward anyone does not arise in the mind of the Bodhisattva who has a mind without anger. Those who are not hard-hearted or wicked will attain exactly what has been described. 12. 1.23 As they remain in evenness of mind, there will be an evenness of ripening results. The soles of their feet will be even, and their range of conduct will be even. 13. 1.24 They meditate with even minds that are without unevenness, without the fault of hard-heartedness and devoid of craving. They have even souls and palms. 54. They are supremely bright and are seen as pure. 14. 1.25 The Bodhisattva illuminate the 10 directions, spreading splendor and light through a Buddha realm. 55. When they attain the level of peace, they establish many beings in Buddha wisdom. 15. 1.26 Young man, in that way the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who has evenness of mind toward all beings, wishes to benefit them, and has no anger or partiality will attain the Samadhi known as the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. Young man, what is the Samadhi called the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena? 1.27 It is restraint of the body. It is restraint of the speech. It is restraint of the mind. It is purity of action. It is the transcendence of the mind's perceptions. It is knowledge of the skandhas. It is the equality of the dhatus. It is the elimination of the yatanas. 56. 57. It is the renunciation of craving. It is having the direct perception of birthlessness. It is engagement in activity. It is the illumination of causes. It is the non-dissipation of the results of karma. It is insight into phenomena. It is the meditation of the path. It is meeting the Tathagatas. 58-59. 1.28 It is sharp wisdom. It is penetrating into beings. It is knowledge of phenomena. F.4.b It is the knowledge of engaging in discernment. It is the knowledge of the different kinds of letters and words. It is the transcendence of matter. It is the understanding of sounds. It is the attainment of joy. It is experiencing the joy of the Dhamma. It is sincerity. It is tolerance. It is to be without deception. 60. 61. 62. 63-64. It is to be without frowns. It is to be pleasant. It is to have correct conduct. It is to be friendly. It is to be gentle. It is having a smiling face. It is being courteous. It is to be welcoming. 65. 66, 67, 68. 69, 70, 71. 1.29 It is to be without laziness. It is having veneration for the Guru. It is respect for the Guru. It is being content with occurrences. It is never being satisfied with the good actions one has done. It is having a pure livelihood. It is not forsaking the solitary life. 72, 73, 74. 75. It is the knowledge of successive levels. It is always maintaining mindfulness. It is being wise concerning the skandhas. It is being wise concerning the dhatas. It is being wise concerning the yatanas. It is making one's higher cognitions manifest to others. 1.30. It is the elimination of klesas. It is ceasing engagement with propensities. It is having specific attainments. It is the natural result of meditation. 76, 77. 78. It is skillfulness in eliminating transgressions. It is the prevention of the arising of bad actions. It is the elimination of attachment. 79. 80. 1.31. It is transcending the existences. It is the memory of previous rebirths. It is being free from doubt concerning the ripening of karma. It is the contemplation of phenomena. It is seeking to hear the Dhamma. It is having sharp knowledge. It is craving for wisdom. It is the realization of wisdom. 1.32. It is the level of a noble being. It is having a mind like a mountain. It is being unshakable. It is being immovable. It is the knowledge of the nature of the level of irreversibility. 81. It is having the natural result of good qualities. It is the abhorrence of bad qualities. It is being free of behavior caused by the klesas. It is never abandoning the training. 82. 1.33. It is being established in Samadhi. It is the knowledge of the thoughts of beings. It is the knowledge of the various rebirths of beings. It is knowledge of the infinite. It is the knowledge of the intended meaning of words. 83, 84. It is the rejection of living in a home. It is finding no joy in the three realms. It is having a motivation that is not discouraged. It is having no attachment to phenomena. 1.34. It is having possession of the sacred Dhamma. It is protecting the Dhamma. It is conviction in the ripening of karma. It is skill in the vinya. F.5.a. It is the pacification of disputes. It is the absence of discord and the absence of quarrels. It is having reached the level of patience. It is maintaining patience. 1.35. It is the equality of the different kinds of beings. It is skill in examining phenomena. It is skill in gaining certainty concerning phenomena. 85. 86. It is the knowledge of distinguishing between the words for phenomena. It is skill in the presentation of the words for phenomena. It is the knowledge of the skill of presenting the distinction between words that have meaning and those that do not have meaning. 87. 88. 1.36. It is knowledge of the past. It is knowledge of the future. It is knowledge of the present. It is the knowledge of the equality of the three times. It is the knowledge of the purity of the three aspects of actions. 89. It is the knowledge of the body's condition. It is the knowledge of the mind's condition. It is guarding conduct. It is having unshakable conduct. It is uncontrived conduct. It is engaging in conduct that is attractive. 90. 91, 92. 1.37. It is the knowledge of skill in what is beneficial and what is not beneficial. It is rational speech. It is knowledge of the world. 93, 94. It is unrestrained generosity. It is being open-handed. It is having a non-grasping mind. 95. 1.38. It is having a sense of modesty and self-respect. It is an abhorrence of negative aspirations. It is not forsaking the qualities of purification. It is maintaining correct conduct. It is joyful conduct. It is standing up to welcome gurus and presenting them with a seat. It is the elimination of pride. It is controlling the mind. It is the knowledge of generating enthusiasm. 1.39. It is the knowledge of discernment. It is the realization of wisdom. It is being without ignorance. It is knowledge of the processes of the mind. It is the knowledge that realizes the nature of the mind. 96. It is the knowledge of accomplishment and definite accomplishment. It is the knowledge of all language. It is the knowledge of presenting definitions. It is the knowledge of attaining certainty in meaning. 97. 98. 1.40. It is abandoning that which is harmful. It is attending upon excellent beings. It is being together with excellent beings. It is avoiding bad beings. 99. It is the accomplishment of dhyana. It is not sevaying dhyana. 100. 101. 1.41. It is the utilization of the higher cognitions. It is the knowledge that comprehends the nature of as igneed names and designations. It is overcoming designations. It is disillusionment with Sutra. 102. 103. It is the absence of yearning for respect. It is indifference to lack of respect. It is not being motivated by material gain. It is not being disheartened when there is no gain. It is the absence of interest in honor. It is the absence of anger at dishonor. F.5.b. It is the absence of attachment to praise. It is the absence of displeasure in response to criticism. It is the absence of attachment to happiness. It is the absence of aversion to suffering. It is not being acquisitive of composite things. It is having no attachment to renown. It is accepting the lack of renown. 104. 105. 106. 1.42. It is not associating with householders and mendicants. It is avoiding that which is outside the scope of correct conduct. It is acting within the scope of correct conduct. It is a perfection of correct conduct. It is rejecting incorrect conduct. It is not dishonoring your family. 107. 108. 109. It is preserving the teaching. It is speaking little. It is speaking softly. It is speaking slowly. It is skillfulness in answers. It is defeating opposition. It is arriving at the right time. It is not relying on ordinary people. 110. 111. 1.43. It is not having contempt for those in suffering. It is giving them charity. It is not rebuking the poor. It is having compassion for those withdrawing conduct. It is having that which will bring benefit to others. It is having a compassionate mind. It is benefiting others through the dharma. It is giving away material things. It is the absence of hoarding. 112. 113. It is praising correct conduct. It is condemning incorrect conduct. It is unwaveringly attending upon those who have correct conduct. It is giving up all possessions. It is welcoming others with a higher motivation. It is doing exactly what one has said one will do. It is perpetual application. It is experiencing joy through veneration. 114. 115. 1.44. It is the knowledge of using examples. It is being skilled in terms of past lifetimes. It is putting roots of merit first. It is skill in methods. It is the negation of attributes. It is rejecting identification. It is knowledge of the characteristics of things. 116. 1.45. It is the accomplishment of the strass. It is skill in the vinya. It is certainty in the truth. It is the direct experience of liberation. It is the single teaching. It is not abandoning correct knowing and seeing. It is speech free of doubt. 117. 118. 119. It is remaining in emptiness. It is remaining in the absence of attributes. It is understanding the nature of the absence of aspiration. It is the attainment of fearlessness. 120. 121, 122, 123. 1.46. It is illumination by wisdom. It is excellent correct conduct. It is entering into sampatti. It is the attainment of wisdom. 124, 125. 126. It is delighting in solitude. It is knowledge of oneself. F.6.a. It is contentment with having no high reputation. 127. 128. 1.47. It is the absence of pollution in the mind. It is rejecting incorrect views. It is the attainment of mental retention. 129. It is the entrance into knowledge. It is the knowledge of the basis, the ground, the foundation, and the practice. 130. 131. 1.48. It is the cause, the method, the way, the creation, the doorway, the path, the practice, the guidance, the explication, and the conduct of the instruction. 132, 133, 134, 135. 136, 137, 138, 139, 140. 141. It is appropriate patience. It is the level of patience. It is being free of impatience. It is the level of knowledge. It is the elimination of ignorance. It is being established in knowledge. 142, 143. 144. 1.49. It is the level of spiritual practice. It is the scope of practice of the Bodhisattva. 145. It is attending upon wise beings. It is rejecting those who are not wise beings. It is the knowledge that analyzes and realizes the nature of all phenomena. 146. 1.50. It is the level of Buddhahood taught by the Tathagatas. The wise rejoice in it. The foolish reject it. It is difficult for the Ruakas to know. The Pratyeka Buddha do not know it. It is not the level of the Trikas. The Bodhisattva possesses it. It is realized by those who have the 10 strengths. The Devas make offerings to it. Brahm praises it. The Sakras value it. 147. 148, 149. Above all else, the Angas pay homage to it. The Yakas rejoice in it. The Kinnaras praise it in song. The Mahoragas laud it. The Bodhisattva was meditate on it. The wise comprehend it. 150. It is the highest wealth. It is immaterial generosity. It is a medicine for the sick. It is a treasure of wisdom. It is unceasing eloquence. 1.51. It is the way of the strass. It is the domain of heroes. It is the comprehension of the entire 3 realms. It is a raft for crossing to the other shore. It is like a boat for those in the middle of a river. 151, 152, 153. 154. It is fame for those who wish for renown. The Buddha praise it. F.6.b. The Tathagatas laud it. Those who have the 10 strengths praise it. 1.52. It is the quality of the Bodhisattva. It is the equanimity of those with compassion. It is the love that brings anger to an end. 155. It is the delight of those with peaceful minds. It provides relief for those who follow the Mahayana. 156. 1.53. It is the diligent practice of those with the lion's roar. It is the path of the wisdom of the Buddha. 157. It is the seal upon all phenomena. It is the accomplishment of omniscient wisdom. 158. 1.54. It is the pleasure grove of Bodhisattva. It is that which terrifies the grass. It is the knowledge of those who have reached happiness. It is the benefit of those who accomplish benefit. 1.55. It is the refuge for those among enemies. It is the subjugation of adversaries by those who have the dharma. It is the expression of truth for those who have fearlessness. It is the correct search for the strengths. It is the omen for the 18 unique qualities of a Buddha. It is the adornment of the dharma body. It is the natural result of Bodhisattva conduct. It is the adornment of the Bodhisattva. It is the delight of those who desire liberation. It is the joy of the eldest sons. 159. 160. 161. 162. 1.56. It is the completion of Buddha wisdom. It is not the level of Vakas or Pratyeka Buddha. It is the purity of the mind. It is the purity of the body. It is the completion of the doorways to liberation. 1.57. It is the wisdom of Buddhahood's freedom from the klesas. It is the non-arising of desire. It is devoid of anger. 163. 164. It is not the level of ignorance. It is the arising of wisdom. It is the birth of knowledge. It is the elimination of ignorance. 1.58. It is the contentment of those dedicated to liberation. It is the satisfaction of those dedicated to Samadhi. It is eyes for those who wish for the view. It is higher knowledge for those who wish to perform miracles. It is miraculous power for those who wish for accomplishment. It is retentive memory for those dedicated to listening to the dharma. 165. It is unceasing mindfulness. It is the blessing of the Buddha. F.7.a. It is the skillful method of the guides. 1.59. It is subtle and difficult to know for those without dedication. Those who are not liberated cannot know it. It is beyond words and difficult to know through speech. 166. 167. It is known by wise beings. It is the knowledge of gentle beings. Those with few desires realize it. Those who have unceasing diligence possess it. Those who are mindful maintain it. 168. 1.60. It is the cessation of suffering. It is the birthlessness of all phenomena. It is the single teaching on all existing beings and lifetimes. 1.61. Young man, this is the Samadhi called the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. 1.62. When the Bhagavan gave this teaching of the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, in the past, 80 times 100,000 million devas and humans, who had previously generated the necessary karma, attained the patience of the birthlessness of phenomena. 96 times 100,000 million attained the corresponding patience. 93 times 100,000 million obtained the transmission of the teaching of that patience, and the entirety of the 100,000 bhikkhus attained liberation of mind through the defilements not arising. 60 times 100,000 devas and human beings became free of desire, without stains, and gained the pure dharma sight of the dharmas. 80,000 bhikkhus attained liberation of mind through the non-arising of defilements. 500 apsakas attained the result of non-returners. 6,000 upsiks attained the result of once returners. This universe of 1,000 million worlds shook in 6 ways. It trembled strongly. And it trembled intensely, it quivered strongly, and it quivered intensely, it shook strongly, and it shook intensely, it shuddered strongly, and it shuddered intensely, it quaked strongly, and it quaked intensely. The east sunk and the west rose. F.7.b. The west sunk and the east rose. The north sunk and the south rose. The south sunk and the north rose. The perimeter sunk and the center rose. And the center sunk and the perimeter rose. An immeasurable radiance shone in the universe so that whatever darkness there was between the worlds was illuminated by it. The beings who were born there could see each other and they cried, "Ah! Other beings have been born here too." This occurred even as far down as the great Avsi hell. 169, 170, 171. 1.63 Conclusion of the first chapter, the introduction. To chapter 2. Lendraj. 2.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, "Young man, I remember that in the past, when I was practicing the conduct of a bodhisattva, I became a Chakravartin. I desired this Samadhi and I desired to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. For many 100,000 quintillions of eons on this vulture peak mountain I served, venerated, revered, honored, worshipped, and made offerings to many countless, innumerable Tathagatas, Arhats, perfectly enlightened Buddha with the presentation of many 100,000 quintillions of every kind of jewel, and various kinds of beautiful flowers, incense, perfume, garlands, ointments, powders, parasols, banners, flags, music, musical instruments, flags of victory, and precious monasteries. 172. 173. 2.2 Young man, I heard from those Tathagatas extensively the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. I obtained it, asked questions about it, preserved it, recited it to others, promoted it, meditated on it with an unadulterated meditation, promulgated it, and made it widely known to others. 2.3 Young man, the last of all those Tathagatas was the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Lendraj. F.8.a Young man, that Tathagata Lendraj had a saga of 1,000 trillion Ruakas and Bodhisattva. Their lifespans were 7,600,000 years. I served and made offerings to the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Lendraj for 180,000 million years, and I built 10 million monasteries made of sandalwood and precious materials. The Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Lendraj's lifespan was 760,000 million years. I entered homelessness in the presence of the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Lendraj, and for 140,000 million years I listened to the Samadhi, the revealed equality of 174, 175, 176, 177, 178 the nature of all phenomena. I obtained it, asked questions about it, preserved it, recited it to others, promoted it, meditated on it with an unadulterated meditation, promulgated it, and made it widely known to others. 179. 2.4 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Kendraprabha, young man, if in that way you wish for this Samadhi and wish to attain quickly the highest complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, then you too should dedicate yourself to making offerings to, serving, and being an attendant to all Tathagatas as I have done. 2.5 Young man, why is that? The natural result of making offerings to, serving, and being an attendant to all Tathagatas is that it will not be difficult for the Bodhisattva Mahasatva to attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, let alone this Samadhi, as their natural result. 2.6 Young man, in that way you should never weary of making offerings to, serving, and being an attendant to all Tathagatas. F.8.b 2.7 Then the Bhagavan taught extensively, as a praise in chanted verses, this chapter on the past lives of the youth Kendraprabha. 2.8 I remember 600 million of those who have the 10 strengths. 181. Dwelling on Vulture Peak Mountain in the past. Who taught me, when I was practicing Bodhisattva conduct. 182. This supreme peace of Samadhi. 1. 2.9 The last of all of them was the Lord of the world, the Illuminator, named Lendraj. And I asked him questions. 2. 2.10 I had become of royal caste. I was the principal king, the sovereign. I had 500 sons. No less indeed than that. 3. 2.11 For that Buddha I built 10 million monasteries, made of special sandalwood, and some of precious materials. 4. 2.12 I was a king named Bhumotara, beloved and adored by many beings. For 180,000 million years, I made excellent offerings to that Buddha. 5. 2.13 The lifespan of the guide Lendraj, that Jina, irreproachable, supreme among humans. 183. Was 760,000 million years. 6. 2.14 The saga of that supreme man was composed of 8 trillion ruakas, who had the 3 knowledges, the 6 higher cognitions, and controlled senses, whose defilements had ceased, and who were in their last body. 7. 2.15 At that time I always longed for this Samadhi. 184. In order to benefit the people of the world and the Devas. So I made many kinds of offerings to that Jina, that supreme human. 8. 185 186. 2.16 I, with my sons and wives, entered homelessness. 187. In the presence of Jina Lendraj. And I asked questions about this Samadhi for 140,000 million years. 9. 2.17 I acquired from that sutta the single chapter of this Samadhi, which has 8,000 trillion verses, and moreover another 100 septillion. 10. 188. 2.18 Because I longed for this sublime Samadhi, there was nothing that I had not previously offered. Heads, hands, legs, wives and likewise sons. 189. An abundance of riches, and similarly food to eat. 11. 2.19 I remember 10,000 million Buddha, F.9.a. and more, to the number of sand grains in the Ganges, residing on Vulture Peak Mountain, and teaching this supreme Samadhi, this peace. 12. 2.20 All of them had the name Tyaba. All of their sons were named Rula. All their attendants were named Nanda. All were mendicants from places named Kapilvastu. 13. 190. 2.21 Their principal 2 students were Kolita and Riputra. 191. The names of all the saviors were the same. The names of their worlds were the same, and they all appeared in a time of degeneration. 14. 2.22 While I practiced this bodhisattva conduct, I honored all those lords of men. While I longed for this samadhi, there was nothing I did not offer to the jinas. 15. 2.23 This samadhi is attained through practicing. Its practice has been Tao GHT in many forms. This samadhi is not difficult to attain for those who are established in all good qualities. 16. 2.24 This samadhi is not difficult to attain for those who do not grasp pleasures, who have no cravings. 192. Who have no attachment to family, and are without envy. Who are continually kind, and are without anger. 17. 2.25 This samadhi is not difficult to attain for those who do not desire honor or gain, whose subsistence is pure, who have nothing, whose conduct is pure, and who are without fear. 18. 2.26 This samadhi is not difficult to attain for those who are diligent, without lassitude, and who are inclined to solitude, established in purification, and continually remain in the patience of selflessness. 19. 2.27 This samadhi is not difficult to attain for those who are not agitated, who have a well-tamed mind, who remain within the conduct of mendicants and bodhisattva. 193. And who are predisposed toward generosity and are without miserliness. 20. 2.28 The primary and secondary signs, the 18 qualities of a Buddha, the strengths, and the fearlessnesses that have been described by the guide, will not be difficult to attain for one who maintains this samadhi of peace. 21. 2.29 If all the beings that a Buddha can see were simultaneously to attain Buddhahood, and the length of each of their lives were to be countless tens of thousands of millions of eons. 22. 2.30 And if each of them were to have heads, f.9.b, as numerous as the grains of sand in the ocean, and if within each head there were tongues as numerous as the number of heads. 23. 2.31 And if all their voices were to describe the benefit of possessing one verse from this samadhi, they would not be able to describe even a fraction of it, let alone describe the benefit of studying it, or of possessing it. 24. 2.32 Whoever has accomplished the practice and developed qualities will be adored by devas, asuras, and yakas. The ones who maintain the samadhi of peace, difficult to attain, will have kings as their attendants. 25. 2.33 The ones who maintain the samadhi of peace that is difficult to attain will be in the care of the jinas. They will always be attended by devas and angas, and opponents will not be able to withstand their brilliance. 26. 2.34 The ones who maintain the samadhi of peace will have infinite eloquence. 194. They will teach countless thousands of stras. 195. Without the slightest interval. 27. 2.35 Those in the future time of great terrors, who hear this samadhi and keep it, will see the guide, Buddha Amikpa, and also the realm of Sukhvak. 28. 2.36 I have revealed these benefits, and I, the self-arisen teacher, request that you uphold this pure samadhi in the time after I have passed into Nirva. 29. 2.37 The Buddha who have passed into Nirva, those who will come in the future and those who have appeared now. 196. All those jinas realize unstained, non-composite enlightenment through the practice of this samadhi. 30. 2.38 Conclusion of the second chapter, Lendraj. 3 Chapter 3. Praise of the Buddha's qualities. 3.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Kandraprabha, Young man, therefore, If Bodhisattva Mahasattva wished to teach the Buddha qualities as described by the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha, without any loss of meaning or words, and for all their words to come forth as those of the Buddha, then those Bodhisattva Mahasattva, young man, F.10.a, should, for the sake of all beings, obtain this Samadhi, understand it, preserve it, recite it to others, promote it, proclaim it, chant it, meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, promulgate it, and make it widely known to others. 197 198 199 200 201 202 203 204 205 206 3.2 Young man, what are the Buddha qualities of a Tathagata? Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva, whether in solitude, at the foot of a tree, in the open air, or in an empty building, should learn well the following. 3.3 The Bhagavan is thus, a Tathagata, an Arhat, a fully enlightened Buddha. One with perfect wisdom and conduct, a Sutta, one who knows the world's beings, an unsurpassable guide who tames beings, a teacher of devas and humans, a Buddha, a Bhagavan. 207. 3.4 The Tathagata is the natural result of merit. He is the inevitable result of roots of merit. He is adorned by patience. He is the manifestation of a treasure of merit. He is beautified by tea. He excellent primary signs of a great being. He has the blossomed flowers of the secondary signs of a great being. He is exemplary in his conduct. His appearance is never disagreeable. He brings joy to those motivated by faith. He is invincible in his wisdom. He has the invulnerability of the strengths. He is the teacher of all beings. He is the father of all Bodhisattva. He is the king of all noble individuals. He is the caravan leader for those beginning on their journey. He is immeasurable in his wisdom. He is inconceivable in his eloquence. He is pure in his voice. He is delightful in his speech. He is lovely in his physical form. He is unequaled in body. He is unstained by the desire realm. He is unsullied by 208, 209, 210 the formed realm. He is unadulterated by the formless realm. He is free from suffering. He is liberated from the skandhas. He is separated from the dhatus. He has restrained the yatanas. He has cut through the knots. He is free from torment. F.10.b, he is released from craving. He has crossed over the great river. He is complete in his wisdom. He is established in the wisdom of the Buddha Bhagavana of the past, future, and present. He does not remain in Nirva. He resides at the summit of existence. He is on the level of seeing all beings. Young man, those are the Buddha qualities of a Tathagata. 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 216. 3.5 If Bodhisattva Mahasattva who possess these Buddha qualities and their praise, and who have continuous confidence of speech based upon this Samadhi, teach correctly the Buddha qualities and praises of the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha, there will be no loss of meaning or words, and all their words will come forth as those of the Buddha. 217. 3.6 Then, at that time the Bhagavan, in order to make the meaning clear, gave a detailed teaching by chanting the following extensive verses to the youth. Kandraprabha. 218. 3.7 It would not be easy to recite all the praises of the Jinas, even if one were to speak for many thousands of eons. And the Jinas attained their qualities through seeking this supreme Samadhi of peace. 1. 3.8 In the past, when I sought this supreme Samadhi of peace, with a mind that was indefatigable, I gave away a maiden adorned in jewelry, who was perfectly beautiful and desirable. 2. 3.9 In the past, when I sought this supreme Samadhi of peace, with a mind that was indefatigable, I gave away male and female servants, riches and grain, and also jewels, pearls, gold, and silver. 3. 3.10 When I sought this supreme Samadhi of peace, in the past, I gave to the guides various kinds of precious jewels, strings of pearls, beautiful clothes, and necklaces of conch and gold. 4. 3.11 In countless, endless millions of eons, 219, I developed the highest supreme aspiration, F.11.A, and gave the best of perfumes and summer flowers to the Kaityas of the Jinas. 5. 3.12 Through my giving the gift of the Dharma, 220 I develop a pleasing following. But the thought did not arise in my mind of gaining renown through giving the gift of the Dharma. 6. 3.13 I never felt any reluctance to give away the loveliest things that gave me pleasure. I gave the gift of them numerous times. 221. And always my thoughts were of attaining Buddha wisdom. 7. 222. 3.14 In the past, to attain the qualities of this training, I remained always in excellent, quiet forests. I had immense compassion throughout that time, and always my thoughts were of attaining Buddha wisdom. 8. 3.15 I had a distinct conduct that was gentle and sweet. 223. A smiling face, the memory of what I had heard, and affectionate speech. My very sweet words were beloved by many, and all beings never had enough of looking at me. 9. 3.16 I did not have any stinginess for even a moment. 224. Throughout myriad existences I had no envy. 225. I was always completely satisfied by alms. I offered everything and left no remainder. 10. 226. 3.17 Those who remember just one four-line verse from this become very learned and remember all they have heard. Through it the highest, perfect faith arose in me. 227. And I always honored it. 11. 3.18 I longed for the supreme peace of this Samadhi, and made many offerings to the guides. I gave to them an endless variety of gifts, and this maintained my correct conduct for a long time. 12. 228. 3.19 From remembering one verse from this Samadhi, the merit will be vastly greater than from endlessly offering numerous, various worlds that are all filled with precious jewels. 13. 3.20 If those wishing for merit were to offer to the Jinas, 229, whatever flowers and incense exist, for numerous, countless, endless eons. 14. 3.21 And if those wishing for merit were to offer to the Jinas every kind of music, light, food, and clothing, for numerous, countless, endless eons. 15. 3.22 A person who develops the aspiration to enlightenment, F.11.B, wishing to become a self-arisen Jina, a lord of them, will have merit that will be vastly greater through remembering one verse of this meditation. 16. 230. 3.23 The merit from possessing this Samadhi is most vast. One would not be able to conclude reciting the description of its benefits even in as many eons as there are grains of sand in the Ganges. 17. 231. 3.24 Therefore, having listened to the excellent benefits of the Buddha, you should quickly be one who has the transmission. 232. Of this Samadhi praised by the Buddha. 18. 3.25 In my past lives I have honored 730 million Buddha. All of those Buddha promulgated this Sutra. 19. 3.26 The name of this Sutra is entering great compassion. 233. Buddha qualities will not be hard to attain for the learned one who trains in it. 20. 3.27 When the world's guide is in Nirva, in that future time there will be many undisciplined bhikkhus who have no interest in becoming learned. 21. 3.28 They will utter says of correct conduct, but will have no interest in correct conduct. They will utter praises of Samadhi, but will have no interest in Samadhi. 22. 3.29 They will utter praises of wisdom, but will have no interest in wisdom. They will utter praises of liberation, but will have no interest in liberation. 23. 3.30 It is like when someone speaks of the qualities of sandalwood, saying, sandalwood is like this. It makes a pleasing incense. 24. 234. 3.31 Then another person asks that man this question: do you have some of the sandalwood that you have been praising? 25. 235. 3.32 The man answers him, I speak the praises of that incense, and in that way make my living. But I have never seen that incense. 26. 236. 3.33 In such a way, in future times, there will be those who have no correct conduct. 237. Yet they who do not engage in it will make their living by praising it. 27. 3.34 In that way, in future times, there will be those who have no Samadhi. 238. Yet they who do not engage in it will make their living by praising it. 28. 3.35 In that way, in future times, there will be those who have no wisdom. 239. Yet they who do not engage in it will make their living by praising it. 29. F.12.a 240. 3.36 In that way, in future times, there will be those who have no liberation. 241. Yet they who do not engage in it will make their living by praising it. 30. 3.37 When a certain poor person, despised by the populace, later finds a treasury and becomes rich, he is respected by the people. 31. 3.38 In that same way, not having attained the Samadhi, a bodhisattva is not esteemed by gods or humans, kumbhas or kasas. 242. Just like the poor person who has no wealth. 32. 243. 3.39 Yet when the wise one attains the level of the unfathomable treasure. 244. 245. Gods and humans will be attracted to him, and he will give those beings the supreme wealth. 33. 3.40 Therefore, having heard the Jina's description of the perfect attainment of those benefits, forsake all happiness gained through reputation, and hold the transmission of this supreme peace of Samadhi. 34. 3.41 The Buddha in all directions who have passed away, and those of the future, and those who are present, all attain unequaled, inconceivable enlightenment through having trained in this Samadhi. 35. 3.42 The youth Kandraprabha was overjoyed, and in the presence of the Buddha he said these words: when the best of beings has passed into Nirvana, I will uphold this Sutra in that very difficult time. 36. 246. 3.43 I will give up my body and my life, and whatever happiness there is in the world. 247. In that time of great terrors, I will hold this Samadhi of supreme peace. 37. 3.44. I will have compassion for many beings. I will see beings suffering without a protector. I will be endowed with love for them, and will uphold this supreme peace, this Samadhi. 38. 3.45. At that time, no less than 500 people became holders of the Samadhi. The youth was their leader. 248. In this vast holding of the Supreme Sutra. 39. 3.46. Conclusion of the third chapter, Praise of the Buddha's Qualities. B2. 249. 4. Chapter 4. Samadhi. 4.1. Then the youth Kendraprabha, F.12.b, rose from his seat, removed his robe from one shoulder, and, kneeling on his right knee with palms placed together, he bowed toward the Bhagavan and made this request: if the Bhagavan will give me an opportunity to seek answers to them, I have a few questions for the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha. 4.2. The Bhagavan addressed the youth Kendraprabha, saying, young man, the Tathagata will always give you that opportunity. Ask whatever question you wish of the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha. 4.3. As the Bhagavan had given him the opportunity, the young man Kendraprabha asked the Bhagavan. The Bhagavan says, Samadhi. Samadhi. What kind of them does this word designate? 250. The Bhagavan replied to Kendraprabha, young man, when I say Samadhi, Samadhi, it means the profound realization of the mind. 4.4. 1. It is the absence of arising. 2. It is the absence of continuation. 3. It is the knowledge of continuation. 4. It is putting down the burden. 5. It is the wisdom of the Tathagatas. 6. It is having the preeminence of a Buddha. 7. It is the healing of desire, the pacifying of anger, and the elimination of ignorance. 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257. 8. It is engaging in what should be engaged in. 9. It is rejecting that which should not be engaged in. 10. It is the aspiration to good qualities. 11. It is the wish to be free from sasra. 258. 4.5. 12. It is practicing with a higher motivation. 13. It is rema. Inning. Awake. 14. It is not abandoning renunciation. 15. It is maintaining good qualities. 259, 260. 16. It is not relying on rebirth. 17. It is not accumulating karma. 18. It is not paying attention to the internal yathanas. 19. It is not engaging with the external yathanas. 261. 262. 4.6. 20. It is not praising oneself. 21. It is not criticizing others. 22. It is having no attachment to family. 23. It is not placing one's trust in ordinary people. 263. 24. It is the natural result of correct conduct. F.13.a. 25. It is that which is difficult to approach. 26. It is great majesty. 27. It is self-knowledge. 264. 4.7. 28. It is the absence of inconstancy. 29. It is maintaining perfect behavior. 30. It is the absence of malice. 31. It is the absence of aggression. 32. It is not harming others. 33. It is taking care of companions. 34. It is guarding secret mantras. 265. 35. It is being non-violent. 36. It is not being harmful to those with correct conduct. 37. It is speaking gently. 266. 4.8. 38. It is not remaining anywhere in the three realms. 39. It is the patience that accords with the emptiness of all phenomena. 40. It is the aspiration to omniscient wisdom. 267. 268. That, young man, is what is meant by Samadhi. Young man, practicing those qualities and not practicing their opposite is what is meant by Samadhi. 4.9 Then the Bhagavan taught the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, and at that time gave a detailed teaching by chanting the following extensive verses to the youth Candraprabha. 269. 4.10 I have opened the door to the elixir. I have explained what the nature of phenomena is. I have taught what births are. I have explained Nirvana and its benefits. 1. 4.11 Always avoid sinful companions. Be in the company of good companions. Dwell in the forest, avoiding crowds. And always meditate with a loving mind. 2. 4.12 Always protect pure conduct. Gain the prosperity of renunciation. Be familiar with generosity and wisdom. And this Samadhi will not be difficult to attain. 3. 4.13 This is not the level of the numerous Vakas. When you have attained this level of peace. 270. You will have the direct perception of the Subtastham. And you will attain the inconceivable Buddha qualities. 4. 4.14 When you see wise people who are worthy vessels, bring them to the aspiration for enlightenment, establish them in the highest knowledge. And then this king of Samadhis will not be difficult to attain. 5. 4.15 This Samadhi is not difficult to attain. For those who understand the natural results that come to those who become envious of wealth. 271-272. And to those who seek and enjoy it. 6. F.13.b. 273. 4.16 The meditation of this king of Samadhis, emptiness, is at the summit of pure conduct. The continuous meditation on the nature of phenomena is unknown to the foolish who practice incorrectly. 7. 4.17 Those who long for this Samadhi of peace will never have fear arise in their mind. 274. Those who are on this level of peace will always see the Supreme Men. 8. 275. 4.18 Whoever brings to mind the image of the Tathagata's body, their senses will be at peace and their mind at peace. Their minds, free of error, will always be at rest. What they have heard and what they know will be like an ocean. 9. 4.19 Remaining in this Samadhi, wherever the Bodhisattva tread, they will see 10,000 million Buddha, and even more, as numerous as the Ganges sands. 10. 4.20 Anyone aiming to take the measure of the Buddha's dharma will go insane. One cannot measure that which is immeasurable. The qualities of the guides in their entirety are inconceivable. 11. 4.21 There is no being in the 10 directions who can equal the Lord of the world, let alone be greater. You should long for and attain the wisdom of the Buddha, who possesses all the qualities of omniscience. 12. 4.22 The Lord of the world is completely beautiful, with a body that is the color of gold. Bodhisattva will rest in meditation when their mind is focused upon that image. 13. 4.23 The wise who understand the composite and non-composite. 276. Have ceased conceptualizing attributes. 277 They remain in that meditation of the absence of attributes, and know the emptiness of all phenomena. 14. 4.24 those who remain in the Dharmakya know that all things are nothing. Those who have ceased conceptualizing things. 278. Do not see the Lord of Jinas as a Rupakya. 15. 4.25, I proclaim to you and make it known to you that to the extent that a person contemplates this, to that extent their mind will be fixed upon it, through that contemplation that dwells upon it. 16. 4.26, those who remember in that way the appearance and immeasurable wisdom of the Lord of Sages, f.14.a. They will have their mind completely focused upon him, through constant meditation on that recollection. 17. 4.27, when walking, sitting, or standing, they desire the wisdom of the best of beings, and pray for enlightenment, wishing to become a jina who is unsurpassable in this world. 18. 4.28, they will know the Buddha and see the Buddha. They will realize the nature of the Buddha. Remaining in this samadhi, they will pay homage to the Buddha who have great might. 19. 279. 4.29, with serene body, speech, and mind, they constantly recite praises to the Buddha. In that way, through the mind's continuum of meditation, day and night they see the Lord of the world. 20. 4.30, when the time comes that they are sick and unwell, and experience the suffering of dying, they will not lose their recollection of the Buddha, and it will not be stolen away by the experience of suffering. 21. 280. 4.31, having analyzed with wisdom in that way, they know all present, past, and future phenomena to be empty. 281. They remain in that nature of phenomena, and perform bodhisattva conduct without being dishurt. Ned. 22. 4.32, therefore, having heard these benefits, you should long for unequaled enlightenment. It is difficult to see the sublime Sutta, so do not have cause for regret in the future. 23. 4.33, I have taught this excellent dharma, but if you do not practice it well, you will be like a sick man holding a bag. 282 of medicine. That alone will not cure his illness. 24. 283. 4.34, therefore, the wise and the realized are always aspiring to this samadhi, and if they practice correct conduct, learning, and generosity, it will not be difficult for them to attain this samadhi. 25. 4.35 Conclusion of the 4th chapter, Samadhi. 284.5. Chapter 5. Godeta. 5.1 Then the Bhagavan again addressed the youth Kandraprabha, saying, therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish for this samadhi, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, should think that they are like someone whose hair and clothes are on fire, and they should cast off father, mother, f.14.b, son, daughter, family, kinsman, relatives, kindred, wife, and so on, as if they were fire, throw away all the pleasures of a kingdom as if they were a lump of phlegm, turn toward solitude, and depart from home. 5.2, Why is that? Young man, attaining the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood will not be difficult for a Bodhisattva Mahasattva who turns toward solitude and departs from home, let alone one who has this samadhi. 5.3, eth. Therefore, young man, you should always train in having this thought, I shall cast off friends, children, family, kinsmen, relatives, kindred, wife, and so on, as if they were fire, throw away all the pleasures of a kingdom as if they were a lump of phlegm, turn toward solitude, and depart from home. 5.4, Therefore, young man, you should understand this through the following teaching. 285. Young man, in the past, countless, vast, immeasurable, inconceivable, innumerable, asahaya eons ago, at that time and in those days. There appeared in the world the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Godeta, who was perfect in wisdom and conduct, a Sutta, a knower of the world, an unsurpassable guide who tamed beings, a teacher of devas and humans, a Buddha, and a Bhagavan. 286-287. 5.5 Young man, at that time and in those days, in the first assembly of the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Godeta is Ruakas, there were 800 million who were Arhats. In the second assembly there were 700 million Arhats. In the third assembly of Ruakas there were 600 million Arhats. F.15.a. There were also countless Bodhisattva Mahasatva who possessed the Dhamma. 5.6 Young man, at that time and in those days, during the time of the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Godeta, the lifespan was 40,000 years. This Jambudvipa continent had wealth, increase, happiness, excellent harvests, joy, and woes, filled with a great multitude of human beings. 5.7 In this Jambudvipa there were two kings named Dabla and Mahvala. One ruled the half of Jambudvipa that had wealth, increase, happiness, excellent harvests, joy, and was filled with a great multitude of human beings. The other ruled the other half. 5.8 Young man, at that time, the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Godeta appeared in the kingdom of King Mahvala. 5.9 Young man, for 100,000 years King Mahvala provided the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Godeta, the Saga of Bodhisattva, and the Saga of Bhikkhus with faultless, proper clothing, alms, medicine if they were ill, and monastic utensils for their use. 5.10 Young man, at that time, the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Godeta, the Saga of Bodhisattva, and the Saga of Bhikkhus received greatly renowned gifts and honors. 5.11 Brahmans and householders who had faith also bestowed great gifts and honors on the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Godeta, the Saga of Bodhisattva, and the Saga of Bhikkhus. 5.12 Those Brahmans and householders did this by following the example of King Mahvala, F.15.b, dedicating themselves to bestowing great gifts and honors by making offerings of worldly material goods to the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Godeta, the Saga of Bodhisattva, and the Saga of Bhikkhus. 5.13 Young man, the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Godeta thought, alas! These beings who have adopted correct conduct and the Bodhavos have come before the Tathagata, have honored the Tathagata, practiced celibacy, have entered the homeless life, and have become fully ordained bhikkhus, they will go into decline. They are concerned about the happiness of their future lives. 5.14 Why is that? It is because in their future lives their happiness will be from these offerings of worldly material things. The realms of the higher existences are the goal of these beings. They are concerned with this life. They are concerned with their next life. They do not accumulate roots of merit for the final ultimate goal. 288-289. 290. 5.15 Young man, what are the roots of merit for the ultimate goal? They are pure conduct and celibacy going toward the ultimate goal and reaching the ultimate goal. 5.16 Bhagavan Godeta thought, I must teach those beings the Dharma so that they will make the unsurpassable offering of the Dharma and the practice of the Dharma as their offering to the Tathagata. 291. 5.17 Then, young man, at that time the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Godeta, with the intention of creating revulsion towards Sutra, recited these verses to King Mahavala, the Brahmins, and the lay people. 292. 5.18 The service of someone making a gift to another is not a cause for holding each other in high esteem. The wise ones who are free of negative propensities, the Buddha, they do not praise that service. 1. 5.19 Those who teach the Dharma for the benefit of beings, they are those who accomplish great service. Then there will form an unbreakable bond of friendship, which not even 10 million ras will be able to break. 2. F.16a 5.20 The service of those who keep to worldly material things will all be for the benefit of the present life. The immaterial service of the Dharma leads to the greatest benefit for humans. 3. 5.21 Those who have a non-materialistic motivation and teach the non-material Dharma, those individuals who gain non-material joy, they will quickly attain Buddhahood. 4. 5.22 Those who are addicted to their desires, who crave for children and wives, who are addicted to their revolting homes, will not attain unsurpassable, highest enlightenment. 5. 5.23 Supreme enlightenment will not be difficult to attain for those who avoid desire as if it were a pit of fire, who abandon craving for children and wives, and, frightened and terrified, leave their homes. 6. 5.24 There have been no Buddha in the past, nor will there be any in the future or now in the present, who attained the highest, most supreme enlightenment, while living inside earth homes. 7. 5.25 Casting away a kingdom like a lump of phlegm, longing for solitude and living in the forests, eliminating the klesas and defeating the mras, they will realize stainless, non-composite enlightenment. 8. 5.26 People who, with a disenchanted mind, leave their homes, they are superior to those who serve, for many millions of eons, heroic Buddha as numerous as the Ganges sands. 9. 5.27 People who leave their homes and practice the Dharma without serving the supreme humans, the jinas, with food, drink, and Dharma robes, with flowers, incense, and ointments. 10. 5.28 Those who, longing for enlightenment, disillusioned with the composite, and for the benefit of beings, take 7 steps in the direction of the forests, they will have the superior merit. 11. 5.29 Young man, King Mahavala heard what the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Godeta said about leaving one's home. Having heard this, he thought, I have understood the Bhagavan's teaching to mean that he does not praise the perfection of generosity, F.16b, but gives the highest, ultimate praise to the perfection of conduct. The Bhagavan has praised perfect purity, perfect celibacy, and perfect nirva. 293. 5.30 He thought, it is not easy to practice the unsurpassable Dharma and attain its goal while living in a home. I would decline in my practice of the unsurpassable Dharma. I shall cut off my hair and beard, wear the range robes, and leave home for homelessness. 5.31 Then, young man, King Mahavala, accompanied by 80,000 Brahmans and lay people, came before the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat. The perfectly enlightened Buddha Godeta, bowed down to his feet, circumambulated the Bhagavan 3 times, and sat to one side. 294. 5.32, Young man, the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha, knowing the higher motivation of King Mahavala, taught this Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. 5.33, Young man, on hearing this, King Mahavala was pleased, delighted, joyful, inspired, and happy. He shaved off his hair and beard, put on the orange robes, and with faith left home for homelessness. Having entered homelessness, he learned this Samadhi, and having learned it, he understood it. He dedicated himself to the practice of keeping it, reading it, and meditating on it. Through that route of merit, he did not fall into the lower existences for 100 million eons. He served 200 million Buddha and heard this Samadhi from all those Tathagatas. He learned this Samadhi, and having learned it, he understood it. F.17.a, he dedicated himself to the practice of keeping it, reading it, and meditating on it. 5.34, subsequently, through those routes of merit, after 100 million eons had passed, and then another 100,000 eons, he attained the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. He became the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha named Janra. He benefited countless beings, and afterward he passed away into perfect Nirvana. 295. 5.35, Young man, the 80,000 people who with King Mahavala came into the presence of the Bhagavan, the Tathagata Godeta, all heard this Samadhi also and were delighted, rejoicing, and joyful. Happy and joyful. They cut off their hair and beards, wore the orange robes, and with genuine faith they left home for homelessness. Having entered homelessness, they learned this Samadhi, and having learned it, they understood it. They dedicated themselves to the practice of keeping it, reading it, and meditating on it. Through that route of merit, they did not fall into the lower existences for 100 million eons. During all those eons, they served 10 million Buddha and heard this Samadhi from all those Tathagatas. They maintained this Samadhi and comprehended it. They dedicated themselves to the practice of keeping it, reading it, and meditating on it. 5.36, through their previous routes of merit, after 200 million eons had passed and a further 100,000 eons, they attained the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. They all became Bhagavana, Tathagatas, Arhats, perfectly enlightened Buddha named Dhara. They benefited countless beings, and afterward they passed away into perfect Nirvana. F.17.b. 5.37, therefore, young man, because of this teaching, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva cherish in this way this Samadhi. They know that it is composed of the unsurpassable wisdom of omniscience. 5.38 Then, at that time, the Bhagavan gave a detailed teaching by chanting the following extensive verses to the youth Candraprabha. 5.39 I remember, countless eons ago, in the past, a supreme human, a great sage who benefited beings appeared in the world. And he was known by the name Godeta. 12. 5.40, the first assembly of his students numbered 800 million. 296. The second was 700 million. The third was 600 million Arhats. 13. 5.41, all had eliminated defilements and were without klesas. All had attained the perfection of miraculous powers. The lifespan was 40,000 years. And the realm was perfectly pure and beautiful. 14. 5.42, the Bodhisattva of that protector were consecrated to immeasurably benefit others. They were well established through their powers and levels. They were near to Buddhahood beneath the sacred tree. 15. 297. 5.43. In this Jambudvipa there were kings, named Dhabla and Mahvala. One king ruled half the world. The other was king over the other half. 16. 5.44. The Buddha, to whom humans and devas made offerings, had appeared within the domain of King Mahvala. The king gained faith in the Sutta, and attended him for 1,000 years. 17. 5.45. Many other beings, following his example, also honored the Tathagata with worldly goods and not through the dharma. 298. They gave many things to the Rvakas also. 18. 5.46. The highest of beings had this thought: I shall teach the dharma to these who desire the dharma, so that they will all give up desire, and enter into homelessness in my teaching. 19. 5.47. The highest of humans taught in verses the practice of following the dharma of the Suttas. F.18.a. The endless suffering and harm of living in a home, and that practicing the dharma is offering to the dharma. 20. 5.48. When the king, the sovereign, had heard those verses, that ruler of men contemplated entering solitude. He thought that all who dwell at home are unable to make the supreme offering to the dharma. 21. 5.49. He cast away the kingdom like a lump of phlegm, and together with 80,000 persons, he came into the presence of the Jina, bowed to his feet, and sat before him. 22. 5.50. The Jina, knowing what they intended, taught this Samadhi of peace that is difficult to see. Happy, inspired, and joyful, they were satisfied. Pleased and delighted, they entered homelessness. 23. 5.51. Homeless, they possessed this Samadhi. They kept it, read it, and understood it for 200 million eons. They did not fall into the lower existences. 24. 5.52. Because of those roots of merit. 299. They all saw 10,000 million Buddha, and in the teaching of those Jinas, they entered homelessness and meditated on this Samadhi. 25. 5.53. In later times they became Buddha, with infinite diligence, all named Dhara. They benefited many millions of beings, and after, like an extinguished flame, attained Nirvana. 26. 5.54. The one who previously had been King Mahvala appeared in the world as Buddha Jandra. He brought many billions of beings to enlightenment, and then attained Nirvana. 27. 5.55. Therefore you who, in later times, hear and possess this straw that has been taught by the Buddha, if you possess this treasure of the dharma, you will quickly become a supreme human. 28. 5.56 Conclusion O. F. The 5th chapter, Godeta. 6 Chapter 6. Cultivating the Samadhi. 6.1 The Bhagavan now said to the youth Kandraprabha, therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish for this Samadhi, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, should cultivate this Samadhi. 300. 6.2 Young man, what is the cultivation of this Samadhi? F.18.b. Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva with a compassionate mind are dedicated to making offerings to the Tathagatas, whether living or passed into Nirvana, of dharma robes, alms, seat and bedding, medicines for when ill, and of monastic utensils, and of flowers, incense, perfume, garlands, ointments, aromatic powders, clothing, parasols, banners, and flags, and of music and musical instruments. They dedicate that root of merit to the attainment of Samadhi. They do not make offerings to a Tathagata with the hope for anything at all, not with the hope for anything they desire, nor with the hope for any enjoyment, nor with the hope for a higher existence, nor with the hope for followers, but do so with the them in mind. They do not, even with that wish, perceive the Tathagata as the Dharmakya, let alone perceiving him as the Rupakya. 6.3 Young man, it is in that way that an offering is made to the Tathagatas. It is done without seeing the Tathagatas, without focusing on the self, and without any desire for the ripening of karma. Young man, if an offering made to a Tathagata is purified of those three aspects of the action, this Samadhi will be attained, and the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood will be quickly reached. 6.4 At this point the Bhagavan gave a detailed teaching on the cultivation of the Samadhi by chanting the following extensive verses to the youth. Kandraprabha. 6.5 Through offering incense to infinite wisdom, beings will have an infinite aroma. In 10 million eons they will not go to the lower realms, and no bad smells will come from them. 1. 6.6 For 10 million eons they will practice bodhisattva conduct, and make offerings to 10,000 million Buddha. The aroma of wisdom will arise so that they will become Buddha with the aroma of supreme conduct. 2. 6.7 If any beings know that the incense they offer, those to whom they offer it, and the minds that offer incense, F.19.a, do not exist, the concordant patience they have is of lesser kind. 3. 6.8 But if a person maintains a patience that is great, 301, even were they cut up, for 10 million eons, into tiny pieces as numerous as the Ganges sands, their mind will never regress. 4. 6.9 Why is this termed patience? And why is it called concordant? For what reason is it said to be non-regressive? And why are they called bodhisattva? 5. 6.10 Their patience being for the selfless nature of phenomena. Those who perceive selflessness have no klesas. They know that all phenomena are like space. That, therefore, is what is and patience. 6. 6.11 They train in accord with all the jinas. Those wise ones do not practice non-dharma. They do not doubt the Buddha's dharma. That is the patience that is concordant. 7. 6.12 Even if all the Mras in the world transformed into Buddha and said to such practitioners, enlightenment is too difficult, so become a Rwaka, they would not believe those words and would not regress. 8. 6.13 If they know of the incorrect view of beings, they say, this is not the path to deathlessness. 302 So that they reject the wrong path and are brought to the true path. 303 That is the reason why they are called bodhisattva. 9. 304 6.14 They remain upon the path of concordant patience and are awake through the knowledge of selflessness. Even in a dream they do not believe in humans, persons, souls, or beings. 10. 6.15 Even if as many millions of Mras as there are Ganges sands came before them in the forms of Buddha, and said to them that there is a soul within the body, they would reply that it was not so and say, you are not Buddha. 11. 305 6.16 Through wisdom I know that the skandhas are empty, because I know that I am unaccompanied by klesas. In my conduct I use mere words, but within this world remain within Niva. 12. 6.17 Just as when a man has a son born to him, and gives him a name, saying, this is his name, but that name cannot be found anywhere, and that name did not come from anywhere. 13. 6.18 In that way the name, bodhisattva, is given, F.19.b. But if one seeks for this bodhisattva, that name will not be found anywhere. One who knows that is a bodhisattva. 14. 6.19 The Bodhisattva do not believe in the existence of a self, any more than that a fire can burn in the middle of the ocean. Since they have developed the aspiration for enlightenment, they have not had the view that there is a soul within. 15. 306. 6.20. There is no birth and there is no death. For beings, humans, the descendants of Manu. 307. Phenomena have an empty nature, like illusions. The Tritikas are unable to know that. 16. 6.21. Also those who crave for food, who desire and cling to alms bowls and robes, who are arrogant and are haughty, they cannot understand the Buddha's enlightenment. 17. 6.22. The lazy who are overcome by sleepiness and dullness, who have stubborn minds, and are shameless. 308. Who have no faith in the Buddha. They are unable to understand sublime enlightenment. 18. 309. 6.23. The ordinary beings with incorrect behavior, those who do not have faith in the Dhamma, who have no respect toward celibates, they are unable to understand enlightenment. 19. 6.24. Those with correct behavior, who have modesty and self-respect, who delight in the Dhamma and the Buddha, who show great respect to the practitioners of celibacy, they will attain the supreme, highest enlightenment. 20. 6.25. Those whose conduct is performed with mindfulness, who sit upon their sea, ashen with joy and delight, with dhyana as food and samadhi for drink, they will attain the supreme, highest enlightenment. 21. 6.26. Those who understand selflessness all day long, who are mindful of emptiness as they walk, who bear the beautiful aromatic flowers of the aspects of enlightenment, those dedicated ones will attain supreme enlightenment. 22. 6.27. They who are skilled in bodhisattva conduct are not on the level of other beings, of Vakas, or of Pratyeka Buddha, who would not aspire to that realization. 23. 6.28. If I were to have a lifespan that continued for as many millions of eons as there are sands in the Ganges, I would not even be able to finish reciting the praises of as little of the Buddha's wisdom as a tiny paw. 24. 6.29. Therefore, having heard the benefits, F.20.a, that have been taught by the unsurpassable Jina, you should quickly become instructed in this samadhi, and then the attainment of supreme enlightenment will not be difficult. 25. 6.30 Conclusion of the 6th chapter, Cultivation of the Samadhi. 7. Chapter 7. The Attainment of Patience. 7.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish for this samadhi, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, should become skilled in the wisdoms of the three kinds of patience. They should know the first patience. They should know the second patience. They should know the third patience. They should become skilled in the differences between the three kinds of patience and skilled in the differences between the wisdoms of the three kinds of patience. 7.2 Why is that? Young man, when Bodhisattva Mahasattva becomes skilled in the differences between the three kinds of patience and become skilled in the differences between the wisdoms of the three kinds of patience, then, at that time, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva will quickly attain this samadhi, and will quickly attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. 7.3 Therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish to attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood should learn this Dhamma teaching on gaining the three kinds of patience. When they have learned it, they should teach it widely to others. That will be of benefit to many beings, it will bring happiness to many beings, it will be a kindness to the world, It will bring fulfillment to a multitude of beings, and bring benefit and happiness to humans and devas. 310. 7.4 Then the Bhagavan taught this Dharma discourse on gaining the three kinds of patience by chanting the following verses to the youth. Kandraprabha. 7.5 Those who do not argue or speak unbeneficial words, but always bring benefit and maintain the Dharma, such people are explained as having the first patience. 1. F.20.b. 7.6 Knowing that all phenomena are like illusions, not having a conceptual field of experience, and not falling from the level of increasing wisdom, are distinctive qualities of the first patience. 2. 7.7 Being skilled in all the paths of the Stras, being wise and attracted to the Buddha's words, and having the infinite awareness of the Sukta's wisdom, are distinctive qualities of the first patience. 3. 7.8 Whatever them taught by the Buddha they hear. They have no doubt about the Buddha's teachings, but aspire to the Dharma of all the jinas. These are distinctive qualities of the first patience. 4. 7.9 They know the particular stra with the definitive meaning, such as the Sukta's teaching on emptiness. They know that all the dharmas that teach of beings, individuals, and persons are provisional truth. 5. 7.10 In this world there are many kritikas, but they feel no anger toward them. They are firmly established in compassion for them. These are distinctive qualities of the first patience. 6. 7.11 The retentions 311 become apparent to them, and they have no doubts concerning their appearance. What they speak is in accord with the truth. These are distinctive qualities of the first patience. 7. 7.12 The four elements of air and water, fire and earth may change into something else, but they will never turn away from the enlightenment of Buddhahood. These are distinctive qualities of the first patience. 8. 7.13 Whatever skills there are in the world, the Bodhisattva will learn them all, and no one sees an even higher earth and them. These are distinctive qualities of the first patience. 9. 7.14 They are unwavering through the power of Samatha, and through Vipayan they are like a mountain. Even all beings together would be unable to disturb them. These are distinctive qualities of the second patience. 10. 7.15 In meditation they stand and talk. Remaining in meditation they walk. In meditation they master the perfections. These are distinctive qualities of the second patience. 11. 7.16 In meditation they attain the 5 higher knowledges. Teaching the Dharma they go to 100 realms. They do not lose their miraculous powers. F.21.a These are distinctive qualities of the second patience. 12. 7.17 They remain in that kind of samadhi of peace. They attain certainty of the mind, and in their meditation there is no being. These are distinctive qualities of the second patience. 13. 7.18 With Buddha wisdom they teach the Dharma to all of the beings who are in the world, and they are able to remember all that they have taught. These are distinctive qualities of the second patience. 14. 7.19 They see the lords of the worlds in all directions, east, south, west, and north, above, below, and in the intermediate directions. These are distinctive qualities of the third patience. 15. 7.20 They have a body that is the color of gold, and emanate countless manifestations, teaching the Dharma to many millions of beings. These are distinctive qualities of the third P. Artians. 16. 7.21 Each such bodhisattva appears throughout this Buddha realm of Jambudvipa, and is renowned also among the Devas and Asuras. These are distinctive qualities of the third patience. 17. 7.22 The bodhisattva train in accordance with the field of activity of the Buddha, and the conduct of the Suttas. These are distinctive qualities of the third patience. 18. 7.23 If the beings that are in this world were to recite the praises of the Bodhisattva, and they were to take great joy in that, then they would not be trained in the Buddha's wisdom. 19. 7.24 If all the beings that are in this world were to speak badly to the Bodhisattva, and if they were to become angry toward them, then they would still not be trained in the Buddha's wisdom. 20. 7.25 If they gain wealth, it does not make them happy. If they do not gain wealth, it does not make them unhappy. Their minds always remain like a mountain. These are distinctive qualities of the third patience. 21. 7.26 These three patiences are taught to be the patience regarding what is spoken, the patience that is beneficial for contemplation and meditation, and the patience from listening to the Dhamma regarding birthlessness. These trainings are the path to enlightenment. 22. 312. 7.27 When the Bodhisattva attain these three unsurpassable patiences, they see the supreme humans, the Suttas. 313. And they give them the prophecy of their stainless enlightenment. 23. F.21.b. 7.28 When they have received that prophecy, the earth shakes in 6 ways. The realm is illuminated by light, and millions of devas send down a rain of flowers. 24. 7.29 When they have received that prophecy, countless quintillions of beings develop the aspiration to enlightenment, thinking, we also shall become jinas, worthy of offerings. 25. 314. 7.30 When the Bodhisattva attain these three unsurpassable patiences, they are not born, they do not die, they do not pass away, and are not reborn. 26. 7.31 When the Bodhisattva attain these three unsurpassable patiences, they do not see beings born or dying, but see all phenomena as remaining in the true nature. 27. 7.32 In this way they know that they are untrue, that phenomena are like illusions, that they are naturally empty. Emptiness is not born and does not die. 315. All these phenomena are by nature empty. 28. 7.33 Whenever someone shows them respect, attending to them, honoring them, and making offerings, they take no pleasure in it, for they know that phenomena have an empty nature. 29. 7.34 Toward beings who revile, threaten, or beat them, they feel no anger, nor pride. They only feel constant love for them, wishing for those beings to be liberated. 30. 7.35 Even when beaten and cut with sticks and stones, those wise ones will feel no anger, remaining in the patience of selflessness, and not having unyielding anger or pride. 31. 7.36 In this way they know the lack of reality, that phenomena are like illusions, with an empty nature. They remain in that knowledge of phenomena, and are venerated by this world and its devas. 32. 7.37 Even toward beings holding weapons, who cut into pieces their body and limbs, they would have no anger, and their love and compassion would not diminish. 33. 7.38 Toward such beings, while they are cutting up their body and limbs, this is what arises in their mind. Until I can bring these beings to enlightenment, I will not pass into the peace of Nirv. Avit Macron A. 34. F.22.a. 7.39 The Bodhisattva of great renown continuously meditate throughout millions of eons, with that kind of unsurpassable power of patience, resting in the equanimity of the patience of selflessness. 35. 7.40 For even more eons, as many as Ganges sand grains, They do not accomplish benefit through the knowledge of a Buddha. They do not reach enlightenment, let alone the wisdom of the Tathagatas. 36. 7.41 Even if one were to speak for countless hundreds of eons, it would be difficult to conclude the praises, the endless descriptions, of the greatly renowned ones, who are established in the patience of selflessness. 37. 7.42 Therefore, the one who desires supreme, unsurpassable enlightenment, the accumulated wisdom of Buddhahood, should meditate on the patience praised by the jinas, and then supreme enlightenment will not be difficult to attain. 38. 7.43 Conclusion of 7th chapter, the attainment of patience. 8 Chapter 8. Buddha Avvasamudgata. 8.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Kandraprabha, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasatva who wish for this samadhi, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, should become skilled in the wisdom of the non-existent nature of all phenomena. 8.2 Young man, what is being skilled in the wisdom of the non-existent nature of all phenomena? Bodhisattva Mahasatva know that all phenomena have no existence, have no essence, have no attributes, have no characteristics, have no origin, have no cessation, have no words, are empty, are primordial peace, and are pure by nature. 8.3 Young man, when Bodhisattva Mahasatva, f.22b, know that all phenomena have no existence, have no essence, have no attributes, have no characteristics, have no birth, have no cessation, have no words, are empty, are primordial peace, and are pure by nature, then, at that time, young man, those Bodhisattva Mahasatva have become skilled in the wisdom of the non-existent nature of all phenomena. 8.4 Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasatva who have become skilled in the wisdom of the non-existent nature of all phenomena do not have desire for any form, sound, smell, taste, or touch. They do not become angry. They are never ignorant. 8.5 Why is that? It is because they do not see phenomena, there is no object to perceive. They do not see the phenomena of desire, the desire, or the desirer, that which angers, the anger, or one who is angry, nor that of which one is ignorant, the ignorance, or the one who is ignorant, and therefore there is no such object to perceive. 8.6 Because there is nothing to be seen and there is no object to perceive, they have no attachment to anything in the three realms and they will quickly attain this samadhi, and quickly attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. On this topic, it has been said. 8.7 All phenomena have no existence. They are all devoid of attributes and without characteristics, without birth and without cessation. That is how you should perfectly understand phenomena. 316. 8.8 Everything is without existence, without words, empty, peaceful, and primordially stainless. The one who knows phenomena, young man, that one is called a Buddha. 8.9 Therefore, the revealed nature of equality is that all phenomena in essence have no nature. Whoever desires the mother of the Suttas will attain this mother of the jinas. 8.10 Therefore, young man, that is what you should understand through this Dharma teaching. 317. 8.11 Young man, in the past, countless, vast, immeasurable, inconceivable, unfathomable, asataya eons ago, at that time, in that time, there appeared in the world the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Avvasamudgata, who was perfect in wisdom and conduct, a Sutta, f.23a, a knower of the world, an unsurpassable guide, who tamed beings, a teacher of devas and humans, a Buddha, and a Bhagavan. 8.12 Young man, what do you think? Why was that Tathagata named Avasamudgata? 318. Young man, as soon as he was born he rose in the air up to the height of 7 palm trees, took 7 steps, and said these words, all phenomena have arisen from non-existence. From non-existence have all phenomena arisen. 8.13 Young man, the sound of those words was heard in all the worlds in the Trichiliocosm. It resounded and was heard by everyone from the Devas on the earth up to the say in Brahma's paradise. Oh, as soon as this Tathagata was born, he rose in the air up to the height of 7 palm trees, took 7 steps and said the word non-existence. Therefore he will be Avasamudgata, arisen from non-existence. Thus it was that the name Avasamudgata arose, and that he was given the name Avasamudgata. 8.14 When that Bhagavan attained enlightenment, the words, arisen from non-existence, sounded from the leaves of all the trees, from all the grass, bushes, and forests, and from the summits of all the mountains. 319. 320 Every sound in that world was heard as the words, arisen from non-existence. 8.15 Young man, at the time, attending the teachings of the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Avasamudgata, there was a young prince by the name of Mahakarusintin, who had an excellent body and was handsome and good-looking. 8.16 Young man, the prince went to the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Avasamudgata and bowed his head to the Bhagavan's feet. He circumambulated the Bhagavan 3 times and then sat down. F.23.b Then the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Avasamudgata, knowing the higher motivation of Prince Mahakarusintin, taught him this Samadhi. When he had heard this he had complete faith in it. With complete faith he shaved off his hair and beard, put on the orange robes, and with such faith left home for homelessness. Having entered homelessness he learned this Samadhi. He learned it, kept it, read it, understood it, and dedicated himself to the practice of meditation on it. Through that route of merit, he did not fall into the lower existences for 200 million eons. He served 200 million Buddha, and he heard this Samadhi from all those Tathagatas. Having heard it, he learned it and understood it. He kept it, read it, propagated it, and repeatedly meditated on it with unadulterated meditation, remaining dedicated to that practice of meditation. 8.17 Through those routes of merit, after 20 eons had passed he appeared in the world as the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha Suvasintitrika. He ripened countless beings and benefited countless beings, and afterward, like an extinguished flame, he passed away into perfect nirvana. 8.18 Therefore, young man, this Samadhi of that Dharma teaching should be cherished by Bodhisattva Mahasattva. It should be known to cause the unsurpassable perfect wisdom of Buddhahood. 8.19 Then, at that time the Bhagavan gave a detailed teaching on the preceding chapter by chanting the following extensive verses to the youth. Kandraprabha. 8.20 I remember that countless eons ago, in the past, there appeared a supreme human, one who benefited the world, a great rishi, and his name was Avasamudgata. 1. 8.21 As soon as he was born he rose into the air, F.24.a, and took the non-existence of all phenomena. He was at that time given a corresponding name and his words were heard throughout the Trichiliocosm. 2. 8.22 All the Devas, they all called out, he will be a Jina named Abva. As soon as he was born he took 7 steps. And the Jina taught the non-existence of phenomena. 3. 8.23 When the sage became a Buddha, a Dharma king, who taught the nature of all phenomena, from plants, trees, bushes, mountains, and rocks. 321. There came the words, phenomena have no existence. 4. 8.24 All the sounds there were in the world became the words, all are non-existent. In that way there sounded the words of the guide of the world. 5. 8.25 At that time there was a prince, whose name had always been Karuvisintin. He had an excellent form and was handsome. He came into the presence of that Jina. 6. 8.26 He bowed to the feet of the sage, that great being, and respectfully circumambulated him. In order to hear the stainless, unsurpassable Dharma, he sat there with a devout mind. 7. 8.27 The heroic Jina, knowing his aspiration, 322, gave the teaching of this Samadhi. Having listened to this stainless Samadhi, he quickly entered homelessness in the Supreme Jina's teaching. 8. 8.28 Having entered homelessness he possessed, read, and understood this Samadhi. For a full 200 million eons, he did not descend to an unfortunate existence. 9. 8.29 Through the good karma that he had made, he pleased 200 million Buddha. And in the presence of those Jinas, he cultivated this Samadhi. 10. 8.30 He afterward became a Buddha in the world, who was always known as Susintitrika. He benefited many millions of beings and afterward attained nirvana, like an extinguished flame. 11. 323-324 8.31 Conclusion of the 8th chapter, Buddha Abhasamudvita. B3. 325-9. Chapter 9. The Patience of the Profound Dharma. 9.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, F.24.b, Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasatva who wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood and liberate all beings from the ocean of existence should hear this king of Samadhis, in which the equality of the nature of all phenomena is revealed, which is praised by all the Buddha and is the mother of the Tathagatas. They should obtain it, preserve it, understand it, recite it to others, promote it, proclaim it, chant it, meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, promulgate it, and make it widely known to others. 9.2 Why is that? Young man, this king of Samadhis, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, has given birth to all the Tathagatas, the Arhats, the perfectly enlightened Buddha, all Tathagatas, Vakas, and Pratyeka Buddha have come from it. 9.3 Therefore, young man, you also should obtain this king of Samadhis, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, which is praised by all the Buddha and is the mother of the Tathagatas. It has been said. 326. 9.4 Therefore, those who wish for enlightenment and Buddhahood, and to liberate beings from the ocean of existence, should obtain this straw praised by the Buddha. And then sublime enlightenment will not be difficult to attain. 327. 9.5 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasatva who wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood should become skilled in the patience of profound Dharma. 328. 329. 330. 9.6 Young man, how do Bodhisattva Mahasatva become skilled in the patience of profound Dharma? Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasatva should know that all phenomena are like illusions. F.25.a They should know that all phenomena are like dreams, like mirages, like echoes, like optical illusions, like the moon on water, like hallucinations, like reflections, and like space. 331. 9.7 Young man, when Bodhisattva Mahasatva know that all phenomena are like illusions, they are skilled in the patience of profound them. Those who have the patience of profound them have no desire for any phenomenon that causes desire, have no anger toward any phenomenon that causes anger, and have no ignorance regarding any phenomenon that causes ignorance. Why is that? It is because they do not see that phenomenon, they do not perceive that phenomenon. They do not see the phenomena and they do not perceive the phenomena of that which is desired, the desire, or the desirer, that w. Each angers, the anger, or one who is angry, nor that of which one is ignorant, the ignorance, or the one who is ignorant. Because they do not see and do not perceive those phenomena. They have no desire, they have no anger, they have no ignorance, their minds do not regress, and they rest in meditation. They are without conceptual elaboration. They have crossed over to the other side. They have reached dry land. They have reached safety. They have attained freedom from fear. They have correct conduct. They have knowledge. They have wisdom. They have merit. They have miraculous powers. They have memory. They have intelligence. They have realization. They have a sense of modesty. They have stability. They have bodhisattva conduct. They have the austerity of the disciplines of mendicancy. They are unblemished. F.25.b. They have nothing. They are arhats. Their defilements have ceased. They have no klesas. They have power. Their minds are liberated. Their wisdom is liberated. They are thoroughbred stallions. They are great elephants. They have done what had to be done. They have accomplished what had to be accomplished. They have put down their burden. They have reached their goals. They have ended engagement with existence. They have liberated their minds through true knowledge. They are mendicants who have attained all the perfect, highest, complete powers of the mind. They are Brahmans. They are Centakas. They are masters of the Vedas. They know the Vedas. They are Srotriyas. They are children of the Buddha. They are children of the Kya. They have crushed the thorns. They have not left the law behind. They have left the trench barrier behind. They have crossed over the trench barrier. They have extracted the splinters. They have no illness. They are bhikkhus. They are free from all bondage. They have been born as humans. They are good humans. They are supreme humans. They are great humans. They are human lions. They are human elephants. They are human stallions. They are human. 332. 333. 334. 335. 336. 337. 338. 339. 340. 341. 342. 343. 344. 345. 346. 347. 348. 349. 350. 351. 352. 353. Cart horses. They are human heroes. They are human strongmen. They are human flowers. They are human lotuses. They are human white lotuses. They are human tamers. They are human moons. They are extraordinary humans. They are stainless humans. 354, 355, 356, 357, 358, 359, 360, 361, 362. 9.8 Then the Bhagavan, in order to give this Dharma teaching on entering the patience of profound Dharma, recited these verses. 9.9 At one time a world appears, and later the entire world becomes space. As it was before, so it is afterward. Know that all phenomena are like that. 1. 9.10 All that there is in this world later dissolves into the mass of water below. As it is below, so it is above. Know that all phenomena are like that. 2. F.26.a 9.11 Just as in a completely cloudless sky, in an instant a mass of clouds appears. From where did they first originate? Know that all phenomena are like that. 3. 9.12 If you think of a Tathagata who has passed into Nirvana, his image will appear in your mind. As he was before, so he is afterward. Know that all phenomena are like that. 4. 9.13 When a person sees a mass of foam that is carried along in a river, and examines it, they see that it has no essence. Know that all phenomena are like that. 5. 9.14 When large drops of rain fall, there appear separate bubbles of water. They vanish as they appear, the bubbles have no existence. Know that all phenomena are like that. 6. 9.15 When a letter is sent to another town, with news of the good or bad that has been done, a voice does not accompany the letter. Know that all phenomena are like that. 7. 9.16 When a man is intoxicated from alcohol, he perceives the ground to be spinning, but the earth is not moving or shaking. Know that all phenomena are like that. 8. 9.17 A woman sees her beautified face on the surface of a mirror or a bowl of oil. The fool feels passion for it, and runs in search for the desired. 9. 9.18 The face was not transferred there. The face will never be found in the reflection, and yet fools have desire for it. Know that all phenomena are like that. 10. 363. 9.19 Just like optical illusions and fata morganas, just like dreams and just like illusions, when their attributes are meditated on, their nature is empty. Know that all phenomena are like that. 11. 9.20 When the moon is in a clear sky, its reflection appears on the sea, but the moon has not moved onto the water. Know that all phenomena are like that. 12. 9.21 A man who is inside a canyon. 364. Sees no one but hears the echoes of singing, speaking, and laughter. Know that all phenomena are like that. 13. F.26.b 9.22 Echoes are produced by songs, music, and weeping, but the song that is heard does not exist. Know that all phenomena are like that. 14. 365. 9.23 Although pleasures are enjoyed in a dream, when the person awakes they are not be seen. The fool, though, becomes attached to those pleasures. Know that all fun omena are like that. 15. 9.24 A magician causes forms to appear, creating horses, elephants, chariots, and so on. But though they appear they do not exist at all. Know that all phenomena are like that. 16. 9.25 In a young woman's dream, she gives birth to a son and then sees him die. She is happy when he is born and sad when he dies. Know that all phenomena are like that. 18. 366. 9.26 In the night the reflection of the moon appears on clear, undisturbed water, but it is empty of a moon and there is nothing to grasp. Know that all phenomena are like that. 19. 9.27. A thirsty person traveling at noon during the summer sees a lake that is a mirage. Know that all phenomena are like that. 20. 9.28. The water that is a mirage cannot be found. Foolish beings want to drink it. But water that is not real cannot be drunk. Know that all phenomena are like that. 21. 9.29. When a person in search of its essence pulls apart the trunk of a green banana plant, they find no essence either inside or outside. Know that all phenomena are like that. 22. 9.30. The eyes, the ears, and the nose are unreliable. The tongue, the body, and the mind are unreliable. If the senses could be relied upon, what need would there be for the path of the noble ones? 23. 9.31. These senses are unreliable. Their nature is material and neutral. Therefore those who wish for the path to Nirvana must follow the path of the noble ones. 24. 9.32. If one examines the body back into the past, there is no body and no conception of a body. When there is no body and no conception of a body, this is called the lineage of the non-composite. 25. 367. 9.33. There are no phenomena in the phenomena of Nirvana. For if it is non-existent, there could never be an existence. F.27.a. Those who conceptualize teach existence and non-existence. But practicing in that way will not bring an end to suffering. 26. 9.34. Existing, not existing, and both are extremes. Pure and impure are also extremes. Therefore, rejecting both extremes, the wise do not even remain in the middle. 27. 9.35. Existing and not existing are in conflict. Pure and impure are also in conflict. When there is conflict, suffering cannot be ended. When there is no conflict, suffering ceases. 28. 368. 9.36. When fools speak about remaining in mindfulness. 369. They become proud, saying, I have witnessed it in my body. 370. But those who have witnessed it in their body have no pride. They are those who are freed from all such pride. 29. 371. 9.37. When speaking of the four dhynas, the foolish claim they can experience dhyana. But those who know and realize that dhyana is without klesas or pride reject such arrogance. 30. 9.38. When speaking of the four truths, the foolish say that they see the truth. But there is no pride when the truth is seen. The Jina taught the truth that is without pride. 31. 9.39. Do not be proud of maintaining correct conduct. Do n. Ought become proud through listening to the Dharma. When those with little wisdom become proud, that is the root of increasing suffering. 32. 9.40. The world's guide, the omniscient one, taught that pride is the root of suffering. To be puffed up with pride makes suffering grow. To have no pride brings suffering to an end. 33. 9.41. However much Dharma you have learned, if you feel proud of your learning and let your proper conduct lapse, your misconduct will take you to the lower realms. And all that great learning will not protect you. 34. 9.42. If you feel proud of being renowned for correct conduct, and do not dedicate yourself to listening to many teachings, when the results of your correct conduct have been used up, you will afterward experience suffering. 35. 372. 9.43. If you meditate on a worldly samadhi, and do not eliminate the conception of a self, then the klesas will arise once more, as happened in the samadhi practice of Udraka. 36. F.27.b. 373. 9.44. if one examines the realm of selflessness, and if after examining, one meditates, that will be the cause resulting in the attainment of nirvana. It is impossible for peace to come from any other cause. 37. 9.45. If a man is being attacked by bandits, and, wishing to save his life, he tries to run away, but his legs will not move and he cannot run, he will be captured and killed by the bandits. 38. 374. 9.46. In the same way, a stupid person without correct conduct may try to escape from composite phenomena, but without correct conduct he is not able to flee, and will be killed by old age, illness, and death. 39. 9.47. Just as many thousands of savages. 375. Do you harm in various ways. The klesas will in many ways, like savages, destroy that which is good. 40. 9.48. Those who have understood the skandhas to be without a self, even if insulted or beaten, will not be dismayed. They will not fall under the power of the klesa demons. Those who know emptiness will never become agitated. 41. 9.49. Many people teach the emptiness of the skandhas, but have not understood that selflessness. When those who have not understood are contradicted by others, they will be overpowered by anger and speak harsh words. 42. 9.50. There was a man who was ill and suffering physically. 376. For many years he could not attain freedom from his illness. For a long time he was tormented by his illness, and in order to be cured he went in search of a physician. 43. 9.51. Searching and searching, again and again, he found a skilled and wise physician, who had compassion for him, and said, "Take this medicine." 44. 9.52. He gave him much excellent medicine, but the sick man didn't take the healing medicine. That was not the fault of the physician or the medicine. It was the fault of the sick person. 45. 9.53. In the same way, those who have entered homelessness in this teaching, who know of the strengths, the guinas, and the powers, but do not dedicate themselves to meditation, are not endeavoring in what is correct, so how could they attain nirvana? 46. 9.54. All phenomena are always empty by nature. The heirs of the jinas have eliminated all things. The entirety of existence has always been empty. The emptiness of the trikas is limited. 47. 9.55. The wise do not argue with fools. They politely avoid them. F.28.a. Thinking, they come to me with malicious intent. They do not engage with the realm of fools. 48. 9.56. Knowing the nature and dispositions of fools, the wise do not associate with fools. Whenever they associate well with them, those fools eventually turn into enemies. 49. 9.57. The wise do not depend upon the foolish. The wise and the foolish have different natures. The nature of the foolish is naturally contrary, so the wise do not have ordinary people as friends. 50. 9.58. They may speak with words about the realm, but do not believe it, showing their anger and aggression. Such is the realm of fools, and knowing this to be so, the wise do not rely on it. 51. 9.59. The foolish are in accord with other fools, like impurity with other impurities. The wise are in accord with other wise people, like butter is with ghee. 52. 377. 9.60. They do not examine the faults of Sutra. They pay no attention to the ripening of karma. They have no faith in the words of the Buddha. Those fools will be sliced and cut into pieces. 53. 9.61. They have obtained a human life that is difficult to obtain, but they have not become skilled in any craft. They have become poor without any wealth. In order to have a livelihood they become mendicants. 54. 9.62. Having become mendicants in this teaching of the Buddha, they become attached to their robes and alms bowls. They fall under the influence of bad companions, and they do not practice the teaching of the Sutra. 55. 9.63. They are not observant of their own conduct. Such fools do not perceive the states of their minds. Day and night they do not follow the discipline, and they do not abhor the path of bad actions. 56. 9.64. They do not restrain their body and mind. There is nothing that they will not say. They are always looking for faults in others, and criticize any mistake they make. 57. 9.65. Such fools have attachment to food. They know no limit to their eating. They obtain their food through the Buddha's merit. But these fools do not keep that in mind. 58. 9.66. When they find food that is delicious and pleasing, they consume it without engaging in the discipline. 378. For them that food becomes poison. F.28.b. Like an unclean lotus stem for an elephant calf. 59. 379. 380. 9.67. The wise, the sagacious, the realized also eat food that is pure and pleasing, but they have no attachment to it. They eat without clinging, maintaining the discipline. 60. 9.68. The wise, sagacious, and realized say, "Welcome," when the foolish come, bringing them closer with pleasant words, and maint inane compassion for them. 61. 9.69. They are kind and helpful to them, but the foolish are happy when harm comes to the wise. Because of such faults, the wise avoid the foolish, and live alone like deer in the forest. 62. 9.70. The wise, knowing these kinds of defects, do not associate with fools. They think, if I depend on those who have no wisdom, there will be no higher rebirth, let alone the attainment of enlightenment. 63. 9.71. The wise reach enlightenment by putting into practice the samadhi of dwelling in love, of dwelling in compassion, of acting with joy, and with constant equanimity toward all existences. 64. 9.72. They attain the enlightenment that is peace, free of misery. They perceive beings afflicted by illness and aging. 381. They have compassion toward them, and give them the teachings of ultimate truth. 65. 9.73. Who can know the true nature of the jhanas, and the truth of the suttas, which is beyond description. 382. It is they who hear this kind of them, and attain the immaterial patience of the noble ones. 66. 9.74. Conclusion of the 9th chapter, the patience of the profound them. 10. Chapter 10. The entry into the city. 10.1. The Bhagavan then said to the youth Chandraprabha, "Therefore, young man, you should be someone who makes practice essential, and always trains in that way." Why is that? Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who make practice essential will not even find it difficult to attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, not to mention attaining this samadhi. 10.2. Then the youth Chandraprabha rose from his seat, removed his robe from one shoulder, and, kneeling on his right knee, F.29.a, with palms placed together, bowed toward the Bhagavan and exclaimed, "Bhagavan, that teaching and instruction that the Bhagavana have taught well, presented well, and explained well to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, the entire Bodhisattva training that they have explained well and presented well is marvelous." 10.3. Bhagavan, this is the scope of activity of the Tathagatas, not of the Vakas or Pratyeka Buddha, let alone the Tripikas. 10.4. Bhagavan, I, too, will make practice essential, and without care for life or body I shall train as the Tathagatas have. Why is that? Bhagavan, I wish to train as the Tathagatas have. Bhagavan, I wish to attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. Bhagavan, I wish to eliminate the evil grass. Bhagavan, I wish to free all beings from all fear and all suffering. I pray that the Bhagavan will place his right hand upon my head. 383. He said to the Bhagavan. 10.5, You have an excellent body, like a clear sky. You are the son of wisdom, who has no body or attributes. You are a deep ocean of qualities, and have compassion. You who are without equal, place your hand upon my head. I. 384. 10.6 The Bhagavan placed upon Chandraprabha's head his right hand, which was adorned with many characteristics that were the result of many roots of merit, and which was of the color of divine gold. 10.7 As soon as the Bhagavan placed his right hand upon Chandraprabha's head, in that very instant, more indescribable than indescribably many 100,000 quintillions of Samadhi entranceways that arise from the perfection of wisdom were revealed to Chandraprabha, such as the heroic, the treasury of space, the Vajra-like, the speed of the mind, the revealing of all forms, F.29.b, the ultimate absence of obscurations, the revealing of all Tathagatas, the consecration of all emptiness, and so on. Many entranceways to grass and liberations were revealed. He attained the knowledge of the joy and happiness that is described by the noble ones, of the countless vast number of beings in the Deva realms, and the scope of experience of the Buddha and Bodhisattva. 385. 386. 387. 388. 389. 390. 391. 392. It was said. 10.8 The Bhagavan placed upon the head of the youth Chandraprabha the hand that for many millions of eons had given away jewels, which was beautified by being webbed, and had markings of a wasp and hook, a knot of eternity, a wheel, a victory banner, a flag, and fishes. 2. 10.9 Then Chandraprabha, full of joy and happiness and the knowledge of the countless, vast number of beings in the Deva realms, and the scope of experience of the Buddha and Bodhisattva, rose from his seat, removed his robe from one shoulder, and, kneeling on his right knee, with palms cd together, he bowed toward the Bhagavan and recited these appropriate verses of praise. 10.10 I pay homage to you, the unsurpassable provider of freedom from fear. I pay homage to you, a loving friend of beings who benefits others. I pay homage to you, who possess the power of truth and the 10 strengths. I pay homage to you, who are the equal of the unequal Tathagatas. 3. 10.11 I pay homage to you, the Lord who has the highest compassion. I pay homage to you, the hero who has subjugated the 4 enemies. 393. I pay homage to you, who know the benefits of sublime diligence. I pay homage to you, the Lord who has the supreme dharmakya. 4. 394. 10.12 I will always go for refuge to you, Lord. The Jina who is a sun shining in the center of the vast sky of wisdom, dispelling darkness with the light of love and compassion, and who is the teacher of the extremely profound dharma of the ultimate truth. We, F.30.a. 10.13 When the youth Chandraprabha had recited these appropriate verses of praise to the Bhagavan, he said to him, Bhagavan, so that you may show me your compassion, I pray that you, with your Saga of Bodhisattva and Saga of Bhikkhus, will assent to eat your meal tomorrow at my home. 10.14 I pray to the Lord of men and your sons, that you eat a pure meal at my home. Lord of sages, in order to show me your compassion. Chief of Devas, give your assent. 6. 10.15 The Bhagavan, because of his compassion, by remaining silent assented to eat a meal together with his Saga of Bodhisattva and Saga of Bhikkhus at the home of the youth Kandraprabha. 10.16 The youth Kandraprabha, knowing that the Bhagavan had assented by his silence, rose from his seat, removed his robe from one shoulder, bowed his head to the Bhagavan's feet, circumambulated the Bhagavan 3 times, and departed from the Bhagavan's presence. 10.17 The youth Kandraprabha then went down from Vulture Peak mountain, and at that time he perfectly adorned the entire road in between Vulture Peak mountain and the great city of Jaga. 10.18 As an offering to the Bhagavan he cleared a great, wide roadway so that it was free of grass, tree stumps, thorns, stones, pebbles, and gravel, and spread pure sand over it, so that it was as soft and pleasant to the touch as down, and made a pleasant sound. He read it with flowers from all seasons, such as divine blue lotuses, red lotuses, night lotuses, white lotuses, water lilies, kachnar flowers, sambak jasmines, magnolias, bignonias, star jasmines, sesame flowers, ironwood flowers, and asoka flowers. Parasols, banners, flags, flags of victory, precious arches, and canopies were set up along the road. F.30.b, there were precious censers, from which flowed the smoke of black agarwood. Arranged in different places were dancers and performers skilled in performing divine songs, dance, and music. Beautifully adorned men, women, boys, and girls were arranged holding pava drums, one-stringed lutes, flutes, mdaga drums, mukunda drums, and moraj drums. On both sides of the road tall palm trees were adorned with various divine jewels and a jingling network of bells made from Jambu river gold. There were many 100,000 quintillions of pillars made of precious materials, and different kinds of trees of various heights and thicknesses made from the 7 jewels, and on which were arranged the leaves, flowers, and fruits of all seasons. 395, 396, 397, 398, 399, 400, 401, 402. 10.19 The road was excellently adorned in various ways. Canopies, parasols, and flags were erected. The sound of music was perfectly played, and similarly there was the beautiful sound of songs. 7. 10.20 That perfect road was excellently adorned by many women performing dances, many millions of various excellent cloths, and beautiful, excellent garlands of flowers. 8. 10.21 The Buddha, the moon of sages, the compassionate one, is coming to this pure excellent city. On hearing that, young Kandraprabha with great faith perfectly adorned a great, vast road. 9. 10.22 He spread out pure, divine sand, and scattered perfect, beautiful flowers. He also set up precious pillars, and made the road as beautiful as a divine city. X. 10.23 Young Kandraprabha, with immense joy, perfectly adorned the road in various ways. Devas, Asuras, and Angas, upon seeing it, were astonished and cried out, Ha ha ha. 11. 10.24 To the left and right of the road there were placed tall, excellent, round palm trees made of Jambu river gold, decorated and beautified by a network of numerous jingling, precious bells. 12. 10.25 Similarly arranged were million of precious trees, F.31.a, adorned by blossomed flowers of all seasons, which were beautiful adornments for that vast road, like a blissful park in the Deva realms. 13. 10.26 Pillars that were made from precious materials, with beautiful strings of beads that shone like light. An indescribable sight, huge and vast, were set up and arranged on the left and right of the road. 14. 10.27 The Buddha, the Lord of the three worlds, travelled on that road to the capital city. That great road was adorned in that way, so that it was beautiful in every way. 15. 10.28 On the right and left, precious censers were hung. They were filled with black oud. From all the censers there formed a cloud of smoke, with divine, pleasant aromas of various kinds. 16. 10.29 The youth Kendraprabha, for the sake of the Jina, arranged vast, incalculable ornaments of divine materials, from the entrance to the water well of the city, up to the king of mountains, Dvraka. 17. 10.30 Young Kendraprabha adorned the road with many different precious arrangements. Then young Kendraprabha descended from Vulture Peak, and went to the great city of Jaga, to his tall, vast, great, divine home. He reached there and he entered his home. He spent that night preparing a great amount of excellent, delicious food and drink, and creating food that had 100 flavors. Then he sprinkled well the ground in the great city of Jaga and swept it clean, scattered flower petals, perfumed it with incense, put up canopies, hung ribbons and wreaths of silk, and set up parasols, banners, and flags. 403. 404. 10.31 In that way he made the main road of Jaga up to the town free of stones, pebbles, and gravel, scattered it with various flowers, and sprinkled it with sandalwood powder. He adorned the windows, porticos, doors, roofs, lattices, and the crescent moons, and perfumed them with sandalwood. In that way he adorned the city of Jaga with countless displays, f.31.b, and adorned his own house, too, with a variety of many adornments. He hung it with many precious strings of beads. He adorned it with the raiment of the two Ita deities and also beautified the grounds. He had many kinds of garlands and wreaths put up as adornments. He arranged 100,000 precious seats. In order to make offerings to the Bhagavan, he placed in their center a lion throne of divine materials that surpassed the work of devas and humans. In the four directions he hung censers made of various precious materials, from which flowed the smoke of black agarwood. In that way the youth Kendraprabha arranged his excellent home so that for the enjoyment of the Bhagavan there was the sound of divine songs, performances, and music. Pure parasols and banners were erected, an audience of 100,000 devas, angas, yakas, gandharvas, asuras, garuas, kinnaras, mahoragas, humans, and non-humans thronged it, and it was filled with many various kinds of precious flowers. 405. 406, 407, 408. 10.32 Kendraprabha perfectly, extensively adorned his vast and excellent home. In the center he placed a lion throne of divine materials where the lamp of the world would sit. 18. 10.33 He perfectly set out countless millions of extremely precious, beautiful seats, where the saga of the lamp of the world, the Lord of Jinas, would sit. 19. 10.34 Censers made of all kinds of precious materials, completely filled with agarwood, were hung in all directions, and from them a beautiful aroma spread. XX. 10.35 Kendraprabha, in order to attain the 10 strengths, spread throughout the entire excellent grounds of tea. He house various kinds of beautiful, precious flowers, a multitude of excellent, aromatic flowers. 21. 10.36 The sound of dancers, singers, and of music. Filled the entire excellent house with sound. He erected also parasols and banners, f.32a. So that the house was intensely beautiful, like that of a deity. 22. 10.37 The vast excellent home of the youth Chandraprabha was adorned by a multitude of young people. It was filled with many angas, yakas, and asuras, and was gazed upon by many hundreds of devas. 23. 409. 10.38 The young man Chandraprabha, having adorned the great city of Jaga, and having perfectly beautified his own home, after the night was over, in the early morning, departed, accompanied by the music of hundreds of various kinds of instruments, with many millions of parasols, banners, and flags held high, and with an encircling vanguard of a great assembly of 8 million quintillion bodhisattva, their cupped hands filled with divine coral tree flowers. Among them were bodhisattva with one life remaining, such as Alokiteswara, Mahatmaprapta, Gandhahesti, Ratnketu, Danduviswara, Duravisambhava, Majuakumrabta, Vresana, Subho, Ratnakusuma, Amogha Singh, Maitreya, and others, accompanied by many adorned horses and elephants without riders that were being led along, with an assembly of countless people of the country, his own cupped hands filled with divine coral tree flowers, and they were accompanied by the enchanting, beautiful, harmonious sound of the laughter of the deities as they cried, "Oh, the Bodhisattva's great power! The Bodhisattva's great miracles! The Bodhisattva's great manifestations! The Bodhisattva's, Allah! La! 410 10.39 He came out through the hot springs gateway of the great city of Jaga and went toward Vulture Peak Mountain, and to the Bhagavan. 411. 10.40 When he arrived, he bowed his head to the Bhagavan's feet, circumambulated the Bhagavan 3 times, sprinkled the divine coral tree flowers that filled his cupped hands over the Bhagavan, and went to sit down to one side. 412. 10.41 Maitreya and the other, f.32b, Bodhisattva Mahasattva bowed their heads to the Bhagavan's feet, circumambulated the Bhagavan 3 times, sprinkled the divine coral tree flowers that filled their cupped hands over the Bhagavan, and also sat down to one side. 10.42 Then the youth, who had sat to one side, rose from his seat, removed his robe from one shoulder, and, kneeling on his right knee, with palms placed together bowed toward the Bhagavan and said, "It is midday, Bhagavan, the time to eat." If the Bhagavan considers the time has come, then together with the Saga of Bodhisattva, the Saga of Bhikkhus, and the Devas, Angas, Yakas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Rishis, Garuas, Kinnaras, Mahoragas, Kumbhas, Pritas, Tanas, humans, and non-humans who have great power, who are widely renowned for their great power and have great influence, come to the great sea, Iti of Jaga, as the time has come to eat the midday meal in my garden. Sutta, it is midday. 413. 10.43 I have adorned well the entire, excellent city. And similarly, Lord, my garden, I have prepared and laid out divine food with 100 flavors. As it is midday, I pray to the Sutta to arise. Ksiv. 10.44 Supreme Rishi, you who hold the qualities of the 10 strengths in your hands, encircled by the assembly of your sons, come to the city. I pray that you, the illuminating sun who dispels darkness, will arise. Bhagavan, the time has come for the midday meal in my garden. XXV. 10.45 I pray that you come, with your sons, to my garden. You will benefit an assembly of many beings. Just as Dvakara granted a prophecy to you, grant me likewise a direct prophecy in this world. XXV. 10.46 When I have heard that prophecy in this world, I will also develop a vast and perfect aspiration, and all these beings will become Buddha. F.33a There are no unworthy beings present here. Xxwi 10.47 Arise, arise, Lord who has the 10 strengths. Benefit me and come to my garden, just as you come to my garden. In that way I will go to the supreme tree of enlightenment. Xxwi 10.48 When I have gone to the foot of the supreme tree of enlightenment, I will remain there unshakable and unwavering. I will defeat with love the Mras and their claws. And just as you attained it, I, too, will attain enlightenment. 6. 10.49 Then the Bhagavan, who had no end what the youth Chandraprabha would request, addressed these lines of verse to him. 10.50 Arise Chandraprabha, son of the Jinas. Arise, you who are joyful in generosity, you supreme being. Arise, you who have compassion and firm conduct. Let us go to the meal. Let us proceed to your home. XXX 414 415 10.51 After speaking these lines, the Bhagavan arose from his seat. He put on his lower robe, picked up his dharma robe and alms bowl, and with the great saga of 100,000 bhikkhus, and accompanied by a multitude of Bodhisattva Mahasattva, he proceeded. Many hundreds of thousands of Devas, Angas, Yakas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Rishis, Garuas, Kinnaras, Mahoragas, Kumbhas, Pritas, Tanas, humans, and non-humans made offerings to him and praised him. Through his great Buddha powers, his great Buddha miracles, his great Buddha manifestations, and his Buddha conduct, he radiated many quintillions of light rays. He emanated flocks of melodious, soft, and beautiful birds of many different shapes and colors, such as geese, cranes, ruddy shelducks, swans, partridges, peacocks, rollers, parrots, mynas, cuckoos, avadvaks, and snipe, so that like devas in the sky, each with its own song, they emitted the sound of music. F.33b 416 417 418 419 420 421 422 10.52 The Yak Lords Serpa, Indraketu, Vika, Bakula, Pikika, Kyavadana, and many quintillions of Yak Lords holding pestles with both hands, offered many quintillions of huge, vast scents, as made of various divine precious materials, with handles of beryl, sapphire, crystal, and white coral, filled with Tulgasra sandalwood, Gora sandalwood, vetiver, yellow sandalwood, Malaya sandalwood, red sandalwood, agrawood, and so on, and from which smoke flowed. 423. 10.53 There were the superior kings of great power, renowned as having great power, from their own regions, accompanied by many divisions of perfectly adorned horses and elephants being led without their riders, chariots, and infantry, in lines marching in front, holding in their hands many streamers. 424 And precious garlands. The horses and elephants, even though they were being led along without riders, were proceeding magnificently and emitting beautiful cries. 10.54 The Bhagavan was accompanied on his right-hand side by Brahm, who was making offerings to him and attending upon him, and on his left hand side by Sakra, Lord of the Devas, and by countless Devas with great power, who were renowned for their great power, who were mighty and illustrious, and whose bodies were adorned by excellent divine crowns, ornamented anklets, earrings, bracelets, flowers on their ears, bejeweled necklaces, and fleur garlands. Their forms were made visible and they were holding coral. Tree flowers, asters, orchids, hibiscus, amaranths, magnolias, carnicra. Flowers, asoka flowers, bignonias, kachnar flowers, blue lotuses, medlar. Flowers, sambac jasmine, star jasmine, ironwood flowers, red lotuses, night lotuses, white lotuses, water lilies, precious garlands, precious agarwood, and precious fruit. They were playing hundreds of thousands of different kinds of musical instruments, waving millions of pieces of cloth, crying out, ha, 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 and sending down a great rain of flowers. In order to make offerings to the Bhagavan, they filled the entire sky without leaving any space, f.34.a, and sent down a great rain of flowers, incense, garlands, perfumes, powders, and jewels. 425. 426. 10.55 The Bhagavan entered at midday the great city of Rajada through the hot springs gateway. The nature of this is described in these verses. 427. 10.56 The Tathagata Buddha, knowing it was time, that hero adorned with all qualities, who illuminates countless realms, the Bhagavan, the Lion of Men, set forth. 10.57 Avlokaiteswara, Mahasmaprapta, and Amogdasin. 428. 429. Gandhahesti, Ratnakusuma, and Ratnavo. 430. 431. And Ratnketu, Duravisambhava, Vresana. 432. 433. And others followed in the Jina's footsteps. 434. 10.58 On his right was Ajita, who is named Matraka. 435. Who has the wealth of infinite qualities, who will become the following Buddha, and has completed the accumulation of merit and wisdom. 10.59 He is one who has cultivated love, rejoicing, and equanimity. 436. He is a great being of the Dharma who has developed compassion. He understands the infinite qualities, the qualities of the Lord of Sages. 437. 10.60 He followed behind the compassionate Sutta. 438. And was followed by those who will be. 439. Those with great realization in the good Aeon. The 1000 Buddha less 4, XXXV. 10.61 Who were preceded by Matraka. And also he who in the past, in this city of Rajada, while born in divine bodies that were like beautiful moonlight, made infinite offerings to Jinas throughout eons. 10.62 That hero Chandraprabha was also present at the front. To the left of the one with supreme compassion was Maju, along with many thousands of millions. 440. 441. Of heroes who have sublime qualities of miraculous powers. 442. 10.63 Who travelled to endless hundreds of realms. Following him were those in the Rwaka Saga, Risutta, Maudgalyana, Tla. 443. 444. Kyapa, Shukti, Nanda, and Kafia. 10.64 Bhadrakaja, and similarly Koinya. 445. Nanda, and similarly Stavira Rula. And Sugata, Kanchika, Pra, Udin. 446. Revata, Kauhila, Aple, and Aniruddha. 447. 10.65 A full 9,000 of those with matted hair, f.34.b. 448. Followed behind the Rwaka Saga. They were all mighty ascetics who knew the Vedas and the rituals. 449. And had mastered curses, renunciation, and beneficial incantations. XL. 450. 10.66 Self-controlled rishis with peaceful minds. With disciplined minds, bowing with palms together. Followed behind the Buddha, the lamp of the world. The lion of men, endowed with compassion, Xli. 10.67 The Liberer. Tour of thousands of beings, as he proceeded. Like the completely pure Lord of the host of stars. The full moon of the last month of autumn. 451. The teacher who is without equal was encircled, Xli. 10.68 by many hundred thousands of Brahms. As he stepped on the threshold of the city's gateway, the earth and its thick forests shook. The Devas, Asuras, and Mahoragas, Xli. 452 10.69 Scattered excellent flowers and supreme incense. Xliv. 453. 10.70 The moment the Bhagavan placed his right foot, adorned by a precious wheel from the accumulation of countless roots of merit, upon the threshold of the gate, this universe of 1,000 million worlds shook in 6 ways. It trembled, trembled strongly, and trembled intensely. It quivered, quivered strongly, and quivered intensely. It shook, shook strongly, and shook intensely. It shuddered, shuddered strongly, and shuddered intensely. It quaked, quaked strongly, and quaked intensely. The east sunk and the west rose. The west sunk and the east rose. The north sunk and the south rose. The south sunk and the north rose. The perimeter sunk and the center rose. And the center sunk and the perimeter rose. A great radiance shone in the world. And countless, numberless other amazing, wonderful, miraculous manifestations appeared. B4. 454. The nature of this is described in these verses. 10.71 When the guide came to that supreme city, and placed his supreme foot upon the gateway's threshold, that magnificence caused this earth to shake, and the beings in this supreme city were overjoyed. 1. 10.72 When the Jinnah placed his foot on the gateway's threshold, the people who were hungry and thirsty, F.35.a, at that time became free of the need to eat or drink. They became free of hunger and thirst. 2. 10.73 When the Jinnah placed his foot on the gateway's threshold, all those people who were blind, deaf, and had no protector and little merit, were all able to see and hear. 3. 10.74 When the Jinnah placed his foot on the gateway's threshold, all the pritas in the realm of Yam, suffering greatly and eating snot and spit, were touched by light and became happy. 4. 10.75 When the Jinnah placed his foot on the gateway's threshold, the supreme trees, the Sal and the Karnikra, at the summit of crags and on mountain tops, they all bowed toward the Buddha. 5. 10.76 When the Jinnah placed his foot on the gateway's threshold, the entire ground shook in 6 ways. Throughout the villages and towns as far as the ocean, without causing harm to anyone. 6. 10.77 Devas, humans, Kumbhas, and Rakshasas. Wherever beings lived, there was happiness and joy. They developed faith in supreme, sublime enlightenment, and held a parasol for the guide of the world. 7. 10.78 When the Jinnah placed his foot on the gateway's threshold, thousands of musical instruments sounded without being played. Hearing the beautiful sound of music, all beings were filled with joy. 8. 10.79 Hundreds of thousands of trees bowed down, and all flowers blossomed at that time. Hundreds of thousands of devas in the sky made non-human offerings to the Jinnah. 9. 10.80 When the Jinnah placed his foot on the gateway's threshold, hundreds of bulls lowed with joy. 455 456. The kings of horses and elephants raised their bodies. 457. The lions, the kings of animals, roared. 10. 10.81 The kings, The rulers, however many there were, came from the cardinal and intermediate directions. When they saw the glorious majesty of the Jina, with minds filled with joy they bowed to him. 11. 10.82 Some praised the Lord of the world. Some scattered a rain of flowers on the Jina. Some placed their 10 fingers together in homage. And they cried, "O, the Jina, compassionate one." 12. 10.83 Some scattered excellent strings of pearls, f.35.b, and various ornaments that give rise to joy. And some scattered clothing and jewels. They developed the supreme, unequaled aspiration to enlightenment. 13. 10.84 Some scattered excellent meshes of gold. Some also scattered mukfulaka adornments. Some scattered excellent ornaments of gold. And some, likewise, scattered anklets. 14. 458. 10.85 Some scattered excellent bracelets. 459. Some scattered armlets inset with jewels. And some aspired to enlightenment, scattering excellent pieces of cloth, saying, "May we become Buddha." 15. 460. 10.86 When the Lord of the world stood in the gateway, some people scattered golden necklaces. Some with minds filled with faith scattered excellent crest jewels. 461. Some scattered networks of jewels. 16. 10.87 Those beings who were in extreme suffering, tormented by many kinds of miseries, all attained happiness through the majesty of the guide, the supreme human. 17. 10.88 Cuckoos, mynas, and peacocks, and similarly cranes and other water birds. 462. All the flocks of birds were in the sky, emitting their beautiful, perfect songs. 18. 10.89 Desire, anger, and ignorance ceased in whoever heard the sweet, beautiful songs of those flocks of joyous birds. 19. 10.90 The millions of beings who heard that joyful sound all attained the patience that is concordant with the Dharma. The Sutta gave them all this prophecy: "You will in the future become Buddha." 20. 10.91 At that time the Klesas did not arise, and everyone was respectful to the Dharma king. 21. 463. 10.92 At that time, when they saw the form of the guide's body. 464. They developed the aspiration for the supreme wisdom of Buddhahood. They wondered, "When will we attain this kind of wisdom?" And the Jina, knowing that, gave them their prophecies. 22. 10.93 From each pore of the Sutta there shone hundreds of thousands of light rays, and more, as many as there are sand grains in the Ganges. It would not be possible to perceive all their attributes. 23. 10.94 At that time, the sunlight did not shine, nor was there light from jewels, fire, or the Devas. F.36a. There was no other light at that time, when there was the splendor of the Buddha entering the city. 24. 10.95 When with that great assembly the Sutta proceeded on the path, wherever the feet of the one with the 10 strengths trod, there appeared from the ground 100,000 lotuses, that were pure and had 10,000 million petals. 25. 10.96 When the guide entered the supreme city, at that time there was no dirt or refuse. Throughout the entire city there arose the lovely aroma of the most fragrant incense. 26. 10.97 The entire city and its streets were purified. They had no stones or gravel and were sprinkled with perfume, and bestrewn with the petals of various kinds of flowers. That is the kind of merit the one with 10 strengths had. 27. 10.98 When 100,000 yakas with ferocious minds saw the Buddha, the Lord of men who was like gold, they felt an immense love for the guide, and took refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. 28. 10.99 All of the millions of devas. 465. Who had come to see the Lord of men. 466. Let fall a rain of flowers on the Sutta. They scattered flowers while in the middle of the sky. 29. 10.100 The flowers scattered by humans for the jina formed a parasol of flowers in the sky. The flowers scattered by the devas were strewn on the ground as divine flowers. 30. 10.101 The devas, humans, kumbhas, and rakshasas never tired of gazing upon him when they saw the Lord with the 10 strengths. 467. They were overjoyed and felt the highest delight. 31. 10.102 When they saw the body of the Supreme Being, all beings were overjoyed and delighted. They did not even think of the divine flowers, which did not seem at all wonderful. 32. 468. 10.103 Brahm upon the right of the one with 10 strengths. Sutra, the king of the Devas, on his left, and the many millions of deities in the middle of the sky showed great veneration to the Supreme Being. 33. 10.104 Devas and Asuras encircled the jina, who eclipsed all the majesty of Devas and humans, with the soles of his feet making patterns on the ground. The invited Bhagavan entered into the city. 34. 10.105 His body was beautified by excellent primary signs, like the firmament filled with stars. F.36.b. The Buddha shone upon the king's road. 469. Like the full moon in the sky. 35. 10.106 Just as an excellent, pure, precious jewel that is free of all impurities shines, so that a pure light goes in all directions. 470. In that way the jina illuminated the entire world. 36. 10.107 Devas and Asuras encircled the jina, the supreme human who entered Rajaga, with the soles of his feet leaving patterns on the ground. The Buddha came to the home of the youth Kandraprabha. 37. 10.108 The supreme city was perfectly adorned. Millions of banners had been erected. The entire round was anointed with the best perfumes, and beautiful summer flowers were scattered. 38. 10.109 When the Sutta spoke to teach, with compassion for the people in the streets, the jina manifested emanations that taught to them the excellent dharma of the Buddha. 39. 10.110 The jina manifested emanations. Bodies that were like gold were manifested. The Buddha, the jina, through his emanations, remained in emptiness, peace, the enlightenment of Buddhahood. 40. 471. 10.111 When the hundreds of thousands of beings heard that, they prayed for the supreme wisdom of the Buddha, wondering, when will I attain this kind of wisdom? Knowing their thoughts, the jina prophesied to them. 41. 472. 10.112 There were those who aspired to attain that inconceivable supreme attainment. They had invited the jina, the Lord of men, and there was no limit to the offerings they made. 42. 473 10.113 There were those who developed an excellent aspiration, thinking, I will tomorrow invite the compassionate one, he who wishes to benefit beings, whom it is difficult to see in Sasra. 43. 474. 10.114 Some who were upon the roofs developed the sublime, supreme aspiration to enlightenment, and they scattered divine flowers on the handsome, beautifully adorned body of the one with the 10 strengths. 44. 10.115 Some developed the supreme, highest aspiration, and scattered garlands of magnolias, kachna flowers, the scents of summer, and wreaths of silken ribbons. 45. 10.116 Some stood, holding excellent flowers, their bodies perfectly beautified by their raiment. They held various flowers and wreaths of silk, that they cast in the direction of the Jina with great power. 46. 475. 10.117 Some scattered red lotuses, night lotuses, blue lotuses, and excellent golden flowers. F.37.a. Some scattered precious flowers. 476. And some scattered sandalwood powder. 47. 10.118 When the guide entered the supreme city, the wonders that appeared were uncountable, unequaled, impossible to describe. And they brought many millions of beings to Buddha wisdom. 48. 10.119 Those in Avha, Atapa, who had seen the truth, the Devas of Sura and Sudarsana, and those in Akiniha, who are free of desire, they all came to see the Lord of Humans. 49. 10.120 Similarly, countless Pertava Devas. 477. Apramova Devas, filled with joy. 478. And countless millions of Bhavaksana Devas came to see the guide, the great Rishi. 50. 10.121 Countless Apramva Devas, and similarly the Pertva Devas, and countless millions of Bhaswara Devas came to see the Lord of the world. 51. 479 10.122 Many hundreds of thousands of Brahma's entourage. 480. And similarly the faithful Brahmapurohita Devas, and many hundreds of Brahmakaika Devas, all came so as to see the guide. 52. 10.123 Also the Purnyamithavaswatin Devas. 481. And the pure beings who dwell in Nirmaratin, and the joyful Devas of Tua and Ima, all came to pay homage to T. He Buddha. 53. 10.124 Sakra, king of the Devas, and the Tristriya Devas. 482 483. Came with hundreds of millions of Apsaras, and they sent down a rain of flowers, having come to see the Buddha, the Lord of Sages. 54. 10.125 Also the world guardians of the four directions. Vilva, Dhara the Anga king. 484. Verhaka, and Vyutka, their minds filled with joy, all came in order to praise the Lord of men. 55. 10.126 Alavila, the powerful king of the Yakas, with a delighted mind and encircled by 100 Yakas, was in the middle of the sky and joyfully they sent down a rain of numerous various flowers. 56. 10.127 Also the Sadmata and Mlagra Devas. 485. Holding various kinds of incense and flowers, with their retinues, all joyful. F.37.b. Made offerings there to the Supreme Individual. 57. 10.128 Also numerous Karopi Yakas, and adorned Yak maidens, made offerings to the Buddha, with hundreds of compositions of the beautiful, melodious music of the Yakas. 58. 10.129 Druma, the king of the Kinnaras, with thousands of Kinnara maidens skilled in sweet and melodious songs and music, arrived from Gandhamna to make offerings to the Supreme Jina. 59. 10.130 Sambara, Bala, Vamasithra, and Ru, together with an entourage of thousands of Asura maidens, and together with crowds of other powerful Asuras, came and sent down a rain of jewels. 60. 10.131 From countless trillions of Rakasas, 8,000 million Rakasas honored high. M. There respectfully scattered a multitude of various flower petals upon the Supreme Individual. 61. 486. 10.132 The Anga king Girivlago, with a great entourage came before the Tathagata, holding great numbers of perfect, precious flowers, and bowed down at the Sugta's feet. I. 487. 10.133 The Anga lords Padma and Mahapadma, and also Vsuka, Ananta, and Funka. 488. Came before the great leader, and respectfully bowed to the Sutta. 2. 10.134 The Anga King Mai, filled with joy, came before the feet of the great leader, holding fragrant, perfect Anga flowers, and sat before the Sutta at no great distance. 3. 10.135 Also the Anga King Anvathanta, with perfectly trained Anga maidens, playing 100,000 musical instruments and drums, came and made offerings there to the Lord of the world. 62. 10.136 The 500 sons of Anvathanta, encircled by their kindred and filled with joy, seeking the highest, vast wisdom, came to make offerings to the self-arisen one. 63. 10.137 Similarly, the Anga King Apula, palms together, bowed to the Supreme Individual, holding beautiful, excellent Anga pearls. He remained in the sky, making offerings to the King of Sages. 64. 10.138 Similarly, the Anga King Musalinda, with great happiness and filled with joy, holding various jewels and pearls, F.38.a, came and scattered them for the guide. 65. 10.139 Similarly, the Anga King Klika came before the Tathagata, joyful and holding perfect, beautiful old strings of jewels. He made offerings to the Supreme Individual. 66. 489. 10.140 He felt great veneration as he thought. 490. Of the qualities of the Tathagata, encircled by his many Anga kindred, he recited many praises of the guide. 67. 10.141 Similarly, the Anga kings Nanda and Upnanda, similarly, also, Takaka and Kagotama, came there gazing upon the Jina, and bowed down to the Sutta's feet. 68. 10.142 The Anga King Ailpatra came weeping, encircled by 100 Angas. He remembered the Supreme Sage Jina Kyapa, and saw what an unfavorable rebirth he himself had obtained. 69. 10.143 Alas! I had doubts in the past. In the past I cut down an Ailpatra bush. 491 492. And therefore I obtained this unfavorable rebirth. It is not easy to know the term of the Jina. 70. 10.144 I forsake this rebirth into an with Macrongia's womb, and this birth in an extremely detestable body. I will realize the term, the state of peace, that the best of men realized in the Bodhima. 71. 10.145 Sgara, the Anga Cakravartin king, accompanied by an entourage of 30 million Angas, and the majestic Varuya, holding necklaces of jewels, came in order to make offerings to the Bhagavan. 72. 493. 10.146 The yak of Jada who caught, while he was in the sky, the rock thrown at the Buddha, was respectfully present before the Sutta. 73. 10.147 The entire domain of the king of Alkavak, 494, became empty, with no yak remaining there. They had all promised each there to come and see the Lord of the world. 74. 10.148 In the same way, Khurka and Sirom, the terrifying yakas of the forests, and the yak Gadavaka, who lives in the snow mountains, had come into the presence of the self-arisen Jina. 75. 495. 10.149 Indraketu, Vika, and Serpa, Bakula, Pankika, and Kyavadana. 496. And 1,000 other yak lords, F.38.b, came holding censers of incense. 76. 497. 10.150 Many with ugly, misshapen bodies, many kinds of bodies, destitute of adornment, in their hundreds of thousands, came into his presence, holding yak flowers. 77. 10.151 Gautama, Rishi Vaspati, and Jahnu, Kaushika, Kyapa, and Markandeya, Vimikra, Parara, and Garg. They all came to pay homage to the Buddha. 10.152 And similarly, there were the joyous and enraptured Nrada, and the rishis Vyusa, Kutsa, and Agiras, and Manu, Vgu, Tsyana, and Vaha, who came to pay homage to the Buddha. 2. 10.153 Gemini, Vmana, and Vaimapyana. 498. Jamdagni and Supreme Rishi Vlamki, Dursa, and also Sayavana, came to the supreme city to see the guide. 3. 10.154 When they saw the rishis were overjoyed, and they bowed down to the feet of the king of sages. They paid homage to the lamp of the world and praised him, standing before the hero with palms placed together. 4. 10.155 The entire multitude of rishis in the world came in order to see the Lord of men. When they saw him they made vast offerings, and stood before him with palms placed together. 10.156 The Garuas that live at the ocean's shore came, having transformed into the appearance of Brahmans, holding various beautiful kinds of crowns, and positioned in the sky, they paid homage to the Sutta. 78. 10.157 All of the devas that dwell in Jambudvipa, whether in hundreds of towns or in its forests, and all the goddesses of the towns came and made offerings to the Lord. 79. 10.158 The countless devas of the forests, and all the mountain devas came, and also the countless devas of rivers. 499. Arrived to make offerings to the guide. 80. 10.159 The hundreds of devas of desert wildernesses, all the devas of mountain peaks, the devas of lakes, springs, and ponds, and the devas of the ocean came into the Buddha's presence. 81. 10.160 Assemblies of devas, asuras, and angas, yakas, kinnaras, mahoragas, and garuas, f.39.a. And similarly, a multitude of prithas and tanas showed their respect to the Supreme Being. 82. 10.161 They made offerings to the Supreme Jina. When the guide entered the Supreme City, the kings of the Devas, Asuras, Angas, and Yakas could not get their fill of looking at him. 83. 10.162 In previous existences the Lord of the world had made perfect offerings to the jinas of the past. This was the ripened result of that merit. The beings could not stop looking at the Lord of humans. 84. 10.163 When the jina shone light through the Buddha realm, Meru, and similarly Sumeru, and Kakravla, the Himagiri and Gandhamna, could not obscure the jina's light. 85. 10.164 All of the oceans in this Buddha realm at that time all became land, and the entirety of this Buddha realm became equally scattered with flowers. 86. 10.165 Countless hundreds of thousands of light rays came from the soles of the King of Dharma's feet. All the beings in the hells were cooled, and, freed from suffering, experienced happiness. 87. 10.166 The one with the 10 strengths taught the Dharma, so that the sight of devas and humans was purified. Countless hundreds of thousands of beings all gained certainty in the Buddha's wisdom. 88. 10.167 The numerous miracles manifested by the Sutta could not easily be described in 10 million eons. When the guide entered the Supreme City, all beings rejoiced at the jina, the Sutta. 89. 500. 10.168 These qualities of the Sutta are immeasurable. They are the supreme human's perfection of qualities. They have transcended all unique qualities. Bow your heads to the realm of the Buddha's merit. 90. 10.169 Conclusion of the 10th chapter, The Entry into the City. 11 Chapter 11. Becoming a keeper of the Sutra. 11.1 The Bhagavan came to the street on which was the home of the youth Kandraprabha, and soon arrived at the home of the youth Kandraprabha. Once he had arrived, he sat on the seat prepared for him. The Sangha of Bodhisattva and the Sangha of Bhikkhus also sat on the appropriate seats that had been arranged for each of them. 11.2 Then the youth Kandraprabha, knowing that the Bhagavan, the Sangha of Bodhisattva, and the Sangha of Bhikkhus were seated, f.39.b, himself presented and served a series of great offerings, numerous excellent foods, with hundreds of flavors to savor as they chewed, licked, sucked, and drank. 11.3 When he saw that the Bhagavan had concluded his meal, which was signaled by his setting down his alms bowl, he offered for the Bhagavan's body 2 lengths of cloth of the value of 1 trillion silver coins, and also to each of the Bodhisattva, and he offered 3 thermed robes to each one in the Sangha of Bhikkhus. 501, 502, 503. 11.4 Then the youth Kandraprabha rose from his seat, removed his robe from one shoulder and, casting toward the Bhagavan a divine coral tree flower, he made offerings and uttered praises. Then, his palms placed together, he bowed toward the Bhagavan and praised him with these appropriate verses. 504. 11.5 You are unborn and unceasing, without a body, inconceivable. You have the perfect body and primary signs. I pay homage to you who are an ocean of qualities. 11.6 You are a hero who has been born from wisdom. You possess the power of methods and strengths. You are a Buddha who is the same as space. I pay homage to you who have perfected patience. 2. 11.7 Your conduct is to remain in constant mindfulness. The Tathagata's bed is joy and happiness. Your drink is Samadhi and your food is supreme dhyana. I pay homage to you who reside in the solitude of emptiness. 3. 11.8 O inconceivable Buddha, the guide for the whole world. When the beings of this world make offerings to you, they advance toward supreme nirvana. 4. 11.9 Thus did he praise the one unequaled Lord, and then the youth said, with a joyous mind, unequaled Buddha, who has an inconceivable body, you have consumed the meal. Through this may I also become a Buddha like you, the God of gods. F.40.a 11.10 In that way, therefore, the youth Kandraprabha provided divine food with 100 flavors to the Bhagavan. He offered divine coral tree flowers to the Bhagavan, and praised him with appropriate verses. 11.11 Now, placing his palms together in homage toward the Bhagavan, in his mind he addressed him with these verses. 11.12 Whatever the wise Bodhisattva do, they always follow the nature of the Dharma. I pray to the guide to teach what actions are performed when those with wisdom engage in actions. 1. 11.13 In what way, guide, are past lives remembered? In what way is rebirth in a womb avoided? In what way does the community not become divided? In what way does one gain endless eloquence? 2. 11.14 You know the activities of all beings. You have the knowledge of all phenomena. You are the invincible, supreme human. I have asked my questions, give me your elucidation. 3. 11.15 You know that non-existence is the nature of phenomena. You put into words that which cannot be described. Just as a lion overpowers all jackals. 505 That is how the Buddha overpowers the Trikas. 4. 11.16 You know the conduct of all beings. You have the wisdom of all phenomena. You have wisdom without attachment, and activity that is pure. Lord of the Dharma, elucidate those for me. 5. 11.17 You know the past and also the future. You also know what is happening in the present. You have unimpeded knowledge of the three times. Therefore I have asked you my questions, lion of the class. 6. 11.18 You, the king, know the true nature. That is the nature of the genus of the three times. You are skilled in the nature of phenomena, self-horizon 1. Therefore, ocean of wisdom, I have asked you my questions. 7. 11.19 You do not have any quality of error. Therefore you have a mind of complete elimination. You have eliminated the fetters and the rigidity of ignorance. Lord of humans, teach me the conduct of a bodhisattva. 8. 11.20 You, Jina, know the characteristics of phenomena. Teach me the characteristics of phenomena. F.40.b. When I have understood those characteristics of phenomena, I shall practice the conduct of enlightenment that has those characteristics. 9. 11.21 The conduct of beings is infinitely different. How do they engage in practicing their conduct? Teach to me how conduct is engaged in, so that from your words, I may know the conduct of beings. 10. 11.22 Different characteristics are characteristic of the nature of phenomena. Their essence is empty and their nature is pure. 506 507 I pray that you teach me the way of phenomena, that a bodhisattva directly perceives. 11. 11.23 In this there is the perfect knowledge of all phenomena. There is skill in all the words of the teaching. There is no doubt, all doubt and uncertainty have been cut through. Teach me the enlightenment of Buddhahood. 12. 11.24 The Bhagavan, knowing the thoughts that were in the mind of the youth, Kandraprabha, said to him, Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva will attain all these qualities, and they will quickly attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, if they possess just one quality. What is that one quality? Young man, it is when the Bodhisattva Mahasattva know the nature of all phenomena. 11.25 Young man, how do Bodhisattva Mahasattva know the nature of all phenomena? Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva know that all phenomena are nameless, they have no names. They know that all phenomena have no vocalization, they have no expression in speech, they have no letters, they have no birth, they have no cessation, they have no characteristics of cause, they have no characteristics of conditions, they are devoid of characteristics, they have the one characteristic of having no characteristics, they are devoid of attributes, they cannot be conceived of, they have no thought, and they have no mentality. 508. Then the Bhagavan taught this in the following verses. 11.26 The single teaching on phenomena is that phenomena have no characteristics. That is the teaching of supreme wisdom. From having true, correct knowledge. 13. F.41.a 11.27 The Bodhisattva who know that teaching on phenomena will not cease from elucidation. 509. Even though they teach 10 million stras. 14. 11.28 Through the blessing of the guide, the ultimate truth is known. When the ultimate is known, there is nothing to be taught. 15. 11.29 Through one thing, everything is known. Through one thing, everything is seen. However much they teach, they will not become proud. 16. 11.30 With their minds they have ascertained the selflessness of all phenomena, and as they are trained in teaching using terms, they speak with words that are correct. 17. 11.31 Whatever sound they hear, they know its past. 510. Knowing the past of that sound. 511. They are not captivated by that sound. 18. 512. 11.32 Just like the past of a sound. 513. so are the characteristics of phenomena. Knowing phenomena to be like that, they will not be reborn in a womb. 19. 11.33 They know that all phenomena are unborn, and that have no origin. Knowing this teaching on birth. 514. They always remember their previous lives. 20. 11.34 When they remember those lives, they perform their actions. For those who perform those actions, their community of followers remains united. 21. 11.35 The Bodhisattva who know the emptiness of phenomena will never be without that knowledge. It is the summit of nothingness. 22. 11.36 When the foolish think about the summit of nothingness, they continue in Sutra for millions of eons. 23. 11.37 If they are able to understand it, just as the guide knows it, then they will have no suffering, and they will not go to the lower realms. 24. 11.38 All ordinary individuals are ignorant of this nature. They reject this kind of dharma that brings the cessation of suffering. 25. 515. 11.39 Phenomena are perceived when no phenomena can be found. Recognize that perception when that perception occurs. 26. 11.40 The foolish conceptualize through consciousness and perception. The wise do not become ignorant in conceiving of phenomena. 27. F.41.b 11.41 The unpolluted phenomena of emptiness are within the field of experience of the Bodhisattva. 516. This level of those who are wise is not within the field of experience of the foolish. 28. 11.42 This level of the Bodhisattva is that of Bodhisattva practice. It is the adornment of the Buddha's dharma. It is the peace and emptiness that has been taught. 29. 11.43 When the Bodhisattva eliminate their propensities, they remain in the family of the Buddha, and are not captured by form. 30. 11.44 All phenomena are without location. They have no location that can be known. For the one who knows this about their location, enlightenment is not difficult to attain. 31. 11.45 Generosity, conduct, learning, and patience, and relying upon a good friend. 517. Those who know these activities will quickly attain enlightenment. 32. 11.46 Devas, Angas, Yakas, and Asuras, Mahoragas and Gandharvas, will always honor them. All the kings of the Garus, Kinnaras, and Rakasas will make offerings to them. 33. 518. 11.47 Millions of Buddha will recite their praises continuously for many millions of eons. It is not possible to reach the end of such praise for one who teaches this dharma. 34. 11.48 The Bodhisattva who know emptiness benefit many millions of beings. They kindly teach the dharma to assemblies. 519. And those who hear it are delighted and respectful. 35. 11.49 They gain vast knowledge, so that they see the supreme humans. They see the beautiful display of their realms, and the lords of the worlds teach them the dharma. 36. 520. 11.50 Know that all phenomena are like illusions. Know that just as space is naturally empty, phenomena are also naturally like that. In that way there will be no attachment in any kind of activity. 37. 11.51 With unimpeded wisdom, benefiting others, performing supreme bodhisattva conduct in world. With wisdom examining all phenomena, they send emanations to other realms. 38. 11.52 Those emanations accomplish Buddha activities. They go naturally, just as is their nature. The beings who remain in the aspiration to enlightenment, F.42.a, will attain whatever goals they wish for. 39. 11.53 Those who are steadfastly within the Buddha family will always honor the Buddha. Their bodies will shine brightly, adorned by the 32 excellent signs. 40. 11.54 They will attain the conduct that is within the Supreme Samadhi, and an endless multitude of other benefits. They will always have great, unshakable strength, and a majesty that outshines that of kings. 41. 11.55 The wise who practice the Buddha's Dharma will have an excellent appearance and great beauty. Their merit and majesty and splendor will increase. Their majesty will outshine even that of the Devas. 42. 11.56 Those who steadfastly remain in the aspiration to enlightenment will always be friends to all beings. There will never be any darkness in their teaching of the enlightenment of Buddhahood. 43. 11.57 The nature of phenomena is like that of space, inexpressible, beyond speech and words. Those who know that supreme nature will have an unceasing confidence in teaching. 44. 11.58 Even though they teach 100,000 stras, they know the finest details of the past. The wise will always have unimpeded speech, knowing the subtlety of the nature of phenomena. 4. 5. 11.59 They will be skilled in hundreds of ways. 521. They will have mastered the many kinds of words and definitions. They have certainty in the ripening of actions and results. 522 They become distinctly preeminent in that way. 46. 11.60 They will possess unimpaired power. They are great wise ones, the heirs of those with the 10 strengths. Knowing the subtle nature of phenomena, they will always have a completely pure memory. 47. 523. 11.61 Because they know the subtle nature of phenomena, they will never hear an unpleasant sound. They always hear pleasant and melodious sounds, and their words are always pleasant. 48. 11.62 Because they know the very subtle nature of phenomena, they have memory, understanding, wisdom, and realization. Similarly, their minds are clear and unpolluted, and they teach many hundreds of stras. 49. 11.63 They are learned in the categories of letters and words. They know many different kinds of sounds, and they are skilled in meanings and letters. F.42.b They have these qualities through knowing the nature of phenomena. 50. 11.64 Because they know the subtle nature of phenomena, they are always attractive and charming to Devas, humans, Angas, and Rakasas. 524. Asuras, Mahoragas, and Kinnaras. 51. 11.65 Because they know the subtle nature of phenomena, they never perceive as frightening the extremely terrible and flesh-devouring crowds of spirits, Pritas, and Rakasas. 52. 11.66 Those who hear the sent teaching of the wise. 525. Experience vast joy and their hairs stand on end. They develop a vast attraction to the Buddha, and gain a vast, inconceivable benefit. 53. 526. 11.67 Even by speaking for many thousands of eons, it is not possible to describe the power of the merit that comes from memorizing this Dharma treasure of the Suttas. It is immeasurable, infinite, and unquantifiable. 54. 11.68 The jinas to whom offerings have been made in the past, the countless Buddha of the future, and the Buddha who are present in the 10 directions, are so by having memorized this supreme Samadhi of peace. 55. 11.69 If a person who wishes for merit, with immeasurable affection for them, serves compassionate ones with the 10 strengths, for countless endless millions of eons, 56. 11.70, and if a second person who wishes for merit, memorizes, during future times, one verse from this way of the ultimate truth, then the previous person's merit will not even be a fraction of that. 57. 11.71, this will be the supreme offering to the Buddha during the future dreadful times. Hearing one of these 4-line verses and memorizing it will be an offering to all the Buddha. 58. 11.72, they will always obtain the best provisions. They will always eat the best alms of the land. 527. As the best senior heirs of the one with 10 strengths, they will for a long time make offerings to many jinas. 59. 11.73, they will also see myself here on Vulture Peak Mountain. And I, in Buddha wisdom, will thus prophesy to them. Also, after my passing away, there will be Maitreya. 528. Who at that time will also prophesy to them. 60. 11.74, similarly, Buddha Amateus also has taught many other kinds of benefits. All will enter my Sukhvak and go to Avirati and see Buddha Akogya. 61, F.43.a. 529. 11.75, for countless hundreds of thousands of eons, they will never have the fear of downfalls. In this supreme practice of bodhisattva conduct, they will always experience happiness. 62. 11.76, in that way it has been taught that this, which is preeminent, has the most excellent merit. May I learn every single word, and in future times be a keeper of this Sutra. 63. 530. 11.77 Conclusion of the 11th chapter, Becoming a Keeper of the Sutra. 12 Chapter 12. The Training According to the Samadhi. 12.1, Young man, those are the qualities and benefits that Bodhisattva who know the nature of all phenomena will have. They will describe the true, excellent qualities of the Tathagatas. They will not falsely say that which is untrue about the Tathagatas. Why is that? It is because they know perfectly that nature, which is the nature through which a Tathagata comes to be. They know the infinite qualities of a Buddha. Why is that? Young man, the qualities of a Buddha are infinite, inconceivable, beyond thought. They cannot be conceived or measured. Why is that? The mind, young man, is taught to be without a nature of its own, to be without form. Young man, that nature of the mind is also the nature of the qualities of a Buddha. That nature of the qualities of a Buddha is also the nature of the Tathagatas. And that is the nature of all phenomena. 531. 532 533. 12.2, Young man, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who know correctly that teaching on the nature of all the qualities are, young man, called Bodhisattva Mahasattva with profound comprehension. They are skilled in emancipation. They know perfectly emancipation from the 3 realms. They have perfect knowledge, do not teach that which is erroneous, and do not say that which is anything other than true. F.43.b, their conduct is in line with what they teach. They have no attachment to the 3 realms. They have transcended the 3 realms. They have transcended the level of desire, the level of form, the level of formlessness, the level of the klesas, the level of names, and the level of language. They are skilled in the way of letters and words. They know freedom from letters. They have mastered the inexpressible dharma. They know letters. They are skilled in letters. They are skilled in the knowledge of the categories of letters and words. They are skilled in the knowledge of the detailed categories of letters and words. They are skilled in the knowledge of the categories of all the words of the 534, 535. Them. They are skilled in the knowledge of the detailed categories of all the words of the them. They are skilled in the knowledge of the presentation of all the them. They are endowed with the certainty of understanding, so that all the evil mras and all the devas in their entourages cannot overcome them. 536 537. 12.3 At that time, when this Dharma teaching was given, 98 times 100,000 million devas and human beings who had created the karma in previous lifetimes, had accumulated 1 trillion retentions, were unobscured, and had insight into the Dharma, all attained patience. The Bhagavan prophesied to them all that after 4,800,000 countless eons they would attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. He prophesied to each of them their separate names, their identical lifespans, and the individual Buddha realms, where they would attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. 538 539 540. 541. It was said. 12.4 The wise Bodhisattva who seek to attain the highest, supreme enlightenment, who are skilled in meaning and the Dharma, practice the nature of phenomena. 1. 12.5 They say nothing that is untrue about the unique qualities of the Buddha. The heroes, free of all doubt, know the nature of the jnas. 2. 12.6 They know that all phenomena have but a single meaning, and that is solely emptiness. They do not have different meanings. They become adept in that single meaning. 3. 12.7 The wise know that they are without thought, are devoid of thought, and that there is no object. F.44.a They have eliminated without remainder every conception of cessation and non-cessation. 4. 12.8 They do not see the one with 10 strengths as form, but see the lion of men as the Dharmakya. Neither do they conceive of attributes, because they have eliminated all error. 5. 12.9 The qualities are inconceivable, beyond thought. They have the nature of complete peace. With this knowledge they thus see the Buddha as the supreme among humans. 6. 12.10 Just as they know their own conceptions to be, thus they direct their understanding of everything. All phenomena have that nature, which is as completely pure as space. 7. 542. 12.11 Nothing arises to their conceptual mind. They know emancipation from all phenomena. 543. They are liberated from the 3 realms, and they have no aspiration for them. 8. 544. 12.12 They are those who see correctly and do not say anything to the contrary or any untrue words. All the words that they speak come forth through the power of the jnas. 9. 12.13 They transcend the level of desire and the levels of klesas, form, and formlessness. Their minds have no attachment to phenomena. They practice with joy, benefiting beings. 10. 12.14 They have transcended the level of words. Their knowledge of language is obtained from its nature. For however long they speak, they know those words have no basis. 11. 12.15 There is no activity of conceptualization. Incorrect views have completely ceased. Their understanding is completely assured. It has a stability like that of space. 12. 12.16 Even though quintillions of mras come to disturb their mind, they overcome all the mras, and do not fall under their power. 13. 12.17 They have rejected the net of the mras. They have pure, untroubled conduct. They aspire to the bliss of Dhyana, and know the world to be empty. 14. 12.18 Even though it is said the world is an aggregate, they know it to be empty, and that all phenomena are like space, without birth and without cessation. 15. 12.19 They have forsaken the self, but not the conduct. 545. Or listening to the teaching of the one with 10 strengths. F.44.b. 546. They have attained perfect conduct, and will be reborn wherever they pray to be. 16. 12.20 They go to the Buddha realms. They see many millions of Buddha. They have no desire for the Deva realms, and they do not pray to be there. 17. 12.21 While they are practicing the Dhamma, their diligence does not waver for an instant. They are highly praised by the Buddha in the 10 directions. 18. 12.22 Therefore, young man, when you have received this Dhamma teaching of the Samadhi, rejecting the profits of the intellect, teach this Dhamma to the people. 19. 12.23 One who wishes for the numerous qualities possessed by the self-arisen Buddha should train in this goodness, and become a Buddha with the 10 strengths. 20. 12.24 Conclusion of the 12th chapter, the training according to the Samadhi. 13 Chapter 13. The teaching of the Samadhi. 13.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, Therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish for this Samadhi, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, should be skilled in teaching this Samadhi. 13.2 Young man, what is the teaching of this Samadhi? It is the true nature of all phenomena, it is equality, it is the absence of inequality, it is devoid of notions, it is devoid of concepts, it is devoid of creation, it is devoid of arising, it is devoid of production, it is devoid of cessation, it is the termination of notions, concepts, and assumptions, it is devoid of an object. For the mind, it is devoid of a focus of the mind, it is the termination of designations, it is the termination of concepts from analysis, it is the termination of desire, anger, and ignorance, it is without a limited or limitless focus of the mind, it is the termination of any focus of the mind, it is the knowledge of the nature of the skandhas, dhatus, and yatanas, it is the state of accomplishing the field of activity that is the performance of the conduct of mindfulness, understanding, comprehension, conscience, and stability, it is the level of freedom from corruptions, it is the level of peace. It is the termination of all conceptual aberration, it is the training of all Bodhisattva, it is the field of activity of all Tathagatas, F.45.a, and it is the perfection of all good qualities. 547. 548. 13.3 Young man, that is what the teaching of Samadhi is said to be. Bodhisattva Mahasattva who are established in this teaching of Samadhi become inseparable from Samadhi, their minds become free of delusion. They become endowed with great compassion, and they accomplish the benefit of countless beings. Thereupon the Bhagavan spoke these verses. 13.4 The level of unequaled Samadhi. 549 is peaceful, subtle, and difficult to see. All conceptions have been eliminated. Therefore it is called Samadhi. 1. 13.5 There are no notions, there are no concepts. There is nothing to be grasped, there is nothing to be shown, and there is no object for the mind. Therefore it is called Samadhi. 2. 13.6 When in a state of meditation, there is no pride concerning any phenomenon. That very absence of pride, that is what is called Samadhi. 3. 13.7 There does not exist even an atom of phenomena. 550. That which is called an atom does not exist. There are no phenomena as objects for the mind. Therefore it is called Samadhi. 4. 13.8. The mind has no object. Is also itself a concept. When there are no concepts of phenomena, then that is known as Samadhi. 5. 13.9. A word indicates a meaning. That word is not a thing. A word is like an echo, like the space of the sky. 6. 13.10. These phenomena are not present. There is no presence to be perceived. The non-presence is through the word presence. Its nature is that there is nothing to be found. 7. 13.11. One says, going, and passing away. But that going does not exist. Through the word going, there is the absence of going. That is given the name Samadhi. 8. 13.12. Saying, I am not meditating, is called pride. 551. I am meditating, is a second kind of pride. 552. Practicing for enlightenment without pride. 553. And attaining the absence of pride is the highest enlightenment. 9. 554. 555. 13.13. This unequaled equality is the level of peace. 556. It is Samanta and Vipayan, devoid of attributes. 557. Relying upon this peace, the level of Buddhahood is engaging in the meditation of Samadhi. 10. 558. 13.14. It is not possible through words to enter into the understanding of the meaning. F.45.b. When all sounds and words are abandoned, there will be meditation without pride. 11. 13.15. When there is the fire of the eon's end in this world, that fire does not burn the supreme mountain in its center. Just like space that has never been burned in the past, even though the fire burns for many hundreds of eons. 12. 559. 13.16. The Bodhisattva who remain engaged in this Samadhi as it has been taught, and know that phenomena are the same as space, will also not be burned by fire. 13. 560. 13.17. If the Buddha realm were burning, and in this Samadhi they prayed for the burning to complete why cease? Though the earth was destroyed it would be unchanged. 14. 13.18. They will have infinite miraculous powers. They will travel through the air unimpeded. The Bodhisattva will have these qualities by remaining in Samadhi just as they have been taught. 15. 13.19. Though one is born and though one dies, there is no birth and there is no death. For the one who understands that, this Samadhi will not be difficult to attain. 16. 13.20. The Lord of the world has taught that there is no death and there is no birth. Just as the Lord of the world knew that, you should also know it through this Samadhi. 17. 13.21. Unstained by the world. They have no attachment to worldly phenomena. With the body free of impediment, they go to the Buddha realms. 18. 13.22. They constantly see in those realms the perfect Buddha, the guides of the world. They listen there to the Dhamma that is taught in the realms of the Buddha. 19. 561. 13.23. They will never be in ignorance. They will teach the essence of phenomena. They always know the way of phenomena, which is composed of the essence of phenomena. 20. 562. 13.24. Even though they teach for 10 million eons, their confidence in speech will not decline. They emanate many other Bodhisattva who have wisdom. 21. 13.25. The emanated Bodhisattva travel from realm to realm. They are seated, cross-legged, upon lotuses that have 1,000 petals. 22. 13.26. They teach the enlightenment of Buddhahood. Wonderful. L. Grass and Strass, F.46.A. and 10 million other Strass. While meditating peacefully in Samadhi. 23. 13.27. They establish in irreversibility countless multitudes of beings, and teach the enlightenment of Buddhahood, without their confidence in speech ever declining. 24. 13.28. They go to a pinnacled hall that is adorned with jewels, and scatter aromatic flowers upon the guides. 25. 13.29. They also sprinkle scented powders upon the guides. They all make vast offerings in order to attain enlightenment. 26. 13.30. Those countless qualities are the refuge of the Bodhisattva. When they are free of klesas, they attain those miraculous powers. 27. 13.31. Because the klesas are not created, they are clear, pure, and bright. The field of activity of the Bodhisattva is non-composite and inviolate. 28. 13.32. They have perfect peace, complete peace. They have no klesas, and they have no misery. 563. They have no conceptualization, are free of conceptualization, and have transcended conceptualization. 29. 13.33. This characteristic of phenomena is beyond the scope of words. 564. It is difficult to know through language. 565. 566. And therefore it is called Samadhi. 30. 13.34. It is unending, it is complete peace. It is effortless, and it cannot be shown. The field of activity of all the Buddha is the completely pure summit of the truth. 31. 13.35. The training of all the Buddha is in the nature of all phenomena. The perfect Buddha, having trained in it, have reached the perfection of qualities. 32. 567. 13.36. Without any concepts of the past, of this side and the further side. In that way all those Buddha have reached the perfection of qualities. 33. 568. 13.37. Knowing the nature of phenomena as having no coming or going, they have reached the perfection that is non-conceptual and effortless. 34. 13.38. Conclusion of the 13th chapter, the teaching of the Samadhi. B5, 14. Chapter 14. The Buddha's smile. 14.1. Then the youth Chandraprabha rose from his seat, removed his robe from one shoulder, and, kneeling on his right knee, F.46.B, with palms placed together, he bowed toward the Bhagavan and said to him, Bhagavan, it is marvelous that the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha has taught the equality that is the nature of all phenomena, which is the Samadhi that all Bodhisattva train in. 569. 14.2. Bhagavan, it was thus, in this training, that the Bhagavan trained for a long time, and accomplished the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. Bhagavan, that gives me confidence to speak. Sutta, it gives me confidence to speak. 570. 14.3. The Bhagavan said, young man, if you think the time has come, be confident to speak. Since the Bhagavan had granted the youth Chandraprabha this opportunity, Chandraprabha spoke the following verses of praise directly to the Bhagavan. 14.4. You saw beings tormented by suffering. 571. Constantly overpowered by desire and anger, and developed the aspiration to attain enlightenment. May I become a Buddha who liberates beings. 1. 14.5. hero, for many millions of eons, constantly. 572. You practiced generosity, self-restraint and self-control, patience, correct conduct, and similarly diligence. And your acts of generosity were vast and infinite. 2. 14.6. Without ever any sadness in your mind. You gave away your legs, arms, and even your life. And similarly, without attachment you gave away gold, silver, sons, wives, and your kingdom. 3. 14.7. Your conduct was stainless and pure. You made a gift of yourself without ruining your conduct. You controlled well your body, speech, and mind. Sukta, who has a self-restrained mind, I pay homage to you. 4. 14.8. Delighting in patience, residing on the path of patience. Even though your body was cut into pieces you were not angered. 573. Through your meditation on love, milk flowed from you. Marvelous Sukta, I pay homage to you. 5. 14.9. You possess the strength of the 10 strengths. With wisdom free of attachment you know all phenomena. F.47.a. With compassion, Lord of them, you benefit the world. Through your kindness you wish to benefit beings. 6. 14.10. You know emptiness and that there are no such beings. And likewise you see that the world's beings have lost that path. You have realized that the nature of phenomena is selfless. And that though you bring beings to liberation, there is no such liberation. 7. 14.11. With discrimination you reject all carelessness. You have conquered the infinite, powerful grass. Enlightened at Buddhahood, you have vast, infinite wisdom. You teach the supreme them of completely pure peace. 8. 14.12. The sky with its moon and the stars may fall. The earth with its mountains and towns may be destroyed. The element of space may change into something else. But you will never speak an untrue word. 9. 14.13. You have seen the suffering of beings who take joy in the perception of objects. You teach the profound peace, emptiness, in which there is no perception of objects. 10. 14.14. Great hero, you trained for countless millions of eons in the training of non-perception. And so you are free of error. 11. 14.15. Just as you have trained in the them, in that way you teach the them. Yours is not the level of foolish beings. And neither is it the level of all the Tritikas. 12. 14.16. Those who have the conception of a self. They are unwise beings who are in error. You know that phenomena have no self. And so you are free of any error. 13. 14.17. You speak the truth, great hero. You are established in the true them. Lord, you remain within truth, within veracity. And you speak words that are true. 14. 14.18. Your conduct has been true. Just as you have prayed for. You have the consequence of that true conduct. And you speak words that are true. 15. 14.19. You have perfected true conduct. You have trained in the summit of truth. You have truly practiced with a true motivation. I pay homage to you who have true wisdom. 16. 14.20. There is no equal to your wisdom. Your words of wisdom illuminate. You have attained unique wisdom. I pay homage to you who speak words of wisdom. 17. 14.21. You have meditated on kindness and become a friend to all beings. F.47.b. You are as unshakable as Sumeru. You are completely stable and unwavering. 18. 14.22. Teacher, your following is vast. You have attracted these followers. Sukta, who has profound wisdom. Make your voice resound within this assembly. 19. 14.23. The voice of the Buddha is a lion's roar. You walk with the gait of a lion. You defeat all the Tritikas. Like a lion defeats jackals. 20. 14.24, Hero who subdues the unsubdued. The unsubdued are subdued by you. They beck. Om friends who are reliable, inseparable, and pleasant to be with. 21. 14.25, You see the beings who are suffering, because they maintain the view of a self. 574. You teach the them of no self, in which there is neither like nor dislike. 22. 14.26, The foolish who are untrained take up the rowing paths. You show them the path that the guides have followed. 23. 14.27, Whoever holds to the concept of a self, they will remain in suffering. They do not know selflessness, within which there is no suffering. 24. 14.28, You teach the them with words that are without error. Lord of the world, you make no error. You are one who speaks words that are never incorrect. I pay homage to you, who bring freedom from suffering. 25. 14.29, In the sky there are many quintillions of devas, angas, and yakas. They all feel joy in the guide when they hear the meaningful words of the Bhagavan. 26. 14.30, Your words are mild, gentle, and pleasing, timely, melodious, appropriate, and beloved. You have the countless qualities of speech that benefit and bring liberation to many beings. 27. 14.31, Countless hundreds of thousands of musical instruments are all played melodiously and simultaneously. But the Sutta with one word eclipses them all, with his unique, divine, beloved voice. 28. 575. 14.32, Avadvaks and flocks of birds with beautiful songs. 576. 577. With their beautiful songs that are pleasing to everyone. All of the songs of these many flocks of birds. 578. Cannot equal a fraction of the Buddha's speech. 29. F.48a. 14.33, Deva maidens with beautiful voices, and with melodious music and songs, and the sound of lutes, pahadrums, bhadrums, and conches. 579. 580. Cannot equal a fraction of the Buddha's speech. 581. 14.34, The songs of cuckoos, parrots, and mynas, of cranes, peacocks, and kinnaras. All these beautiful, melodious sounds cannot equal a fraction of the Buddha's speech. 30. 582. 14.35, Delightful, melodious, beautiful, enjoyable, exquisite, peaceful voices singing praises. All such voices singing simultaneously are not as delightful as the Tathagata's perfect speech. 31. 14.36, The light from all luminous beings, from devas, humans, kings, and asuras. 583. 584. And from all beings in the three existences, are eclipsed by one light ray from the Sutta. 32. 14.37, The Sutta's body is like a blossomed flower, with the various adornments of all the special signs, a pure and clear accomplishment of hundreds of merits. The body of the Jina shines on the entire world. 33. 14.38, The sound of conches and of pavas. 585. And the sound of bhadrums. 586 and kimpalas. 587. All those beautiful and delightful sounds cannot equal 100th of the Buddha's voice. 34. 14.39, The sounds of quintillions of musical instruments, clear and beautiful voices like those of the Devas. 588. And the delightful voices of male and female Devas. 589. cannot equal 100th of the Buddha's voice. 35. 590. 14.40. Flocks of a multitude of birds, cranes, peacocks, shelducks, cuckoos, geese, and snipe may simultaneously sing their songs, but they cannot equal 100th of the Buddha's voice. 36. 591. 14.41. The voices of Angas, Yakas, Asuras, Mahoragas, Devendra. 592. Brahm, and the lords of the Devas. All the lovely and beautiful voices in the three existences cannot equal 100th of the Buddha's voice. 37. 14.42. The light of Brahm and lords of the Devas. 117. The light of the sun and precious jewels, the many different kinds of light. All those lights are eclipsed by the brilliance of the Jina's light. 38. 593. 14.43. Your body, speech, and mind are perfectly pure. The purity of your wisdom is unstained by the three existences. F.48b. Lord of men, you have the wealth of qualities, precious qualities. Self-arisen one, through all your qualities, you are without equal. 39. 14.44. In that way the youth spoke those words with great joy, praising the one with 10 strengths, the speaker of truth. He said, by offering to the measureless, unquantifiable Buddha. 594. May I also become a Buddha like Kyamuni. 40. 14.45. Knowing his perfect conduct, the Sutta, the Lord of humans, the one with wisdom free of attachment, smiled. Maitreya, the senior son of the one with 10 strengths, asked him, for what reason did the guide smile? 41. 14.46. The earth has shaken in 6 ways. The Devas and Angas in the sky are filled with joy. They are gazing at the Buddha with great delight and happiness. I pray to the unconquerable Sutta that you elucidate this to them. 42. 14.47. You have a Supreme Being's wisdom, which is not the level of the Bhagavnisvakas. You who have pure wisdom beyond examples, wise one, tell us the entire reason, Jina, why you smiled. 43. 595. 596. 14.48. You are the Kya lion, possessor of the 10 strengths, the guide, the chief of humans, the one who has reached the perfection of wisdom. 597. You have eliminated intractable desire, anger, and ignorance. To you who shine with intense light, I ask this question. 44. 14.49. Seeking the supreme, highest enlightenment. You, the guide, practiced for millions of eons, as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges. For what reason did you show a smile? 45. 14.50. Seeking the supreme, highest enlightenment. You, the teacher, gave away your arms and legs. You gave away sons, wives, companions, and relations. Sage, for what reason did you show a smile? 46. 14.51. You gave away horses, elephants, and chariots. 598. Slaves, jewels, silver, and pearls. 599. When you practiced the sublime conduct, there were no jewels or wealth that you did not give away. 47. 14.52. You have the supreme wisdom in the three existences. You know the conduct of all beings. F.49.a. You are skilled in knowing their natures, minds, and aspirations. For what reason did you smile? 48. 14.53. Who made the offering to you, best of men? For whom has vast merit been created? Who has gained that excellent conduct? Sage, for what reason did you smile? 49. 14.54. The earth has shaken in 6 ways. Millions of lotuses have appeared on the ground. 600. They shine and have millions of excellent petals. They are the color of gold, beautiful and delightful. 50. 14.55. Present here are the heart sons of the Jina, who show the greatest bodhisattva miracles. Many Dharmavakas have gathered here. 601. Guide, I ask my question for their sake. 51. 14.56. The sound of drums, conches, and gongs. 602 603. Of quintillions of instruments has resounded. That music was heard coming from the sky. But compared to that the Sukta's speech is inconceivable. 52. 14.57. Many flocks of birds have gathered. Cranes, geese, avadwaks, and cuckoos. 604 605. They have sung their perfect, beautiful songs. But they do not equal a fraction of the Buddha's speech. 53. 14.58. Who in the past with generosity, self-restraint, and self-control has served well for many millions of eons. Who has made offerings to you, supreme among men. For what reason did you smile? 54. 14.59. Who in the past, having shown you the greatest veneration, asked you, supreme among men, the question, how can I attain the enlightenment of Buddhahood? For what reason did you smile? 55. 14.60. Those with the 10 strengths in the past, the Suktas of the present and the future, and you, supreme among men, know all. Therefore for the benefit of beings I ask this question. 56. 14.61. You know the thoughts in the minds of beings, and all beings' infinite ways of conduct. You know the aspirations that humans have. Therefore I ask this question to you, supreme among men. 57. 14.62. Those who are practicing the supreme conduct, who are adept in causes, reasons, and discipline. They ask, how does one attain the Buddha's wisdom? Therefore, supreme human, I ask this question. 58. 14.63. There are those who meditate on the field of experience of those with the 10 strengths. The subtle them that is difficult to perceive, f.49.b. And emptiness and peace that is unequaled and inconceivable. For their sake, guide, I ask you this question. 59. 14.64. Those who meditate on love and compassion for all the countless beings in the world, without their having the concept of beings. Supreme human, for their sake I ask this question. 60. 14.65. Those who have inconceivable, unequaled wisdom. They are never known to have any grasping. They have reached the perfection of the mind's field of activity. Lord, it is for their sake that I ask this question. 61. 14.66. You have reached the perfection of conduct and wisdom's qualities. You have unequaled knowledge of the 3 times. You will never make an error. For what reason did you smile? 62. 14.67. Riputra, Aniruddha, and Kolita, and the other Vakas of the Sukta, do not have that wisdom. It is the unsurpassable field of activity of the Buddha. 63. 14.68. You have reached the perfection of power over all phenomena. You have ascended through the practice of the training. Guide, you have developed compassion. You who know the ultimate truth, release your voice. 64. 14.69. You have had, in the past for many millions of eons, the goal of being the ultimate refuge and protector. And have inquired, supreme human, with just that intention. Guide, tell us the result of that today. 65. 14.70. Yakas, Kasas, Kumbhas, and Guhayakas are gazing upon the supreme among humans. They are all respectful, their palms together in homage, in order to listen to the elucidation from the great being. 66. 14.71 Many bodhisattvas with miraculous powers have come from millions of Buddha realms. These senior sons, born formed the minds of the suttas, are all respectfully present, their palms together in homage. 67. 14.72 Gandhahasti with millions of bodhisattva has come into your presence from the east, from the famous world of Akobhya's realm. For this question, Lion of the Kyas, Supreme Human. 68. 14.73 Avalokiteswara and Mahastmaprapta have come before you with millions of bodhisattva from the supreme realm of Sukhvak. F.50.a. For this question, Lion of the Kyas, Supreme Human. 69. 14.74 In the past for many millions of eons, they have served countless suttas, as numerous as the sand grains in all the oceans, seeking this supreme sublime wisdom. 70. 14.75 Majaghoa is present, his pal. Ms together in homage. He has been praised and extolled by all the Buddha. He has reached the perfection of all good qualities, and is renowned throughout the worlds in all directions. 71. 14.76 They have practiced in millions of Buddha realms. It is very rare to see such beings. They have the qualities of sons of the Buddha and excellent training, and are all present, with their palms together respectfully in homage. 72. 14.77 There is no one here other than worthy recipients. That is what these wise ones are like. 606. The holders of the term treasures of all teachers. Guide, release your gentle speech. 73. 607. 14.78 The jinas, the guides, the supreme humans have never been seen to smile without a reason. Grant us your supreme speech, which is like the beat of a drum. What is the reason that we saw you smile? 74. 14.79 The supreme beings resound like thunder. 608. Geese, cuckoos, peacocks, and swans. 609. And they emit the melodious music of the Devas. Liberator of beings, elucidate with your words. 75. 14.80 You develop kindness, you increase joy. You teach wisdom, you eliminate ignorance. You realize the meaning, you expand wisdom. And you have purified for quintillions of eons. 76. 14.81 You have realized the nature of things with certainty. You have taught the meaning in words that end suffering. You have routed the teachings of all kritikas. You meditate on emptiness, the absence of being, and the absence of a soul. 77. 14. 82 You are adorned by thousands of merits. You have practiced with hundreds of thousands of Buddha, are praised by hundreds of thousands of Devas, and hundreds of thousands of Brahms pay homage to you. 78. 14.83 Yakas, Kasas, and Kumbhas have faith in you. F.50.b You have liberated Angas, Mahoragas, and Garuas. You are constantly without any attachment. Speak the words that are the result of good actions. 79. 610. 14.84 All the jinas that have passed into Nirva, those who will live in the future, and those now present. You know them all without impediment. Guide, you are sublime because of all your qualities. 80. 14.85 This earth that supports beings, with its mountains and oceans, has been shaken in 6 ways. The Devas have thrown down flowers from the sky. There has arisen the beautiful aroma of the incense of the Devas. 81. 14.86 Desire, anger, and darkness of the mind have been completely eliminated. Conduct has become completely pure and the mind has become completely pure. There is delight in complete peace, emptiness, and the absence of attributes. There is the sound of the lion's roar, the sound of the compassionate ones. 82. 14.87, you have the confidence of speech, and great renown. You have perfected wisdom, the wisdom of the jinas. Compassionate one, there is no one like you in this world. Tell us, for what reason did you smile? 83. 14.88, the songs of peacocks, cuckoos, and avadwaks. And likewise the beautiful own of the partridge. 611. All those pleasant sounds simultaneously do not equal a fraction of the Sukta's speech. 84. 14.89, bhadrams, mdagas, and similarly pavas, conches, flutes, and similarly lutes. The simultaneous sound of 1,000 instruments does not equal a fraction of the Sukta's speech. 85. 14.90, the divine, sublime sound of thousands of instruments, and the beautiful songs of Deva maidens. The excellent songs that bring delightful sounds to the mind do not equal a fraction of the Sukta's speech. 86. 14.91, with one sound you benefit the world, as it resounds to those with different aspirations. Each person thinking, the Jina is speaking to me. For what reason did you smile? 87. 14.92, the music of the Devas and the music of the Angas, and also the melodious music of the Kinnaras, are never able to pacify the Klesas. The Buddha's speech always dispels the Klesas. 88. 14.93, you create joy but not joy in desire. You create love and not a mind of anger. You create wisdom and not a mind of stupidity. F.51.a. The Buddha's speech eliminates all stains. 89. 14.94, the sound of your voice does not go beyond your followers. It cuts through everyone's hundreds of doubts. It is never too quiet nor too loud. The sage's voice teaches everyone equally and easily. 90. 14.95, this earth with its mountains and forests may perish, and so may the waters of the ocean. The moon and the sun may fall to the earth, but the Jina's speech will never change. 91. 14.96, your voice has all the qualities of pure speech. Your beautiful voice is a gentle lion's roar. Compassionate one, you have the voice of Brahm. For what reason did you smile? 92. 14.97, you know the minds and conduct of all the beings in the world, those in the past, the future, and the present. Tell us the reason why you smiled. 93. 14.98, all of the Jinas, the compassionate ones, they who have reached the perfection of power and wisdom, the Jinas whose faces are like stainless moons, have never smiled without a reason. 94. 14.99, if for millions of eons one were to describe your unequaled qualities, which are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, one would not be able to describe them fully. Teach us the reason why you smiled. 95. 612. 14.100 Conclusion of the 14th chapter, the Buddha's Smile. 15 Chapter 15. The elucidation of the Buddha's smile. 15.1 At that time the Bhagavan spoke these appropriate verses to Bodhisattva Maitreya. 15.2 This youth, Chandraprabha, has praised the Buddha with unequaled joy. He described the unique superior qualities of the Buddha. All the time he is reciting their praises. 1. 613. 15.3 In this very city of Jaga in the past, he has seen 10,000 million Buddha. In the presence of all those Jinas, he asked about this supreme Samadhi of peace. 2. 15.4 He has always been my son. Practicing this supreme bodhisattva conduct, he has always had the confidence of speech, and always he has been practicing celibacy. 3. F.51.b. 15.5 In the very fearful future times, you, Ajita, will be my witness. 614. Always remaining in a state of celibacy. He will make this Samadhi widespread. 4. 15.6. Those who seek entry into this sublime Samadhi, through that path will attain enlightenment. He will be adopted by many millions of Buddha, and he will make supreme offerings to those guides. 5. 15.7. I prophesy that, remaining in wisdom, Chandraprabha's conduct will be exceptional. In the future times there will be no obstacle to his celibacy or to his life. 6. 15.8. He will know millions of Buddha as clearly as 5 mirabolant plums in the palm of the hand, and he will make offerings in the future to even more, as numerous as sand grains in the Ganges. 7. 15.9. 800 million Devas and Angas, and 7 who 100 billion Yakas, in future times will be zealous, and make offerings to the Supreme among humans. 8. 15.10. He will make offerings to the Supreme Human, and will practice this unsurpassable wisdom. In a future time he will become a lord of the world, Ajina by the name of Vimalaprabha. 9. 615. 15.11. The young man was overjoyed on hearing this prophecy about himself. Chandraprabha floated up to the height of 7 palm trees, and remaining in the sky he made this declaration. 10. 15.12. O Jina, you who teach the Supreme Dharma, you have the power of a Lord of liberating wisdom. You remain in the certainty of supreme wisdom, and cannot be defeated by adversaries. 11. 15.13. You have abandoned attachment and reached liberation. You have no attachment to existence, which is devoid of things. You have no conceptualization whatsoever. You have the wisdom of non-attachment toward the 3 existences. 12. 15.14. You are unstained by any conceptualization. You are free of all conceptualized views. You have meditated perfectly on the path that has no location. You cannot be defeated or hindered by anyone. 13. 616. 15.15. You have no residence in the 3 realms. You are free from the floods and the knots. 617. 618. You have cut through the bondage of the creepers of craving. F.52a. 619. You are free of existence and are devoid of existence. 14. 15.16. You know the non-existence that is the nature of phenomena. You make understood in words that which cannot be described. Just as the lion destroys the jackal, you defeat the unwise kritikas. 15. 15.17. I have obtained today the highest treasure, the treasure of the Dharma taught by the Sutta. I am freed from falling into any of the lower existences. I will never have doubts that you are my guide. 16. 15.18. He placed upon my head his hand, which was shining, beautiful, the color of gold. He gave me the consecration to be a supreme leader of humans, with the world and its devas as witnesses. 17. 15.19. Conclusion of the 15th chapter, the elucidation of the Buddha's smile. 16. Chapter 16. The past. 16.1. The Bhagavan then said to the youth Chandraprabha, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva thus wished to liberate all beings from all the suffering of existence. They wish to establish beings in the noble, unsurpassable bliss and joy of Samadhi. Therefore they should hear this king of Samadhis, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, obtain it, understand it, preserve it, recite it to others, promote it, proclaim it, chant it, meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, promulgate it, and make it widely known to others. 16.2. Why is that? Young man, this king of Samadhis, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, causes one to transcend all lower existence and be freed from all illness. 16.3. Young man, When Bodhisattva Mahasattva hear this king of Samadhis, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, obtain it, and meditate on it. Then, young man, f.52.b, those Bodhisattva Mahasattva liberate all beings from all the sufferings of existence. They will establish them in the noble, unsurpassable bliss and joy of Samadhi. This Samadhi will be quickly attained, and the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood will be quickly attained. 620. 16.4 Thereupon the Bhagavan, in order to teach this meaning to Chandraprabha, repeated what he had previously said by explaining it in the following verses. 16.5 I remember that, as I was practicing in the past, in the teaching of Sutta Sahatvaja, there was a wise bhikkhu, a Dharmavaka, whose name was Brahmadatta. 1. 16.6 At that time I was Prince Mati. I was tormented by the pain of an illness. The Dharmavaka Brahmadatta became my teacher at that time. 2. 16.7 More than 500 physicians diligently sought to cure that illness, but they were unable to cure me of my disease. Everyone in my family was in suffering. 3. 16.8 The bhikkhu heard about my illness, and he came to me and asked about it. Brahmadatta felt great pity for me, and he taught me this supreme Samadhi. 4. 16.9 When I had heard this sublime Samadhi, I experienced a noble, non-worldly joy. I understood the essential nature of phenomena, and at that time I was healed of my disease. 5. 16.10 That wise Dharmavaka bhikkhu was Dvakara, while he was practicing bodhisattva conduct, and I was Prince Mati, who was freed from illness through the wisdom of the Samadhi. 6. 16.11 Therefore, young man, in the future, remember past declines like that. Tolerate the bad things the foolish will say, and keep and recite this Samadhi. 7. 621. 16.12 In future time, there will be many bhikkhus who will be covetous, malicious, and without restraint. 622-623. They will enjoy bad actions and be attached to alms balls and robes, and they will reject completely this Samadhi. 8. F.53.a 16.13 They will be unstable, distracted by their senses, and envious, attached to families and desiring gain. 624. They will always be engaged in familiarity with them, and they will reject completely this Samadhi. 9. 625. 16.14 They will strike with their hands and feet. They will always engage in fun and play. They will embrace each other and hold hands, and will do other kinds of lay people's activities. 10. 626. 16.15 They will have the signs of inappropriate activity. They will always desire the daughters of others. 627 They will be excited and captivated by bodies, and roam through the villages, towns, and regions. 11. 16.16 They will always be engaged in eating and drinking, and similarly in dance, song, and music. They will always be dedicated to buying and selling. Attached to drinking, they will cast aside their shame. 12. 16.17 They will carry letters, engaging in inappropriate activity, and likewise discard correct conduct and the pure path. 628. They will break the rules through dwelling with families, and having broken them continue engaging in incorrect conduct. 13. 629. 16.18 They will be fraudulent with weights and measures, always engaging in actions that the Buddha have rejected. Through doing those actions that are sinful and defiled, they will have bad karma and will go to the lower realms. 14. 16.19 They will enter homelessness, forsaking home, conscious, gold and jewels, and great wealth. But having entered homelessness within the Buddha's teaching, they will continually engage in bad actions. 15. 16.20. They will see wealth and grain as essential. They will be attached to dairy cows, cattle, and carriages. 630. These people who do not follow the training, why will they have shaved their heads? 16. 16.21. In the past I practiced bodhisattva conduct, which was extremely difficult, for thousands of eons. I did so seeking this samadhi of peace. But they will laugh when they hear of it. 17. 16.22. For a long time they will lie and will not be celibate. Always enjoying what is harmful, they will descend to the lower realms. They will hold up the banner of celibacy, but will have bad conduct, and what they teach will not be the dharma. 18. 16.23. They will be divided against each other. They will yearn for that which is acquired inappropriately. They will say unpleasant things to each other. And when they die they will go to the level of the lower existences. 19. F.53.b. 16.24. It will be hard to find among 100, 1,000, 631 one who has the power of patience. Therefore there will be many who are deeply involved in quarreling. They will explain elaborately, having rejected patience. 20. 16.25. They will say the words, I am a bodhisattva. And those words will spread in every direction. They will become conceited through their arrogant, false words. 632-633. But how can there be enlightenment for someone whose conduct has gone astray? 21. 16.26. I have never heard of, nor have I seen, someone whose motivation is not pure, and who has no patience for these phenomena, attaining enlightenment after discarding the dharma. 22. 16.27. It is through fear and anxiety they will have abandoned their homes, and held firmly to the homeless life. But having acute desires they will proceed toward destruction, forsaking the way of the supreme humans. 23. 634. 16.28. They will have inferior wisdom and be devoid of good qualities. And they will always be criticizing the supreme inner. They will always be talking about the hundreds of faults of that in which they have taken refuge. 24. 635. 16.29. Many will have entered homelessness because they had no livelihood. They will have no wish at all for the enlightenment of Buddhahood. Those foolish ones will maintain the view of a self, and become afraid when they hear of emptiness. 25. 16.30. They will quarrel with each other. 636. And develop intractable evil malice. They will say unpleasant things to each other, and find joy in having done bad things. 26. 16.31. Those who have correct conduct will have good qualities. They will always remain loving and be skilled in patience. They will be perfectly gentle, kind, and controlled. Yet they will be the ones despised at that time. 27. 16.32. Those who have wicked minds, who are dreadful, and accomplish terrible, very low actions. Those whose conduct is not that of the dharma and who enjoy fighting. They will have offerings made to them at that time. 28. 16.33. I declare this, I know this. Young man, if you have faith in me, remember this teaching by the Sutta, and never depend on those others. 29. 16.34. They will have straw in desire and straw in anger. They will have straw in ignorance and be conceited and arrogant. They will have unrestrained bodies and unrestrained speech, and unrestrained minds, and will descend to the lower existences. 30. F.54.a. 16.35. I have recited the praises of those qualities. But the bhikkhus will not practice these qualities. Enlightenment is not attained by mere words. For one who is dedicated to practice, enlightenment will not be difficult to attain. 31. 16.36 Conclusion of the 16th chapter, the past. 17 Chapter 17. The entranceway to the Samadhi. That is taught by many Buddha. 17.1 When the Bhagavan had finished speaking, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya, who was seated there, in his mind recited this verse to the Bhagavan. 637. 17.2 I am going, Tathgata, to the King of Mountains. 638. Dhraka, which is always the residence of the Buddha. When I have gone there, lamp of the world. 639. I will make inconceivable offerings to you. 17.3 The Bhagavan knew the thoughts that were in the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya's mind, and from his own mind sent this verse to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya. 17.4 Go, Ajita, you who have conquered the Maras. 640. To the King of Mountains where Jinas reside. There you will quickly accomplish a great unsurpassable benefit for beings. 2. 17.5 So the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya, having received in his mind that verse from the Bhagavan, paid homage to the Bhagavan in his mind and again in his mind, circumambulated him 3 times. He then left the assembly and went to Dhraka, the King of Mountains, which has been the residence of countless Buddha, as numerous as the grains of sand in the ocean, and where there is a great Kaikya. 17.6 The moment he arrived there, for the enjoyment of the Bhagavan, he magically transformed the King of Mountains to become level and vast, without any tree stumps, thorns, stones, pebbles, or gravel, and with a surrounding wall made of the 7 jewels. The ground was composed of countless shining sapphire jewels and was adorned by divine adornments and jewels, all of them beyond compare, and beautified by an array of innumerable, different kinds of jewels. All the area was decorated by the clothing of Tua Devas, f.54.b, pervaded by the aroma of incense from a variety of censers, adorned by garlands and wreaths, scattered with various flowers. It resounded with the sound of divine music, was filled with erect and fluttering banners and flags, and over it canopies were suspended. 17.7 In the center of this area a divine lion throne made from the 7 jewels was emanated. It was draped in cloth that was not woven, and covered with divine clothing from Tua that was as soft and pleasant to the touch as down. A central awning hung above, and there were 2 red cushions placed upon it. It was a yojna wide and a yojna high. 17.8 Its beautiful footstool, made of Jumbo River gold, transcended that of humans and devas. It was covered with a net of strings of pearls, and it was draped in divine, precious cottons. 17.9 Strung upon the lion throne were strings of divine, precious bells from which came clear, beautiful, gentle sounds. In all directions there were great, shining jewels. And there was emanated a precious, vast parasol, with a handle made of a great, precious jewel of stainless beryl. 17.10 The Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya now emanated an inconceivable, adorning array of various jewels on Dhraka, the King of Mountains, and in its entire environs. Then, in an instant, he returned to the home of the youth Kandraprabha. 17.11 Once he was back there, in his mind he paid homage to the Bhagavan, and in his mind circumambulated him 3 times. He then sat on his seat. It was said. 17.12 He manifested the mountain as a divine, vast place, with excellent, beautiful jewel flagstones, inconceivable, divine, formed from the mind. and he placed in the center a precious lion throne. 3. 17.13 Jnapakra also manifested a divine, splendid parasol that emitted delightful sounds, with great shining jewels all around, and a handle of pure, beautiful beryl. 4. 17.14 Maitreya, the hero, having emanated a variety of jewels on the mountain, and a precious seat that was a crosier in size, f.55.a. in one instant returned to the house. We. 641. 17.15 Then the Bhagavan taught the them to the great assembly that was like an ocean. He inspired them, he filled them with joy, and he guided them. Then he rose from his seat and departed. And with the miraculous power of a Buddha he emerged through Jaga's gate of the hot springs and proceeded toward Dhraka, the king of mountains. When he arrived he went to the site created by Maitreya, and having arrived there he sat upon the great lion throne that Maitreya had manifested. 642. 17.16 He was encircled by the assembly of bhikkhus, and the Saga of Bodhisattva gazed upon him from the front. The Devas, Angas, Yakas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Rishis, Garuas, Kinnaras, Mahoragas, humans, and non-humans paid homage to him. Within the ocean-like assembly, he taught the Dhamma. 17.17 Then the youth Chandraprabha arrived together with 100,000 quintillion beings, and many millions of Bodhisattva Mahasattva who had come from other worlds. They were holding flowers, incense, and garlands, playing musical instruments and percussion, holding parasols, banners, and divine flags, and holding great garlands as offerings. 17.18 In order to make this offering to the Bhagavan they left the great city of Jaga through the gateway of peace, and went to Dhraka, to the Bhagavan. They bowed down their heads to the Bhagavan's feet, circumambulated him 3 times, made a great offering to him of flowers, incense, perfume, garlands, ointments, powders, cloth, hees, food, parasols, banners, and flags, playing music and percussion, and then they sat down in one place. In order to ask about the Dhamma they sat in that place with veneration and with respect, while the youth Chandraprabha, kneeling on his right knee, f.55.b, with palms placed together, bowed toward the Bhagavan and said to him, If the Bhagavan will give me an opportunity to seek answers to them, I have a few questions for the Bhagavan, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha. 643. 644. 17.19 The Bhagavan addressed the youth Chandraprabha, saying, Young man, the Bhagavan will always give you the opportunity. Ask whatever question you wish to the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha. 17.20 The Bhagavan having given him this opportunity, the young man Chandraprabha asked, Bhagavan, it is through possessing what qualities that Bodhisattva Mahasattva attained the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena? The Bhagavan replied to Chandraprabha, Young man, if Bodhisattva Mahasattva possess 4 qualities, they will attain the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. 17.21 What are those 4 qualities? Young man, one is that Bodhisattva Mahasattva are calm and pleasant company. They have self-restraint, and have attained a level of self-restraint such that when others abuse them or insult them, they will be patient with the abuse and the insults that are spoken, for it is their nature to have endurance. They have the view of karma, have overcome pride, and their desire is for the Dhamma. Young man, if Bodhisattva Mahasattva have this first quality, they will attain this Samadhi. 645. 17.22 Another, young man, is that Bodhisattva Mahasattva have correct conduct. They have pure conduct, conduct that is not impaired, conduct that is free of faults, conduct that is unshakable, conduct that is unstained, conduct that has not declined, conduct that is unattached. F.56.a Conduct that is inviolate, conduct that is beyond conceptualization, conduct that is praised by the pious, and conduct that is praised by the wise. Young man, if Bodhisattva Mahasattva have these two qualities, they will attain this. Samadhi. 646. 17.23 Another, young man, is that Bodhisattva Mahasattva are frightened of the three realms. They are terrified of them, saddened by them, do not value them, take no delight in them, and have no attachment or clinging to them. Because they are distressed by the three realms, they are dedicated to the thought, I shall deliver other beings from their suffering, to somewhere other than the three realms, and they thus proceed to the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have these three qualities will attain this. Samadhi. 647. 648. 649. 650. 17.24 Moreover, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva have faith. They insatiably seek the Dharma. They listen to many teachings. They have confidence. They long for the Dharma. They are devoted to the Dharma. They are not devoted to obtaining material gain or honors. They are not devoted to attaining success through knowledge. They think first of what will benefit others, and they teach and explain extensively to others the Dharma that they have received. They have no desire for material gain through their reputation. They think, if these beings can hear this Dharma, then they will proceed irreversibly to the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have these four qualities will attain this Samadhi. 651. 652. 17.25 Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have these four qualities will attain the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, and they will quickly attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood. 17.26 Young man, the Samadhi has been taught through this Dharma discourse by many Buddha, has been commended by many Buddha, F.56.b, has been explained by many Buddha, and has been praised by many Buddha. 653. 17.27 Young man, I have entered homelessness in the presence of many Buddha Bhagavana. I heard extensively from them this Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. I obtained it, asked questions about it, preserved it, recited it to others, promoted it, meditated on it with unadulterated meditation, promulgated it, and made it widely known to all. Hers. 654. 655. 17.28 Thereupon the Bhagavan taught extensively in verse what he had previously said about the Samadhi doorway taught by many Buddha. 17.29 I remember countless, innumerable eons ago, there was a Jina named Swargagoa. Tathagata Swargagoa had a lifespan of 6,000 years. 1. 17.30 After him there was a Buddha, a supreme man named Jayanavara. Jayanavara, highest of humans, had a lifespan of 12,000 years. 2. 17.31 After Jayanavara there was a Buddha, a Jina who was named Kejaswara. Kejaswara, highest of humans, had a lifespan of 67,000 years. 3. 17.32 After Kejaswara there was a Buddha, a Jina who was named Makwara. Makwara, highest of humans, had a lifespan of 10 million years. 4. 17.33, after Makwara there was a Buddha, a Jina who was named Brahmeswara. Brahmeswara, highest of humans, had a lifespan of 14,000 years. 5. 656. 17.34, after Brahmeswara there was a Buddha, a Jina who was named Agvara. 657. Agvara, highest of humans, had a lifespan of 76,000 years. 6. 17.35, after Agvara there was a Buddha, a Jina who was named Brahmana. Brahmana, highest of humans, had a lifespan of 7 days. 7. 17.36, after Brahmana there was a Buddha, f.57.a. A Jina who was named Gevra. Gevra, highest of humans, had a lifespan of a full 10 million years. 8. 658. 17.37, after Gevra there was a Buddha, a Jina who was named Goevra. Go. Ivra, highest of humans, had a lifespan of 90 million years. 9. 17.38, after Goevra there was a Buddha, a Jina who was named Gonana. Gonana, highest of humans, had a lifespan of 100 million years. 10. 17.39, after Gonana there was a Buddha, a Jina who was named Kandanana. Kandanana, highest of humans, had a lifespan of 1 day. 11. 659. 17.40, after Kandanana there was a Buddha, a Jina who was named Srinana. Srinana, highest of humans, had a lifespan of 18,000 years. 12. 17.41, after Srinana there was a Buddha, another Jina who was named Brahmana. Brahmana, highest of humans, dp.138, had a lifespan of 20,000 years. 13. 660. 17.42, after Brahmana there was a Buddha, a Jina who was named Brahmasrava. Brahmasrava, highest of humans, had a lifespan of 18,000 years. 14. 17.43, in one eon these Buddha appeared among 200 guides of the world. Listen as I shall proclaim the names of these invincible Tathagatas. 15. 661. 17.44, Anantagoa and Viguagoa, Viguekjas and Viguabda, Swavigaya and Swarsita, Swagara and Swagobda. 16. 17.45, Janvala and Janaviega, Janib and Jansamudgata, Janasimak and Janudgata, Viguojna and likewise Janra. 17. 17.46, Brahmvala, Brahmavasu, Subrahma, Brahmdeva and similarly Brahmagoa. 662. Brahmeswara, Brahmanarendranekra, f.57.b. Brahmaswaga, Brahmadatta. 18. 663. 17.47, Kejovala, Kejwaki, Sukejas, Kejeswara and Kejsamudrata, Kejovivu and Kejvinisaik, Kejaswarendra and Suviguekjas. 19. 17.48, Bhmavala, Bhmamati, Shugma, Bhnana and Bhmasmudgata, Bhumasi, Bhmotara, and Bhmagoa. These Jinas were guides of the world. 20. 17.49, Gumbragoa and Iridra, Wadhagoevra, Udhagoa. 664. Anantagoa, Suvimuktagoa, Mravala and Mravikrasana. 21. 665. 17.50, Sunekra, Udhanana, Nekrasudha, Visudha and Anantanekra, Samantanekra and Viguanethra, Nitravivu, Nitranindita. 22. 17.51, Dantotara, Denta, Sudentasita, Sudenta, Entendre, Entamnasa, Ntotara, Enkerin, Pranta, Ntyapраgat and Ntira, 23. 17.52, Stitottara, Enta, Sudentasitta. Sudenta, Entendre, Entamnasa. Ntotara, Entariajvalanta. Enta, Prantivara, Ntira, 24. 666. 17.53, Gayendra, Gamukhya, and Gavra, Gabivu, Gavra, Udrajneen. Mahendra and Gayendrara. And also Gavra Pramakaka, 25. 17.54, Dharmadhvaja and similarly Dharmaketu. Dharmotara, Dharmaswabhwadvita. Dharmabla and Sudhamara. And Swabhadharmotanisita. 26. 17.55, also there were 800 million with the same name. Of Swabhadharmotanisita. These are the guides that appeared in 2 eons. I made offerings to them for the sake of enlightenment. 27. 17.56, whoever hears the name of those jinas, Swabhadharmotanisita, and having heard it remembers that renowned name, F.58.A, they will quickly attain this Samadhi. 28, B6. 17.57 Then the Bhagavan, through many verses, taught extensively to the youth. Kendraprabha, the Samadhi entranceway accomplished by many Buddha in the past. 667. 17.58, after inconceivable, countless eons. Following these Buddha, there was a Buddha named Narendragoa, to whom humans and devas made offerings. 29. 17.59, Tathgata Narendragoa lived for 76,000 years, and 3 billion ruakas gathered for his first assembly. 30. 17.60, at that time he had a shining saga of those who had the 6 higher cognitions, the 3 knowledges, subdued senses, great powers, great miracles, the cessation of outflows, and who were in their last bodies. 31. 17.61, there was a saga of Bodhisattva, who numbered 8,000 quintillion. They had profound understanding, fearlessness. 668. Great powers, and great miracles. 32. 17.62, they had attained the higher cognitions, eloquence. And they had realized emptiness in everything. They miraculously went to millions of realms. And to even more, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. 33. 17.63, they came into the presence of that Jina, and addressed questions to that supreme human. They were accomplished in the strass and skilled in definitions. They were shining and moved upon the earth. 34. 17.64, they performed bodhisattva conduct for the benefit of beings. They were powerful sons of the Sutta. They perform no bad actions through desire, and toward them even the devas developed aspirations. 35. 17.65, they had no longings and were detached from the realms of existence. They were in meditation, the field of experience of remaining in dhyana. They had certainty in the true meaning, and were fearless. They maintained celibacy and were free of defilement. 36. 17.66, they had the confident eloquence of unceasing speech. They were skilled in the meaning of the words and the teaching of definitions. They were the sons of the Buddha who taught everywhere. And they perfectly possessed good karma. 37. 17.67, they maintained superior conduct throughout an infinity of eons, F.58.B. They were always praised and extolled by the guides. They taught the words and meaning of liberation. They had perfectly pure conduct free of klesas. 38. 17.68, they were as unstained as a lotus by water. They were liberated from the 3 realms, and were vigilant. They were unstained by the 8 worldly concerns. They had pure bodies and pure actions. 39. 17.69, they had contentment, great power, and few desires. They were free of grasping and were established in Buddha qualities. They were a refuge and friend for all classes of beings. They considered practice, not words, as the essence. 40. 17.70, wherever they dwelt, there they taught others. They were adopted by all the Buddha. They were trustworthy holders of the treasure of the Jinas. They were terrified of the entire three realms. 41. 669. 17.71, their minds were at peace, they always had the conduct of protectors, and they were blessed by the guides of the world. They taught 10,000 million stras. And the Buddha praised their teachings. 42. 17.72, they had forsaken all worldly words. 670. They aspired to emptiness and taught the ultimate. They were like an ocean of good qualities, there was no end to their being. Praised. Their learning was vast, they were wise and endowed with knowledge. 43. 17.73, if a young man were to recite their praises continuously for many millions of eons, he would have only uttered a small amount, like a drop of water from an ocean. 44. 17.74, at that time Narendragoa taught this Samadhi of peace, which is difficult to see. This universe of 1,000 million worlds was filled with Devas and Angas. 45. 17.75, when he taught this Samadhi of peace, the ground shook in 6 ways. Devas and humans as numerous as the Ganges sands became irreversible within the Buddha's wisdom. 46. 17.76, there was a human king, a sovereign, named Ibla, who was very powerful. He had 500 sons, who were handsome and attractive to the sight. 47. 17.77, the king had a harem of 80,000 million women. The king had daughters, f.59.a, who numbered a full 400 billion. 48. 17.78, he took the 8 Bodha vows on the full moon day of the Kritika month, and with the 80,000 million others, he came before the Lord of the world. 49. 17.79, the king bowed down to the feet of the Supreme Human, and sat down before the Jina. The Supreme Human knew the king's aspiration, and he taught this Samadhi. 50. 17.80, when the king had heard this Samadhi, he abandoned his kingdom as if it was spittle. He renounced his beloved family and kinsmen, and entered homelessness in that Jina's teaching. 51. 17.81, his 500 sons entered homelessness, and also his harem and his daughters, and also his other relatives, numbering 75 quintillion. 52. 17.82, having entered homelessness along with his children and wives, he kept to the station of acquiring alms food. 671. And steadfastly wandered in this way for 8 years. While remaining in wandering his life came to an end. 53. 672. 17.83, his life having ended, that preeminent king. 673. Being always perfectly focused on a Samadhi mind, was reborn into a king's family, appearing miraculously, unstained by a womb. 54. 17.84, Dabla was his father's name, and his mother's name was Mahmak. As soon as he was born, the prince asked, "Is the Lord of the world present?" 55. 17.85, the Lord of the world, who knows my mind, taught to me the Samadhi of peace. 143. It has no casual factors, is free of casual factors, and is the one teaching for beings in existence. 56. 17.86, it is the seal of the nature of all phenomena. It is the transmission of a quintillion stras. It is the unsurpassable wealth of the Bodhis. Atvas. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 57. 17.87, it is the purity of the body, the purity of speech, the purity of the mind, and the purity of view. It transcends all objects of the mind. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 58. 17.88 The result of this Dharma teaching is imperishable. It is the meditation of the Supreme Eightfold Path. It is the sharp wisdom of the congregation of the Tathagatas. F.59.b. It is entering truth and constant knowledge of the Dharma. 59. 674 17.89 It is understanding the skandhas, the equality of the ghatas, and the complete elimination of the yathanas. It is the direct perception of birthlessness. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 60. 17.90 It is discernment, the wisdom that enters peace. 675. It is the knowledge of the different categories of all letters. It is transcending focusing upon the material. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 61. 17.91 It is the comprehension of all sounds, and the attainment of joy. It is the enjoyment of praising the Suktas. It is the kindness and honesty that is the way of the Rias. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 62. 17.92 It is being pleasant and never frowning. It is being friendly and gentle with a smiling face. It is being first to speak on seeing beings. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 63. 17.93 It is being without laziness and respecting the Gurus. It is being reverential, paying homage, and being pleasant to see. It is being content with whatever arises, and virtuous. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 64. 17.94 It is having a pure livelihood and dwelling in solitary places. 676. It is maintaining the disciplines of mendicancy with no loss of mindfulness. It is being adept in the yathanas and in the ghatas. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 65. 17.95 It is skill in the yathanas, and the knowledge of the higher cognitions. It is the elimination of the klesas, and the level of self-subjugation. It is the termination of all the multitudes of mantras. 677 678 Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 66. 17.96 It transcends all the states of being in existence. It is remembering previous lives and having no doubt in the Dharma. It is aspiring to the Dharma and seeking to hear it. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 67. 679. 17.97 It is a special attainment, being always engaged in meditation. It is the knowledge of downfalls and remaining in emancipation. 680. It is the elimination of propensities through remaining in that emancipation. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 68. 681. 17.98 It is the attainment of the perfection of sharp wisdom. It is being as unwavering and unshakable as a mountain. It is the Dra entranceway that has the characteristic of irreversibility. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 69. 17.99 It is always longing for good qualities. F.60.a It is always avoiding bad qualities. 682. It is never going to the side of the klesas. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 70. 17.100 The one who is wise in mastering all training. 683. The one who has mastered remaining in Samadhi. The one who inspires beings through knowing their thoughts. Teaches the Dharma for the supreme enlightenment of Buddhahood. 71. 17.101 It is unique knowledge, the knowledge of births. It is infinite knowledge, completely perfect knowledge. It is the knowledge of the transition between all existences. Does the Jina teach this Samadhi? 72. 17.102 Abandoning home, aspiring to mendicancy. Finding no joy in the three realms, having no grasping, and rejoicing in controlling the mind. The Supreme Human teaches that Dharma. 73. 17.103, having no attachment for phenomena. Always grasping the Supreme Dharma. And having a stable aspiration for the ripening of karma. The Supreme Human teaches that Dharma. 74. 17.104, skill in the Vinya, knowledge of the ripening of karma. The pacification of conflict and quarrels. Freedom from discord, the level that is free of quarrels. The Supreme Human teaches that Dharma. 75. 17.105. Having complete patience, never having anger. Always having skill and certainty in the Dharma. Distinguishing between words and having the insight of wisdom. Having developed compassion, he teaches that Dharma. 76. 17.106. He has taught the knowledge of the past, knowledge of the future. The equality of the three times in the teaching of the Suttas. And the cessation of the three aspects of an action. That is what the Jina, the Lord of the Dharma, teaches. 77. 17.107, the mind's perfect stability and one-pointedness. The body's perfect stability as on the level of the Rayas. And at all times guarding the conduct of a mendicant. That is the Dharma that the sage, the preeminent human, teaches. 78. 17.108, a pleasing sense of modesty and self-respect. Speaking appropriate words, knowledge of the world. The origination of phenomena, and the nature of beings. He teaches that Dharma of the Supreme, perfect enlightenment. 79. 17.109, benefiting and having a sense of modesty. Abhorring the wickedness of the mind, f.60.b. Never abandoning the mendicant's discipline, and begging for alms. That is the Dharma that the Supreme Human teaches. 80. 17.110, always maintaining a sense of modesty and self-respect. Speaking reverently to the Guru and rising to greet him. Having overcome pride from the beginning. That is what the Jina, the Lord of the Dharma, teaches. 81. 17.111, that which arises from the mind is the goodness of the mind. There is wisdom. Om's discrimination, and thus realization. And the region of ignorance is always avoided. He teaches that Dharma of supreme, perfect enlightenment. 82. 17.112, there is understanding of the mind, the knowledge of words. Being established in definitions, with certainty of meanings. And all that is meaningless is always avoided. 684. That is what the Jina, the Lord of the Dharma, teaches. 83. 17.113, always associating with good persons. And always avoiding bad persons. And always being attracted to and delighting in the Jina. That is the supreme Dharma that the Jina teaches. 84. 17.114, the description of designations and appellations. 685. The continual avoidance of the suffering of Sasra. And indifference to whether there is gain or no gain. That is the supreme Dharma that the Jina teaches. 85. 17.115, there is no amazement if honors are gained. There is equanimity when there are no honors. And there is never pride when there are praises. This is nature of the teaching that benefits the world. 86. 17.116, all abuse and disgrace is endured. There is no association with any householder. And there is no mingling with homeless mendicants. 686. That is what the Jina, the Lord of the Dharma, teaches. 87. 17.117, remaining in the Buddha's scope of conduct. Rejecting all that is not that conduct. And having perfect conduct and a well-controlled mind. That is the way of the Dharma that the Sutta teaches. 88. 17.118, always rejecting Dharma of the foolish. Rejecting all that disgraces the family of the Buddha. Always protecting the teaching of the Buddha. That is what the Jina, the Lord of the Dharma, teaches. 89. 17.119, speaking little, pleasantly, and articulately, speaking good and gentle words to others, subjugating adversaries through the dharma. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 90. 17.120, arriving at the right time, and not the wrong time, f.61.a. Never depending on any ordinary being. Not being saddened on encountering suffering. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 91. 17.121, when seeing the poor, bringing them wealth. When seeing those with bad conduct, feeling compassion. Always teaching those things that are beneficial. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 92. 17.122, benefiting beings through the dharma. Always giving away worldly material things. Never accumulating, never amassing. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 93. 17.123, praising correct conduct and condemning bad conduct. Being free of dishonesty and relying on those with correct conduct. Giving away one's possessions and not relying on wealth. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 94. 17.124, providing for the Guru with a higher motivation. Doing all that he has told one to do. Never ceasing from serving the Dharmavaka. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 95. 17.125, always being respectful and delighted. Remaining continually in a peaceful view. Always being sure of one's past conduct. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 96. 17.126, always following those with correct conduct. With skillful methods shunning concepts. 687. Repelling identification and the characteristics of things. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 97. 17.127, being skilled in the words produced within the straws. Having certainty in the words that teach the truth. The manifestation of the wisdom of liberation. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 98. 17.128, speaking words that are never contradictory. Skillful in the certainty of what is taught. 688. And using words that will not be doubted. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 689. 17.129, always relying on the dharma of emptiness. Maintaining fearlessly the power of correct conduct. And applying equality through remaining in samadhi. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 99. 17.130, not wishing to attain intellectual knowledge. Keeping the mind free from hypocrisy. And rejecting the creation of any view. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 100. F.61.b. 17.131, supreme confidence in speech and sublime retention. The limitless radiance of wisdom. And correct eloquence with the power of mantra. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 101. 17.132, meditation on the path through this doorway of correct conduct. 690. Excellent practice, instruction, and conduct. 691. And teaching that follows practicing the teaching. 692. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 102. 17.133, the appropriate patience that is praised by the Buddha. The maintenance of patience that avoids bad actions. And eliminating ignorance by being established in knowledge. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 103. 17.134, the level of yoga that is based upon wisdom. 693. The mastery of yoga through entering enlightenment. The continual reliance on good beings. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 104. 17.135, it is the constant avoidance of unrestrained practitioners. 694. It is the level of Buddhahood taught by Tathagatas. And it is rejoiced in by all who are wise. That is the nature of the jna's teaching. 105. 17.136. It is rejected by the foolish and ignorant. It is not the level of the numerous Vakas. 696. And it is always obtained by the Bodhisattva. That is the nature of the Jina's teaching. 106. 17.137. It is realized by the Tathagatas. 697. It is offered to and honored by the Devas. It is rejoiced in by 100 billion Brahms. Is the Jina teaching this Samadhi? 107. 17.138. Thousands of Angas always pay homage to it. And so do Garus, Yakas, and Kinnaras. It is the supreme enlightenment taught by the Jina. Is the Jina teaching this Samadhi? 108. 17.139. It is always obtained by those who are wise. It is the perfect attainment of the best, supreme wealth. It is the supreme non-material medicine of wisdom. Is the Jin teaching this Samadhi? 109. 17.140. It is wisdom's treasure of unceasing eloquence. 10 million straws are contained within it. It is accurate knowledge, the complete knowledge of the three realms. Is the Jina teaching this Samadhi? 110. 17.141. It is a boat that crosses to the other shore. It is a ship that crosses a great river, F.62a. And it increases fame and garlands of praises for those to whom this Samadhi of peace is taught. 111. 17.142. Those who teach this Samadhi of peace are praised by all the Tathagatas, extolled by the chiefs among humans, and unceasingly commended by Bodhisattva. 112. 17.143. It is the teaching of love to end bad actions. It is the level of compassion's equanimity. It is the comfort of the greatly famed ones. 698. For the ones to whom this Samadhi is taught. 113. 17.144. It is the practice of the teaching of the lion's roar. It originates from the supreme wisdom of Buddhahood. It is the seal of the nature of all phenomena. This is the Samadhi taught by the guides. 114. 17.145. It brings the attainment of omniscient wisdom. It is the conduct of those established in enlightenment. And it also terrifies the army of the Mras. This is the Samadhi of peace taught by the Jina. 115. 17.146. This knowledge is the protection that is based in the Dhamma. 699. It is the supreme protection in the midst of enemies. It is the subjugation of adversaries through the Dhamma. This is the Samadhi of peace taught by the Jina. 116. 700. 17.147. This is the teaching of the level of eloquence. It is the strengths, the liberations, and likewise the powers. And it is the 18 unique qualities of a Buddha. That is the practice of this Samadhi, this peace. 117. 17.148. It is seeking the 10 strengths. It is the omen of the coming of Buddha wisdom. It is the Buddhism taught by the Supreme Being. And it is the teaching that compassionately benefits the world. 118. 17.149. It is possessed by the sons of the Buddha. It is the path taught for those who seek enlightenment. It is rejoiced in by the offspring of the Sugtas. When they hear this Samadhi of peace that is difficult to see. 119. 17.150. It is the complete wisdom of Buddhahood. It is what the wise Bodhisattva seeks. One with a pure mind, clear and unblemished. 701. Practices the peace of this Samadhi. 120. 17.151. One who has a pure body like that of the Jinas. Who has the knowledge of liberation, the vision of liberation. And who is never afflicted by the bondage of desire. Practices this excellent Samadhi. 121. F.62.b. 17.152. one who is not on the level of anger and is free of ignorance, in whom wisdom has arisen and who seeks liberation. 702 703. In whom knowledge has developed and ignorance is destroyed. Practices the peace of this Samadhi. 122. 17.153. This Samadhi of peace is taught to the meditator, for whom liberation is central, and is fulfilled by this teaching. The 1W. If the sight of the faultless Buddha practices the peace of this Samadhi. 123. 17.154. The clairvoyance that reveals many realms. The miraculous powers that reveal infinite Buddha and Ra is also not difficult to attain, for the one who practices this Samadhi. 124. 17.155. The senses are pacified in this state of enlightenment. There is the revelation of infinite blessings, and subtle, vast, and pure wisdom, for the one who practices this Samadhi. 125. 17.156. For the one who has not heard this Samadhi of peace, practice without self-restraint will bring no realization, and as all the words will have been subverted, no understanding will be possible from speech. 126. 17.157. This is known by wise Bodhisattva, just as taught by the Lord of them. There is faultless realization of peace for the one who practices this Samadhi. 127. 17.158. For the one who practices this Samadhi with diligent application, having possession of it, constantly serving it, and perfectly keeping it, there will be cessation of suffering and the end of rebirth. 128. 17.159. It has been taught that all phenomena are birthless, as are all the existences of beings. Is the Jina teaching this Samadhi of the greatly famous, supremely wise Buddha. 129. 17.160. A full 88 trillion beings heard these verses recited by the prince, attained the patience that corresponded to those words, and were established in irreversible progress toward Buddha wisdom. 130. 17.161. The Buddha said to the prince, "The Lord of the world is still present. I have a question for you, my son. Where did you hear of this Samadhi?" 131. 17.162. The prince said to the king, "Listen. F.63.a. During one eon I have seen a quintillion Buddha, honored them all, and asked them for this Samadhi of peace." 132. 17.163. And for another 94 eons. 704. And for 1,000 quintillion eons. I remember all my births wherever they were, and I was never born from a womb. 133. 17.164. Then I meditated upon this Samadhi. I listened correctly to the teaching of those jinas. Having heard it, I had longing for what had been described. Free from uncertainty, I embraced enlightenment. 134. 17.165. I questioned whatever bhikkhus had understood this Samadhi. I venerated them respectfully, as if they were benefactors of the world. 135. 17.166. When I received even one verse from them, I practiced that teaching properly, and considered them to be teachers, venerating them with the respect shown to Buddha. 136. 17.167. Whenever someone questioned me about my understanding of this Samadhi, even in dreams I had no doubts that I would become a jina, a guide of the world. 137. 17.168. I respectfully attended to senior, middle, and junior bhikkhus. With that respect my renown increased, as did my merit, fame, and qualities. 138. 705. 17.169. I had no desire for conflict or quarrels, At that time, I had few desires. Those who do bad actions are reborn in certain existences. Those who do good actions are reborn in other existences. 139, 17.170, one hears unpleasant words from those who, without restraint, act inappropriately. At that time I became the lord of my own actions. The karma that is created is never lost. 140. 17.171, I did not at that time become absorbed in anger. I maintained the power of patience, which is praised by the Buddha. The guides have always praised patience. Attaining enlightenment is not difficult for those who practice patience. 141. 17.172, I continually had correct conduct and established others in correct conduct. I always spoke the praises of correct conduct, f.63.b. And what I spoke at that time was praiseworthy. 142. 17.173, I was always speaking the praises of solitude. I always maintained correct conduct. I established others in the Bodha vows. And I introduced them to enlightenment. 143. 17.174, I established them in celibacy. I introduced them to the meaning of the term. And I awoke them to the path to enlightenment, for which they had endless devotion. 144. 706. 17.175, I remember an eon in the past, when there was the Jina Swargagoa. 707. I took a vow in his presence to have the power of patience at all times. 145. 17.176, I remained faithful to that vow for 840 million years. Old Gomra reviled and abused me. My mind remained unshakable. 146. 17.177, Mra put me to the test and discovered my love and patience to be enduring. And with faith he bowed down to my feet. 708. And I established 500 beings on the path to supreme enlightenment. 147. 17.178, at all times I was free of avarice, and always praised generosity. I became wealthy, possessing many riches, and was a benefactor in times of famine. 148. 17.179, I pay homage to any monks who possess this Samadhi, who recite it and teach it. They all become supreme men. 149. 17.180, because of that unsurpassable karma, I saw many Buddha, many lords of the world. I entered into homelessness in the teachings of those jinas, and I always became a wise Dharmavaka. 150. 17.181, I was always engaged in the discipline of a mendicant. I always remained in the solitude of forests. I never gave the appearance of spirituality in order to obtain food. I was content with whatever I obtained. 151. 17.182, at all times I was free of envy. I had no attachment to a family. Attachment to family causes envy. Without envy I remained in the pleasant forests. 152. 17.183, at all times I had loving kindness. f.64.a. When I was abused I did not become angry. As I was always kind, the garland of fame of my compassion spread in the four directions. 153. 17.184, I was always content, with few desires. I was dedicated to mendicancy in solitary places. I never abandoned begging for alms. I remained unwaveringly committed to mendicancy. 154. 17.185, I always had faith and belief. I always had great belief in the Buddha's teaching. I obtained many benefits from having belief. I became attractive with faultless faculties. 155. 17.186, I practiced whatever I taught. I always valued practice above all else. As I valued practice above all else, Devas and Angas believed in me and honored me. 156. 17.187. There are also numerous other qualities, other than these that I have described. They should always be trained in by the wise ones, who wish for the enlightenment of Buddhahood. 157. 17.188. I remember the greatest number of hardships that I practiced through numerous eons. 709. So numerous I am unable to describe them. 710. 711. I will now go into the presence of the Sutta. 158. 712. 17.189. That wise Bodhisattva with sharp wisdom at that moment attained the 5 higher cognitions. Through miraculous power he came before the Jina, accompanied by 800 million beings. 159. 17.190. The Buddha was extremely pleased, and, accompanied by 1,600,000,000 beings, he came into the presence of the Buddha, bowed down to his feet, and sat before him. 160. 17.191. Knowing the aspiration of that king, the Lord of Humans taught this Samadhi. When the king had heard that Samadhi, he renounced his kingdom and entered homelessness. 161. 17.192. Homeless, he meditated on this Samadhi, and he recited it and taught it. After 60 eons had passed, he became a Jina named Padmottara. 162. 17.193. The 1,600,000,000 beings who had come with the king into the presence of the Jina also heard this Samadhi, f.64.b. And with the highest joy they entered homelessness. 163. 17.194. Homeless, they possessed this Samadhi, and recited it and taught it. After 6 trillion eons had passed, they all reached supreme enlightenment in the same eon. 164. 17.195. They all had the name Anantajnanottara. They were Buddhas to whom Devas and humans made offerings. Each of those supreme humans liberated as many beings as there are grains of sand in the Ganges. 165. 17.196. I was King Ibala. 713. The practitioners of this supreme Bodhisattva conduct, those who were my 500 sons, are these guardians of the Dhamma. 166. 17.197. The one who was my mother was my Dev in this time. 714. My 400 billion daughters all entered Niva. 166b. 715. 17.198. The king who was named the Buddha, the powerful Chakravartin with many treasures, became King Suddhodana in this age. 716. And has been my father in various lifetimes. 166c. 717. 17.199. Thus have I for 10 billion eons exercised diligence that is free of laziness. The pure yearning for this Samadhi brings the accomplishment of supreme enlightenment. 167. 17.200. Therefore, young man, those Bodhisattva who wish to meditate on this Samadhi. 718. Should exercise diligence, regardless of risks to their lives, and always follow, young man, my example. 168. 17.201. Conclusion of the 17th chapter, the entranceway to the Samadhi that is taught by many Buddha. 719-18. Chapter 18. The entrustment of the Samadhi. 18.1. The Bhagavan said to the youth Kandraprabha, young man, in that way, know that there are 4 beneficial qualities possessed by Bodhisattva. Mahasattva who obtain this Samadhi, understand it, preserve it, recite it too, others, promote it, proclaim it, chant it, and make it widely known to others. 18.2. What are those 4 beneficial qualities? They will be unsurpassable in merit, they will be undefeatable by opponents, they will have unlimited wisdom, and they will have unending confidence of speech. 18.3. Young man, you should know that Bodhisattva Mahasattva, f.65a, who obtain this samadhi, study it, keep it, read it out loud, disseminate it, teach it, chant it, and make it widely known to others will possess these 4 beneficial qualities. 720. The Bhagavan then recited these verses. 18.4. Throughout time they will be unsurpassable in merit. Through attaining this samadhi of peace, that is the range of activity of all the Buddha. 1. 18.5. Throughout time these heroes will be protected by merit, practicing supreme, pure, unique bodhisattva conduct. 2. 18.6. There will be no adversary whatsoever who can harm them. They will, throughout time, be in the care of the Buddha. 3. 18.7. Throughout time their wisdom will be immeasurable. Their confidence will be eternal, through their possessing this state of peace. 4. 18.8. They will have an eternally unsurpassable accumulation of merit. They will have most excellent bodhisattva conduct. They will not be attacked by adversaries, having come into possession of this samadhi of supreme peace. 5. 18.9. They will have vast and sharp wisdom, and thus will have eternal confidence and pure sight. Those wise ones will always have the power of memory and the power of retention. 6. 18.10. The meaningful words that they teach will be most beautiful to the minds of the wise. Many beings with wisdom will know this supreme peaceful samadhi that is taught. 7. 18.11. They will obtain perfect, excellent warm robes, bedding, invitations, and hard and soft food. The ones who possess this supreme samadhi of peace will be very youthful and handsome. 8. 18.12. They will see many Buddha, lords of worlds, and make unequaled offerings to those guides. In seeking this supreme samadhi of peace, they will encounter no impediment. 9. 18.13. They will be in the presence of the lords of worlds, and made happy by hundreds of beautiful verses. f.65b. Having gained this supreme samadhi of peace, they will never experience decline. 10. 18.14. A lord of the world will be present before them, with the beautiful primary and secondary signs of the body. Having gained this supreme samadhi of peace, there will be no decline in their wisdom. 11. 18.15. They will never be disheartened. They will always be wealthy and never poor. Having gained this supreme samadhi of peace, there will be no attachment in their mind. 12. 18.16. They will never have an unfavorable existence. They will be world rulers, Chakravartin kings. Having gained this supreme samadhi of peace, their kingdoms will always be happy. 13. 18.17. They will have vast wisdom free of uncertainty, through unceasing teachings for hundreds of eons. Having heard this samadhi, this level of peace, constant, they will follow whatever has been taught. 14. 18.18. Though one were to describe the benefits of the 10 strengths throughout countless, endless millions of eons, one would not have spoken of even a fraction of them. It would be like taking a drop of water from the ocean. 15. 18.19. At that time the young man, with great joy, stood up and paid homage with his palms together, joyfully standing before the one with the 10 strengths. He uttered these inspired words. 16. 18.20. Inconceivable great hero, Lord of the world, Illuminator. These benefits have been taught to me. by you, the Lord of humans. 17. 18.21, compassionate one who wishes to bring benefit. Great hero, pray tell me, who, in the future, will listen to this Samadhi? 18. 18.22, the one with the voice like the Avadvaks song. The teacher who had taught this to him, the Bhagavan, who had unimpaired wisdom, answered him with these words. 19. 18.23, listen, young man, and I will explain that which is the highest practice. Those who follow the Dharma will be the ones who listens to this Sutra. 20. 18.24, they will make offerings to the lords of humans. They will seek the wisdom of Buddhahood, developing a loving mind. They will listen to this Sutra. 21. F.66.a. 18.25, those who have the qualities of mendicancy. 721. And the qualities of austerity. 722, and who maintain this practice will be ones who listen to this Sutra. 22. 18.26, they will not listen to this Sutra when it is in the hands of those whose acts are evil, nor of those who have lost their correct conduct regarding the teaching of the Lords of Worlds. 23. 18.27, they will hear it when in the hands of the celibates, the heroes, those who have a mind free of craving, and who have been consecrated by the Buddha. 24. 18.28, in future times they will hear this Sutra when it is in the hands of those who have served the Buddha, the Lords of the world, in the past. 25. 18.29, those who in previous lifetimes have been kritikas will experience no joy when they hear this Sutra. 26. 18.30, those who have entered homelessness in my teaching in order to have a livelihood will be under the power of gain and honor, and they will criticize each other. 27. 18.31, many bhikkhus with unrestrained senses, who covet the wives of others, who wish for gain and have poor conduct, will have no faith in this Sutra. 28. 18.32, those who do not intend to attain merit for Buddhahood or to attain Dhyana, and who maintain the conception of a self, will have no faith in this Sutra. 29. 18.33, in future times there will be those who are intent on the result of worldly Dhyanas. They will eat the alms food of Arhats, and criticize the enlightenment of Buddhahood. 30. 18.34, one who rejects this Sutra will have greater bad karma than someone who destroys all the Kaityas in this Jambudvipa. 31. 18.35, one who rejects this Sutra will have greater bad karma than someone who kills as many Arhats as there are grains of sand in the Ganges. 32. 18.36, who among you has the fortitude to teach this Sutra in the dreadful future time when the Dharma is ruined? 33. 723. 18.37, the young man stood up, weeping, and at that time spoke to the Jina, this heart-born son of the Buddha. Roared thus this lion's roar. 34. F.66.b. 18.38, in the dreadful time in future, when the Buddha has passed away, without concern for my life or body, I will spread this Sutra widely. 35. 18.39, I will endure the false talk of fools, and guide, I will undergo their abuse and threats. 36. 18.40, I shall cleanse myself of whatever bad actions I have done in the past, and any maliciousness toward other bodhisattva. 37. 18.41, the Buddha, who was the color of gold, placed his hand upon Chandraprabha's head. The Tathagata, who had a gentle voice, the teacher, then said to him. 38. 18.42, I give you my blessing. Young man, in the future, there will be no obstacle to your celibacy, nor will there be to your life. 39. 18.43800 The Mavakas, who were present, stood up and said, in future times we also will be holders of this Sutra. 40. 18.44800 million. Devas, Angas, and Yakas stood up, and another 6 trillion, and said to the guide of the world. 41. 18.45, Guide, in future times, we will protect these bhikkhus who stood up today. 42. 18.46 When this Sutra was taught, through the blessing of the teacher, Buddha realms shook, in numbers equal to the Ganges sands. 43. 18.47 The Lord of the world sent to all those shaken Buddha realms emanations of the Buddha, who taught the them there. 44. 18.48 In each of those realms, countless millions of beings were established in the wisdom of Buddhahood, when they had heard that them. 45. 18.49 In those Buddha realms, 900 million Devas, 724, developed the aspiration to enlightenment, and scattered flowers on the Buddha. 46. 18.50 The Lord of Men prophesied that, after 800 million eons, they would all, within the same eon, become guides of the world. 47. 725. 18.51 Bhikkhus and Bhikkhus, Apsakas and Apsiks, F.67a. 760 million beings all heard this Sutra. 48. 18.52 The Lord of Humans prophesied, 726, that they would see as many guides of the world as there are grains of sand in the Ganges, while practicing bodhisattva conduct. 49. 18.53 They will make offerings to them all, seeking the wisdom of enlightenment, and here and there they will hear this unsurpassable Sutra. 50. 18.54 They will make unsurpassable offerings to Buddha Maitreya. They will possess the highest them, and they will go to Sukhvak. 52. 727. 18.55 There they will make offerings to the stainless Buddha, the Tathagata Amatus, for the sake of supreme enlightenment. 53. 18.56 Having heard this unsurpassable Sutra, they will not go in future to the lower existences for 73 countless eon. 54. 728. 18.57 Those who in future times listen to this unsurpassable Sutra, and keep it and read it. 729. Will all be honoring me. 55. 730. 18.58 I make this declaration. 731. To all those who are standing before me, I bestow this enlightenment gained with difficulty. 56. 732. 18.59 Conclusion of the 18th chapter, the entrustment of the Samadhi. 19 Chapter 19. The teaching of the inconceivable, them of the Buddha. 19.1 The Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, young man, in that way, Bodhisattva Mahasattva, having heard the inconceivable and measureless benefits of the qualities that come from the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, through wishing not to be fearful, wishing not to be terrified, and not to be gripped by terror, will become learned in the teaching of the inconceivable them of the Buddha. Aspire to the inconceivable them of the Buddha. Be wise in asking questions about the inconceivable them of the Buddha. Be wise in seeking the inconceivable them of the Buddha. Do not be fearful, do not be terrified, and do not be gripped by terror. On hearing the inconceivable them of the Buddha, F.67.b. 19.2 The youth Kendraprabha placed his palms together, bowed toward the Bhagavan, and asked him, Bhagavan, in this way how do Bodhisattva Mahasattva aspire to the inconceivable them of the Buddha, become wise? In asking questions about the inconceivable them of the Buddha, become wise in seeking the inconceivable them of the Buddha, and not be fearful, not be terrified, and not be gripped by terror on hearing the inconceivable them of the Buddha. 19.3 The Bhagavan replied to the youth Kendraprabha, those Bodhisattva Mahasattva who listen to and hear this Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, and obtain it, understand it, keep it, read it out loud, disseminate it, meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, promulgate it, and make it widely known to others, will become wise in the teaching of the inconceivable them of the Buddha. They will aspire to the inconceivable them of the Buddha. They will become wise in asking questions about the inconceivable them of the Buddha, and will not be fearful, will not be terrified, and will not be gripped by terror on hearing the inconceivable them of the Buddha. 733. 19.4 After the youth Kendraprabha had been taught by the Bhagavan these words on accomplishing the benefits of the qualities that come from the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, he again heard from the Bhagavan countless, innumerable verses describing the benefits of the qualities that come from the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, and it was at that time that the youth Kendraprabha attained this king of Samadhis, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. 734. 735. 19.5 Innumerable, countless Bodhisattva Mahasattva attained the great higher cognitions. F.68.a. Countless beings also developed the motivation that is directed toward great compassion. 19.6 This universe of 1,000 million worlds shook in 6 ways. It trembled strongly, and trembled intensely, it quivered strongly, and quivered intensely, it shook strongly, and shook intensely, it shuddered strongly, and shuddered intensely, it quaked strongly, and quaked intensely, the east sunk and the west rose, the west sunk and the east rose, the north sunk and the south rose, the south sunk and the north rose, the perimeter sunk and the center rose, and the center sunk and the perimeter rose. An immeasurable radiance shone in the universe. There fell a great rain of divine incense. Devas and their sons gathered in order to listen to the Dharma. High in the sky they heard the innumerable verses on the benefits of the qualities that come from the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. All the Devas and their sons felt pleased, delighted, thrilled, joyous, happy, and glad, and they emitted cries of joy and laughter. They let fall a great rain of divine flowers of various kinds. They played many thousands of trillions of divine musical instruments. And they proclaimed the following words together as one voice. 736. 19.7 Aho! We have obtained something that is excellent to obtain. We have heard the innumerable verses on the benefits of the qualities from the Bhagavan. Bhagavan, just as the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, the youth Kendraprabha, attained this Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, we also, Bhagavan, will altogether at the same time attain this Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena. F.68.b. 737. 19.8 At the time when the Bhagavan was teaching the Dharma on Vulture Peak mountain to the assembly that was like an ocean, the Gandharv Pankasika, in order to honor and serve him, descended from the sky. accompanied by the sound of 500 musical instruments, and remained before the Bhagavan. 738. 19.9 The Gandharv Pankasika thought, just as I render service and honor in Sudharma before the Devas of Tristriya and Sakra, the Lord of the Devas, by singing them songs, in that same way I shall sing in order to make 739 an offering to the God of gods, the Tathgata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened Buddha. 19.10 Then the Gandharv Pankasika stood up before the Bhagavan holding a lute, the body of which was made of beryl. He was accompanied by the music of 500 other Gandharvs holding musical instruments. 740 741. 19.11 The Bhagavan thought, I shall perform a miracle so that the youth Chandraprabha will attain skill in the realization of the inconceivable Dharma of the Buddha, so that he will not waver from the Samadhi, the revealed equality of the nature of all phenomena, and so that I may manifest the Gandharv Pankasika's skill in singing and playing the lute. 19.12 Then the Bhagavan performed that miracle, and through the power of the Buddha the 500 instruments were played excellently. From that excellent playing there came the sound of the inconceivable meaning, which was united with the true nature. And these verses of the realization of the inconceivable Dharma of the Buddha were sung. 742. 743. 19.13 Within the breadth of one hair there are as many Buddha as the number of grains of sand in the Ganges. And those jinas have as many Buddha realms, too, each one separate and with distinct characteristics. 1. 19.14 Within the breadth of one hair there are the 5 kinds of beings. The beings in hell, those who are animals, f.69a. Those in the realm of Yam, the Devas, and humans, without overlapping or being squeezed. 2. 744. 19.15 Within that space there are the lakes and oceans, all rivers, and similarly ponds and springs, without overlapping or being squeezed. In that way the Buddha's Dharma is inconceivable. 3. 19.16 Within that space there are numerous mountains. Kakravala, Meru, and Sumeru. Musalinda and Mahmusalinda. Vindhya, Dhraka, and Himamvak. 4. 19.17 Within that space there are the terrible hells. The horrible Tpana and Pratpana. Those who have fallen into those hells experience the sensation of suffering. 5. 19.18 Within that space there are divine palaces. 12 yojnas in size and beautiful. 745 746. Within them there are many thousands of devas. 747 who experience bliss in divine pleasures. 6. 19.19 Within that space there are the births of Buddha. There is illumination from the teaching of those who know the world. Those who have not trained in pure conduct. 748. And who have no wisdom will not see them. 7. 19.20 Within that space they hear the words. The Dharma has ceased, the guide has passed away. Within that space there are some who hear. The guide lives and he teaches the Dharma. 8. 19.21 Within that space there are some who perceive that they live for countless years. Within that space there are those whose time is ending. They hear the words, you have not long to live. 9. 19.22 Within that space there are some who have the perception, believing what their mind perceives, of seeing and making offerings to Suktas and pleasing the Buddha. 749. Yet there is no arising and no making of offerings. 10. 19.23 A man dreams he is in a house, experiencing the bliss of sensory pleasures. When he awakes he does not see those pleasures. 750. he knows that it was a dream. 11. 19.24, in that way, what is seen, heard, thought, or known. 751. All of this is unreal, like a dream. The one who has attained the Samadhi will know this nature of phenomena. 12. 19.25, for people such as this there is no pleasure or displeasure. They are always perfectly happy in the world. F.69.b. Those who delight in vast forests become perfectly happy mendicants. 13. 19.26, those who have no thought of mine, those who have abandoned all attachments, wander in the world like rhinoceroses, and roam like the wind through the air. 14. 19.27, meditation on the path, the development of wisdom, the emptiness and selflessness of all phenomena. He who meditates on these dharmas will have unending confidence. 15. 19.28, the people in the world whose minds have no attachment. They are perfectly happy in this world. Their minds are always like the wind, knowing no attachment to pleasure or displeasure. 16. 19.29, it is suffering to be with that which is unpleasant. It is suffering to be separated from that which is pleasant. Finally abandoning both of these, those happy people delight in the Dharma. 17. 19.30, the one who has attachment on hearing this Dharma, and animosity on hearing that which is not Dharma, goes astray through conceit, nd pride, and overpowered by pride, experiences suffering. 18. 19.31, those who remain in equanimity are always free of arrogance and depression. When faced with the pleasant and the unpleasant, they always have a liberated mind. 19. 19.32, those who maintain perfectly pure correct conduct, who remain always in inconceivable dhyana, and delight in the peace of the forests, will never know the arising of doubts. 20. 19.33, those who engage in that which is unreal, the fools who are always enjoying sensory pleasures, like vultures attracted to a corpse, they always fall under the power of namusi. 21. 752. 19.34 When these verses had been created through the sound of the lutes, the youth Kandraprabha attained skill in the realization of the inconceivable. Them of the Buddha, the Gandharv Pankasika attained the patience that was in accord with that sound. Countless beings, both devas and humans, developed the aspiration to the highest, complete enlightenment, F.70.a. And countless beings were benefited. 753. 19.35 Conclusion of the 19th chapter, the teaching of the inconceivable Dharma of the Buddha. 20 Chapter 20. Indraketudvajraja. 20.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Kandraprabha, young man, in that way Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish for this Dharma teaching of entering great compassion and wish to attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood quickly should rely upon all roots of merit, training, qualities, and completely pure conduct. 20.2 Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have few involvements, avoid bad companions, rely on Kalyamitras, have an inquiring nature, unrelentingly seek the Dharma, have the Dharma as their goal, desire the Dharma, delight in the Dharma, obtain the Dharma, and practice the Dharma in accord with the Dharma will, young man, develop great compassion for beings and will develop the aspiration for the highest, complete enlightenment. 20.3 Moreover, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish for this Dharma teaching of entering great compassion and wish to attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood quickly should be diligent, without regard for life or body, and should continuously seek Kalyamikras who teach this Dharma teaching of entering great compassion, and unwaveringly serve them, rely upon them, and honor them. 20.4 Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who with a higher motivation seek Kalyamikras should hear from them the Dharma teaching of entering great compassion, and should obtain it, understand it, preserve it, recite it to others, promote it, proclaim it, chant it, meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, f.70.b, promulgate it, and make it widely known to others. They should, with joy and veneration, perceive as the teacher the person from whom they hear this Dharma teaching on entering great compassion. 20.5 Young man, when Bodhisattva Mahasattvas search for Kalyamikras, and respect them, and serve them without weariness, at that time, young man, those Bodhisattva Mahasattva easily attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, and they obtain this Dharma teaching on easily entering great compassion. 20.6 Young man, in that way Bodhisattva Mahasattva should constantly seek for Kalyamikras as if their head or clothing were on fire, and unwaveringly attend upon them, serve them, and venerate them. 20.7 Why is that? Young man, for Bodhisattva Mahasattva the highest complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, not even to speak of this Dharma teaching on entering great compassion, depends upon Kalyamikras. 20.8 Therefore, young man, you should always practice by thinking, I will not weary of seeking Kalyamikras, venerating them, and serving them. 20.9 Thereupon the Bhagavan, in order to make clear this Dharma teaching on entering great compassion, gave the youth Chandraprabha the teaching that had been given in the past in detail in the form of the following verses. 754. 20.10 Many incalculable, innumerable, inconceivable millions of eons in the past, there was the highest of humans, the guide named Samadhiraja. 1. 20.11 He taught this Samadhi of peace, in which there is no human soul or person. All phenomena are like the moon on water, illusions, bubbles, mirages, and lightning. 2. 20.12 There is no human, no descendant of Manu, to be found, f.71.a, who goes to the next world when his time has come to an end. However, the karma that has been created will not disappear, but will give corresponding black or white results. 3. 20.13 This is the excellent doorway of the way of logic, the subtle, difficult to see realm of experience of the jinas. The Bhagavan knows the enlightenment of Buddhahood, in which there are no words or letters to be found. 4. 20.14 Vast retention and the accumulation of wisdom come from 100,000 trillion straws. The Bhagavan teaches the Samadhi, that is the field of experience of 100,000 trillion Buddha. 5. 20.15 This frees the sick from their illness. It is the wealth accomplished by Bodhisattva. It is praised and extolled by all Buddha. 100,000 trillion devas make offerings to it. 6. 20.16 It is condemned by all foolish beings. 755 And the Kritikas always reject it. It is the supreme wealth of conduct that is praised by the Buddha. It is as undefiled as lightning in the sky. 7. 20.17 Those who make offerings to millions of jinas are wise in the practice of generosity and correct conduct, have forsaken their previous bad companions, and have an unsurpassable inheritance of wealth. 8. 756. 20.18 There was present a bhikkhu, a Dharmavaka, a celibate who was the heart son of the Sutta. When he had heard this benevolent Dharma, he developed the aspiration to be a guide of the world. 9. 757. 20.19 The guide, Samadhiraja, said to the Dharmab Haka Bhikkhu, develop the supreme, difficult to attain motivation for the highest enlightenment. 10. 20.20 Maintain the conduct that is like a precious jewel. Always depend on favorable friends. Never depend on friends whose actions are evil. And before long you will attain Buddha wisdom. 11. 20.21 The one who developed the aspiration to enlightenment in the presence of Samadhiraja became a supreme Dharmavaka, a celibate who was the heart son of the Sutra. 12. 758. 20.22 Conclusion of the 20th chapter, Samadhiraja. F.71.b, B7, 21. Chapter 21. The Past. 21.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva should entertain no misgivings about all the teachings on the root of merits, the training, and the qualities. They should have few involvements, avoid bad companions, rely on Kalyamitras, have an inquiring nature, unrelentingly seek the Dharma, have the Dharma as their goal, desire the Dharma, delight in the Dharma, obtain the Dharma, and practice the Dharma in accord with the Dharma. They should perceive every Buddha and Bodhisattva as the teacher. They should, with joy and veneration, perceive as the teacher the person from whom they hear this Dharma teaching. 759. 21.2 Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who adopt and follow this Dharma teaching of entertaining no misgivings about all the teachings on the root of merits, the training, and the qualities will quickly display unending confidence of speech. They will accomplish the inconceivable Dharma of the Buddha. They will realize the profound Dharma of the Buddha. They will be like a light that dispels the darkness of perplexity, uncertainty, and doubt of the people of the world and the Devas. 760. 21.3 Then, at that time, in order to relate this Dharma teaching of entertaining no misgivings about all the teachings on the root of merits, the training, and the qualities, he spoke to the youth Chandraprabha these verses that told of the past. 761. 21.4 In the past, in this world named Jambudvipa. 762. There were two excellent sons who were not heedless. 763. They entered homelessness in the teaching of a sutta, and dwelt like rhinoceroses in a grove of trees. 1. 21.5 They had miraculous powers and had attained the four jhanas. They were very learned and skilled in composing poetry and texts. F.72.a They had mastered levitating up into the air, and they could travel freely through the sky. 2. 21.6 They were engaged in conversation in that cool grove of trees that was filled with a variety of beautiful flowers, and attended by flocks of varieties of birds. 3. 21.7 A king who was pursuing a deer heard their voices and entered that grove. The monarch saw the two Dharmavakas, and with the greatest joy he approached them. 4. 21.8 They addressed each other agreeably, and the king sat down before them. The king's multitudinous army of 60 quintillion soldiers approached. 5. 21.9 Then both of those Dharmavakas said to the king, Listen, Kshatriya. 764. It is very difficult to reach supreme Buddhahood. Monarch, always be careful. 6. 21.10 Life is always passing and never stays. It passes as quickly as a mountain stream. From the torment of illness, misery, and aging, you have no other refuge than good actions. 7. 765. 21.11 Supreme King, be a protector of the Dharma. 766. Guard the teaching of the one with 10 strengths. In this utterly terrible time of degeneration, remain on the side of Dharma, Supreme King. 8. 21.12 Thus the wise ones at that time gave much advice to that sovereign. Following which the monarch, with the other 6 quintillions, 767, developed the aspiration to enlightenment. 9. 21.13 When the Supreme King had heard the Dharma, he was joyful, very happy, and enraptured with those who had spoken it so gently and pleasantly, and bowed down to their feet before departing. 10. 21.14 Under that king there were many other bhikkhus, who desired gain and who entered homes. When he saw how dissimilar was their conduct, the king did not show them respect. 11. 21.15 The teacher of the teaching had passed away, and this was the time of the latter years. There were very few worthy recipients in Jambudvipa, and there were present many who were without self-control. 12. 21.16 The many bhikkhus, who were desirous and greedy, yearned for acquisitions, held the view of objective reality, f.72.b, and had fallen away from the Sukta's teaching. At that time repeatedly urged the king to action. 13. 21.17 You must kill those 2 Dharmavakas. They are kritikas who are teaching nihilism. Among those who have adopted that practice for a long time, there are none who have attained nirvana. 14. 21.18 They deny karma, they deny ripening. Those impostors teach that there are no skandhas. Your Majesty, banish them from the land, and then the dharma will remain for a long time. 15. 21.19 When he had listened to what they had to say, the elephant-like king became distrustful. I shall kill these 2 Dharmavakas. I must not leave them alone, for that would be harmful. 16. 768. 21.20 The king was attended by a goddess. 769. Who had practiced with him in a previous lifetime. She was wise and had benefited him for a long time. And at this time she said to the sovereign king. 17. 21.21 Kshatriya, do not think in this way. 770. Because of what bad associates have said, do not kill those 2 wise Dharmavakas. 771. Because of what bad associates have said. 18. 21.22 Lord of men, do you not remember even a little of what they said to you in the forest grove? In this perfectly terrible time of degeneration, remain on the side of Dharma, elephant-like king. 19. 772. 21.23 The king, inspired by those true words, did not abandon the teachings of the Jinas. 773. But the king had a cruel brother, who was persuaded by those around him. 19b20a. 774-775. 21.24 They told him, the king, your brother, is wicked. He has no joy in being alive. 776. Those 2 bhikkhus possess dreadful spells. With those spells they can fly through the sky. 20. 777. 21.25 Having heard this we have come to you, to tell you all that has occurred. Quickly kill those dreadful magicians, or afterward you will be filled with regret. 21. 21.26 Then the king's brother put on his armor. 778. Under the influence of those bad associates, the king's brother, encircled by his entire army, came to the forest where the 2 bhikkhus dwelt. 22. 21.27 The Angas and Yakas that lived in that forest knew the intention of the king's dreadful, cruel brother, f.73.a, and hurled upon them a rain of bricks and stones that killed the king's brother and his army. 23. 21.28 See how the life of the king's cruel brother came to an end, because he listened to what bad associates said. Those who were angry at the Dharmavakas took rebirth 60 times in the Avsi hell. 24. 21.29. Those numerous bhikkhus who believed in reality and drove the Kshatriya king to action experienced the sufferings of hell for countless billions of rebirths. 25. 21.30. The goddess who influenced the king and protected the Dharmavakas saw Buddha as numerous as sand grains in 10 million Ganges, made offerings to them, and engaged in practice. 26. 21.31. The multitudinous 6 quintillion men who with the king had heard the Dharma and developed the aspiration to enlightenment became Buddha in numerous different realms. 27. 21.32. Their lifespans were many millions of eons. They had inconceivable, unequaled wisdom. They all taught this excellent Samadhi. And then those supreme humans passed into Nirvana. 28. 21.33. Having heard this unsurpassable teaching on the accumulation of correct conduct, purity, qualities, and wisdom, you must practice intently, without distraction, and quickly attain the wisdom of Buddhahood. 29. 779. 21.34. Look upon us, you Tathagatas in the 10 directions, who have peaceful minds and compassionate, loving eyes. You are the refuge and protection for all beings. Send down your rain of them upon the world. 30. 780. 21.35. Do not think that those 2 young men, those perfect sons, were anyone else. 781. Dvakara was at that time one of them, and I was the second Dharmavaka. 30a. 21.36. At that time Maitreya was the king. 782. Who listened favorably to the Dharma. And you, young man, at that time, were the wise goddess who wished to help. 30b. 21.37. At that time, Devdatta was the king's brother. Influenced by the acquisitive bhikkhus, F.73b, who said, kill those 2 Dharmavakas. 30c. 21.38. Conclusion of the 21st chapter, the past. 22. Chapter 22. The teaching on the body. 22.1. Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, therefore, young man, Bodhisattva, Mahasattva who wish for this Samadhi, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, should have no attachment to their life or body. Why is that? Because, young man, beings accomplish bad actions due to attachment to their lives and bodies. 783. 22.2. Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who have no attachment to their life and body will not even find it difficult to attain the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, not to mention this Samadhi. Therefore, young man, have no attachment to your life and body. That is how you should practice. It was said concerning this. 22.3. Foolish beings always unceasingly have strong attachment to the putrid body, grasping at life, and for the sake of happiness, the unwise always commit bad actions. 22.4. Those who do not know attachment to body and life, which have no essence, will defeat the armies of Gra and realize enlightenment at the foot of the Bodhi tree. 2. 22.5. Those who have attachment to these 2 things, the body that is empty and selfless, and life, which is like a dream or a fleeting dewdrop, those people will go to hell when they die. 3. 22.6. Conclusion of the 22nd chapter, the teaching on the body. 784.23. Chapter 23. The teaching on the Tathagatas body. 23.1. Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, therefore, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who wish for this Samadhi, and wish to attain quickly the highest, complete enlightenment of perfect Buddhahood, should not know the Tathagata to be the Rupakya. Why is that? It is because the Buddha Bhagavan manifests because of the Dharmakya and does not manifest because of the Rupakya. F.74.A 785 23.2 Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva whose wish is to aspire to the body of the Tathagata, who wish to know the body of the Tathagata, should obtain this Samadhi, understand it, preserve it, recite it to others, promote it, proclaim it, chant it, meditate on it with dedication to the practice of meditation, and make it widely known to others. 23.3 Young man, the body of the Tathagata is taught to be one meaning, with the understanding that it arises from 100 merits. It arises from the Dharma. It is without attributes. It is devoid of all attributes. It is profound. It is immeasurable. It is an immeasurable phenomenon. It has the nature of the absence of attributes. It is free of all attributes. It is unwavering. It has no location. It completely has the nature of space. It is invisible. It transcends the scope of the eye's vision. That should be known as the Dharmakya. 786 787 788 789 790 791 792 793 794 23.4 It is inconceivable. It is beyond the level of thought. It is unaffected by bliss or suffering. It transcends all conceptual elaboration. It has no location, because it transcends the scope of the words of those who aspire to the wisdom of Buddhahood. It is the quintessence because it transcends desire. It is indivisible because it transcends anger. It is stable because it transcends the scope of ignorance. It is taught through the teaching of emptiness. It is unborn because it transcends birth. It is permanent, in terms of words, and terminology is empty. It is 795, 796, 797, 798, 799, 800 undifferentiated because it is nirva. It is nirva because of a word. It is peace because of speaking. There is equality in terms of conventional appellations. There are appellations in terms of ultimate truth. There is ultimate truth through correct speech. 801 802 803 804 805 23.5 It is calmness, the absence of anguish. It is groundless, and cannot be comprehended. There is no end to its description. 806 807 808 809 23.6 Young man, it arises from training in the great, higher cognitions, and it is known as the Tathagatya. Thereupon, the Bhagavan spoke these verses, F.74.B. 23.7 Someone who wishes to know this body of the Lord of the world. 810 should meditate on this Samadhi, and then they will know the Buddha's body. 1. 811 23.8 A Buddha's body is born from merit. 812 It is pure and it is brilliant. 813 It is the same as space. There is no difference between them. 2. 23.9 The characteristics of a Buddha are the same as those of enlightenment. The characteristics of the body are the same as those characteristics. 3. 23.10 The body has enlightenment's characteristics, and a Buddha realm has the same. The strengths, liberation, and dhyas are all also a single characteristic. 4. 23.11, that is the nature of the emergence of the Buddha, of the Lords of Worlds. There is no being who with physical eyes is able to see their bodies. 5. 23.12, there are many who declare, I have seen the guide of the world. He is the color of gold and his body illuminates the entire world. 6. 23.13, this body that is seen, beautified by characteristics, is a manifestation through the power of the blessing of the Buddha. 7. 23.14, the Buddha's body is displayed as having a height and a width. But that body cannot be measured, and therefore it is inconceivable. 8. 23.15, if the Buddha's body could be measured and found to be of a certain size, then the teacher would be the same as a deva or a human. 9. 23.16, that characteristic is the ripening of a mind in meditation. There will be pure, radiant names and form that have that characteristic. 10. 23.17, there is no being whatsoever who has meditated on this Samadhi of peace. It is in that way that the Lord of the world has practiced for millions of eons. 11. 23.18, I have developed this Samadhi through a multitude of good qualities. Because of the vastness of that Samadhi, my body cannot be seen. 12. 23.19, as is someone's mind, so are their names and form. The mind that has no nature of its own has names and form with that characteristic. 13. 23.20, those who have a gross perception of names and form, their inharmonious perception, F.75.a, gives rise to a mind that is gross. 14. 23.21, those who have a subtle perception within their names and form will have a mind that is radiant and without attachment to names and form. 15. 23.22, I remember that in my previous lives, during 7 countless eons, the 3 back perceptions, 814, never arose in me at any time. 16. 23.23, my mind has been undefiled for countless millions of eons. I bring benefit to beings, and my body is not visible. 17. 23.24, the one whose mind is liberated from existence will never again be connected with existence. 18. 23.25, my consciousness is liberated completely from all things. I know the nature of the mind, so that henceforth wisdom will arise. 19. 23.26, my emanations proceed to thousands of millions of realms. There they benefit beings, though there is no body to be found. 20. 23.27, without characteristics, without attributes. It is the same as space. My body is indescribable. It is taught to be difficult to understand. 21. 23.28, the Dharmakya, the great hero, is a body born from the Dharma. The jina cannot be made known by means of the Rupakya. 22. 23.29, Mra will find no opportunity to cause harm to the one who has felt joy on hearing these words that have been taught. 23. 23.30, those who have heard the profound Dharma and have not been frightened by it will not even for the sake of their lives forsake the enlightenment of Buddhahood. 24. 23.31, they will know the truth that is taught in thousands of millions of straws. They will be a light for the world wherever it is that they will go. 25. 815. 23.32, young man, the body of the Tathagata is not easily known through attributes or actions. It is blue, or is colored blue, or is like blue, or shines with blue light, or it is yellow, or is colored yellow, or is like yellow, or shines with yellow light, or it is red, or is colored red, or is like red, f.75.b, or shines with red light, or it is white, or is colored white, or is like white, or shines with white light, or it is madder, or is colored madder, or is like madder, or shines with madder light, or it is crystal, or is crystal colored, or is like crystal, or shines with crystal light, or it is fire, or is fire colored, or is like fire, or shines with fire light, or it is distilled ghee, or is ghee colored, or is like ghee, or shines with ghee colored light, or it is gold, or is gold colored, or is like gold, or shines with golden light, or it is beryl, or is beryl colored, or is like beryl, or shines with beryl light, or it is lightning, or is lightning colored, or is like lightning, or shines with lightning's light, or it is Brahm, or is Brahm colored, or is like Brahm, or shines with Brahma's light, or it is a Deva, or is Deva colored, or is like a Deva, or shines with a Deva's light. It is not easy to know it. 23.33 Young man, in that way the body of the Tathagata is pure. It cannot be conceived of through attributes, and so it is taught to be inconceivable. It cannot be conceived of through any attribute, and so it is taught to be inconceivable. It cannot be conceived of through external appearances. It is immeasurable. The beings and devas of this world cannot easily grasp its extent even through the perfect Rupakya. 816. 817. The Bhagavan then spoke these verses. 23.34 All the particles in the world, and all that can be conceived of as dust, and all the water that is in springs, lakes, ponds, and the ocean. 26. 23.35 One may ask how many particles there are, but one can never find the end. Even if, with the tip of a hair, one could measure out how much water there is in an ocean. 26-27. 818. 23.36 Even that could not be taught. As an analogy for the Lord of the world, there are countless drops of water, f.76.a. And it is the same for atoms. 27. 23.37 But I see that even a single sentient being has far more numerous aspirations and motivations that are developed at numerous times. 28. 819. 23.38 Yet even the aspirations of all beings are not adequate as an analogy for those qualities of the body that I have indicated. 29. 23.39 One cannot through attributes and actions. 820. 821 Know the appearance of these kinds of qualities of a Buddha. 822 And that is my distinctive characteristic. 30. 23.40 The Buddha are devoid of attributes. They are the manifestation of the Dharmakya. They are profound and immeasurable, and therefore the Buddha are inconceivable. 31. 23.41 The inconceivable Buddha body of a Buddha is also inconceivable. Those bodies are inconceivable. They are the manifestation of the Dharmakya. 32. 23.42 The mind is incapable of conceiving the bodies of the Buddha. One cannot, therefore, obtain the measure of such a body. 33. 23.43 Those immeasurable qualities I have practiced for 10 million eons. Therefore have I accomplished a body that is inconceivable and radiant. 2. 34. 23.44 There is no being that can grasp it, or that can obtain its measure. In that way the body of a Buddha is inconceivable and immeasurable. 35. 23.45, because the qualities are immeasurable. There is no measure that can be conceived for them. 823. Because the qualities are not conceived. The Buddha also is inconceivable. 36. 23.46, the measured is taught to be a conception. The measureless is non-conceptual. That which is not conceived is without conception. Therefore the Buddha is inconceivable. 37. 23.47, just as space is limitless, and no one is able to measure it. Likewise the Buddha's body is just the same as space. 38. 23.48, those who thus know the body of the Buddha are the progeny of the genus. They will also become Buddha, inconceivable lords of worlds. 39. 23.49 conclusion of the 23rd chapter, the teaching on the Tathagata's body. 824. 24 Chapter 24. The inconceivable Tathagata. 24.1 Then the Bhagavan said to the youth Chandraprabha, F.76.b, young man, aspiring Bodhisattva Mahasattva, think, how can I make manifest the four discernments? What are these four? They are the discernment of meaning, the discernment of phenomena, the discernment of definitions, and the discernment of eloquence. I shall manifest these four. On having this thought, young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva should obtain this samadhi. Understand it, preserve it, recite it to others, promote it, proclaim it, chant it. Meditate on it with unadulterated meditation, and make it widely known to others. 24.2, young man, what is the discernment of phenomena? Young man, however many words there can be for forms, the Tathagata has that many appellations for them. It is the same for sensation, identification, mentation, and, young man, for consciousnesses. Young man. In that way there are infinite, endless, inconceivably numerous words for forms, and the Tathagata, too, has inconceivably numerous appellations for them. It is the same for sensation, identification, mentation, and, young man. For consciousnesses, there are infinite, endless, inconceivably numerous words for them, and the Tathagata, too, has inconceivably numerous appellations for them. 825. 826. 827. 24.3, young man, there are countless faults in those composite phenomena. There are also countless benefits in Niva, and the Tathagata, too, has that many less appellations. Young man, as numerous as are the names for Niva, the Tathagata has that many appellations. F.77.a, thus, young man, there are countless names of Niva, and the Tathagata, too, has that many appellations. 24.4, young man, the Tathagata has spoken of four kinds of appellations that are inconceivably numerous because it is not easy to state that there is an end to them. What are these four? They are the inconceivably numerous appellations in regard to the composite, the inconceivably numerous appellations for sounds, the inconceivably numerous appellations for klesas, and the inconceivably numerous appellations for purification. Young man, those are the Tathagata's four kinds of inconceivably numerous appellations. Young man, those four, the Tathagata's inconceivably numerous appellations, are taught to be inconceivably numerous as it is not easy to state that there is an end to them. To understand what those four are, they should be taught in detail. 24.5, young man, there are the four ways of the Bodhisattva. What are the four ways? They are the inconceivably numerous ways of the composite, the inconceivably numerous ways of teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous ways of the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous ways of purification. Those are the four. 24.6, Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of reasoning. What are the four kinds of reasoning? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of reasoning concerning G. The composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of reasoning concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of reasoning concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of reasoning concerning purification. Those are the four. 828. 24.7, Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of doorways. What are the four kinds of doorways? They are the inconceivably numerous doorways concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous doorways concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous doorways concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous doorways concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.8, Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of elucidation. What are the four kinds of elucidation? F.77.b, they are the inconceivably numerous elucidations concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous elucidations concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous elucidations concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous elucidations concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.9, Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of speaking. What are the four kinds of speaking? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of speaking concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of speaking concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of speaking concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of speaking concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.10, Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words. What are the four kinds of words? They are the inconceivably numerous words concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous words concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous words concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous words concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.11, Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of recitation. What are the four kinds of recitation? They are the inconceivably numerous recitations concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous recitations concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous recitations concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous recitations concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.12, Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of pertinent speech. What are the four kinds of pertinent speech? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of pertinent speech concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of pertinent speech concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of pertinent speech concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of pertinent speech concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.13, Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of comprehension of the Devas. What are the four kinds of comprehension of the Devas? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of comprehension of the Devas concerning composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of comprehension of the Devas concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of comprehension of the Devas concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of comprehension of the Devas concerning purification. F.78.a, those are the four. 24.14, Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of comprehension of humans. What are the four kinds of comprehension of humans? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of comprehension of humans concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of comprehension of humans concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of Comprehension of humans concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of comprehension of humans concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.15 Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of comprehension of names. What are the four kinds of comprehension of names? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of comprehension of names concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of comprehension of names concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of comprehension of names concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of comprehension of names concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.16 Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of engagement. What are the four kinds of engagement? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of engagement concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of engagement concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of engagement concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of engagement concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.17 Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of ascension. What are the four kinds of ascension? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of ascension concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of ascension concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of ascension concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of ascension concerning purification. Those are the four. 829. 24.18 Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of Vajra words. What are the four kinds of Vajra words? They are the inconceivably numerous Vajra words concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous Vajra words concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous Vajra words concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous Vajra words concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.19 Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of mantra words. F.78.b. What are the four kinds of mantra words? They are the inconceivably numerous mantra words concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous mantra words concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous mantra words concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous mantra words concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.20 Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of attainment. What are the four kinds of attainment? They are the inconceivably numerous attainments concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous attainments concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous attainments concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous attainments concerning purification. Those are the four. 830. 24.21 Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of stra words. What are the four kinds of stra words? They are the inconceivably numerous stra words concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous stra words concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous stra words concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous stra words concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.22 Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of designations. What are the four kinds of designations? They are the inconceivably numerous designations concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous 831 designations concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous designations concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous designations concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.23 Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words concerning illumination. What are the four kinds of words concerning illumination? They are the inconceivably numerous words concerning illumination in regard to the composite, the inconceivably numerous words concerning illumination in regard to teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous words concerning illumination in regard to the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous words concerning illumination in regard to purification. Those are the four. 832. 24.24. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words concerning clarification. What are the four kinds of words concerning clarification? They are the inconceivably numerous words concerning clarification in regard to the composite, the inconceivably numerous words concerning clarification in regard to teaching the composite, F.79. The inconceivably numerous words concerning clarification in regard to the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous words of clarification in regard to purification. Those are the four. 833. 24.25. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words concerning conduct. What are the four kinds of words concerning conduct? They are the inconceivably numerous words of conduct concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of conduct concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of conduct concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous words of conduct concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.26. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words concerning behavior. What are the four kinds of words concerning behavior? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of words concerning behavior in regard to the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of words concerning behavior in regard to teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of words concerning behavior in regard to the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of words concerning behavior in regard to purification. Those are the four. 834. 24.27. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words of inconceivability. What are the four kinds of words of inconceivability? They are the inconceivably numerous words of inconceivability concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of inconceivability concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of inconceivability concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous words of inconceivability concerning purification. Those are the four. 835. 24.28. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words of limitlessness. What are the four kinds of words of limitlessness? They are the inconceivably numerous words of limitlessness concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of limitlessness concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of limitlessness concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous words of limitlessness concerning purification. Those are the four. 836. 24.29. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words of non-movement. What are the four kinds of words of own movement? They are the inconceivably numerous words of non-movement concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of non-movement concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of non-movement concerning the klesas, F.79b, and the inconceivably numerous words of non-movement concerning purification. Those are the four. 837. 24.30. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words of boundlessness. What are the four kinds of words of boundlessness? They are the inconceivably numerous words of boundlessness concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of boundlessness concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of boundlessness concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous words of boundlessness concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.31. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words of incomparability. What are the four kinds of words of incomparability? They are the inconceivably numerous words of incomparability concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of incomparability concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of incomparability concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous words of incomparability concerning purification. Those are the four. 838. 24.32. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words of innumerability. What are the four kinds of words of innumerability? They are the inconceivably numerous words of innumerability concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of innumerability concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of innumerability concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous words of innumerability concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.33. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words of unquantifiability. What are the four kinds of words of unquantifiability? They are the inconceivably numerous words of unquantifiability concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of unquantifiability concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of unquantifiability concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous words of unquantifiability concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.34. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words of immeasurability. What are the four kinds of words of immeasurability? They are the inconceivably numerous words of immeasurability concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of immeasurability concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of immeasurability concerning the klesas, F.80.A, and the inconceivably numerous words of immeasurability concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.35. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of words of wisdom. What are the four kinds of words of wisdom? They are the inconceivably numerous words of wisdom concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of wisdom concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous words of wisdom concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous words of wisdom concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.36. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of accumulation of wisdom. What are the four kinds of accumulation of wisdom? They are the inconceivably numerous accumulations of wisdom concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous accumulations of wisdom concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous accumulations of wisdom concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous accumulations of wisdom concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.37. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of families of wisdom. What are the four kinds of families of wisdom? They are the inconceivably numerous families of wisdom concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous families of wisdom concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous families of wisdom concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous families of wisdom concerning purification. Those are the four. 839. 24.38. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of accumulation of eloquence. What are the four kinds of accumulation of eloquence? They are the inconceivably numerous accumulations of eloquence concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous accumulations of eloquence concerning Tiak, Hing the composite, the inconceivably numerous accumulations of eloquence concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous accumulations of eloquence concerning purification. Those are The 4. 24.39, Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of straws. What are the 4 kinds of straws? They are the inconceivably numerous straws concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous straws concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous straws concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous straws concerning purification. Those are the 4. F.80.b. 24.40, Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of accumulations of straws. What are the 4 kinds of accumulations of straws? They are the inconceivably numerous accumulations of straws concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous accumulations of straws concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous accumulations of straws concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous accumulations of straws concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.41, Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of great learning. What are the 4 kinds of great learning? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of great learning concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of great learning concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of great learning concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of great learning earning purification. Those are the 4. 24.42, Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of wealth. What are the 4 kinds of wealth? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of wealth concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of wealth concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of wealth concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of wealth concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.43, Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of training. What are the 4 kinds of training? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of training concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of training concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of training concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of training concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.44, Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of fields of conduct. What are the 4 kinds of fields of conduct? They are the inconceivably numerous fields of conduct concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous fields of conduct concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous fields of conduct concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous fields of conduct concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.45, Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of action. What are the 4 kinds of action? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of action concerning composite, F.81. The inconceivably numerous kinds of action concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of action concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of action concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.46, Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of eloquence. What are the 4 kinds of eloquence? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of eloquence concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of eloquence concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of eloquence concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of eloquence concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.47, Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of meditation on the path. What are the 4 kinds of meditation on the path? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of meditation on the path concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of meditation on the path concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of meditation on the path concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably Numerous kinds of meditation on the path concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.48 Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of knowledge of the klesas. What are the 4 kinds of knowledge of the klesas? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of the klesas concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of the klesas concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of the klesas concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of the klesas concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.49 Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of knowledge of the result. What are the 4 kinds of knowledge of the result? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of the result concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of the result concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of the result concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of the result concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.50 Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of knowledge of ignorance. What are the 4 kinds of knowledge of ignorance? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of ignorance concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of ignorance concerning teaching the composite, F.81.b, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of ignorance concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of ignorance concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.51 Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of knowledge of suffering. What are the 4 kinds of knowledge of suffering? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of suffering concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of suffering concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of suffering concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of suffering concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.52 Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of knowledge of unhappiness. What are the 4 kinds of knowledge of unhappiness? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of unhappiness concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of unhappiness concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of unhappiness concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of unhappiness concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.53 Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of knowledge of poverty. What are the 4 kinds of knowledge of poverty? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of poverty concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of poverty concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of poverty concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of poverty concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.54 Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of knowledge of birth. What are the 4 kinds of knowledge of birth? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of birth concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of birth concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of birth concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of birth concerning purification. Those are the 4. 24.55 Young man, the Bodhisattva have 4 kinds of inner knowledge. What are the 4 kinds of inner knowledge? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of inner knowledge concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of inner knowledge concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of inner knowledge concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of inner knowledge concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.56. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of external knowledge. What are the four kinds of external knowledge? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of external knowledge concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of external knowledge concerning teaching, the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of external knowledge concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of external knowledge concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.57. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of knowledge of modesty. What are the four kinds of knowledge of modesty? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of modesty concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of modesty concerning teaching the composite, F.82. The inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of modesty concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of modesty concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.58. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of knowledge of truth. What are the four kinds of knowledge of truth? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of truth concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of truth concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of truth concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of truth concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.59. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of knowledge of existence. What are the four kinds of knowledge of existence? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of existence concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of existence concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of existence concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of existence concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.60. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of knowledge of existence. What are the four kinds of knowledge of existence? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of existence concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of existence concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of existence concerning the klesas, F.82b, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of existence concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.61. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of knowledge of the individual. What are the four kinds of knowledge of the individual? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of the individual concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of the individual concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of the individual concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of the individual concerning purification. Those are the four. 24.62. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of knowledge of apprehensions. What are the four kinds of knowledge of apprehensions? They are the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of apprehensions concerning the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of apprehensions concerning teaching the composite, the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of apprehensions concerning the klesas, and the inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of apprehensions concerning purification. Those are the four. Young man, those are the four inconceivably numerous kinds of knowledge of apprehensions that are taught to be inconceivably numerous. It is not easy to state an end to them. 24.63. Young man, the Bodhisattva have four kinds of retention. What are the four kinds of retention? The first retention is of what is known concerning the teaching of all infinite composites. The second retention is of what is known concerning the teaching of all infinite sounds. The third retention is of what is known concerning the teaching of all infinite klesas. The fourth retention is of what is known concerning the teaching of all infinite purifications. Those are the four retentions. The four retentions are those. 24.64. So it is in these ways that there is the discernment of phenomena through knowing phenomena. The discernment of meaning is the meaning in the knowledge of phenomena. F.83.a. The discernment of definitions is delight in the knowledge of phenomena. 840. 24.65. Young man, the discernment of eloquence is teaching terminology, explaining, expounding, clarifying, disseminating, analyzing, differentiating, proclaiming, having unimpeded speech, having unalloyed speech, not being mute, not stammering, and speaking without loss of confidence in relation to the knowledge of phenomena. 841, 842, 843, 844, 845, 846, 847. Thereupon the Bhagavan spoke these verses. 24.66. As numerous as are the knowledges of the Buddha, there are that many designations for forms. As numerous as are the designations for forms, there are that many appellations of forms. 1. 848. 24.67. As numerous as are the appellations of forms, there are that many names for conduct. As numerous as are the names for conduct, there are that many names of Buddha. 2. 24.68. As numerous as are the names of Buddha, there are that many names of beings. I know whatever number of names. 849. Even one single being has. 3. 24.69. The names for conduct, names of Buddha, and names of beings are equal to the infinity of names and appellations that I have previously taught. 4. 24.70. As numerous as are the faults in the composite, there are that many qualities in Nilva. 850. I have taught as many analogies as there are qualities of the Buddha. 5. 24.71. As numerous as are the motivations that I have taught beings to have, there are that many light rays from a single hair of a Lord of the world. 6. 24.72. As numerous as are the names and aspirations of all beings, a Lord of humans has even more qualities of the aspects of his speech. 7. 24.73. The names of all beings that have been taught to be those of one being are the names of one being that have been taught to be those of all beings. 8. 24.74. The Buddha has taught this engagement with discernment. 851. Infinite names have been taught for the sake of the Bodhisattva. 9. 24.75. Those who wish to teach in some way the endless millions of stras, F.83.b, should recite this stra and teach it with full confidence. 10. 24.76. They should teach in the middle of an assembly millions of stras without impediment. They should teach them in the way that space is without any limit. 11. 24.77. In that way the Bodhisattva, the pure beings, the protectors, having taken up this stra, will become endowed with wisdom. 12. 24.78. Through the way this path is taught by those who have faith, that is how wisdom grows like a tree on a snow mountain. 13. 24.79. Conclusion of the 24th chapter, the inconceivable Tathagata. B8, 25. Chapter 25. Engaging in discernment. 25.1. Young man, how do Bodhisattva Mahasattva who practice that discernment of phenomena, who view phenomena as phenomena, attain the highest, complete enlightenment? Young man, Bodhisattva Mahasattva who practice that discernment of phenomena, who view phenomena as phenomena, do not perceive enlightenment as other than form. They do not approach enlightenment as other than form. They do not seek enlightenment as other than form. They do not attain enlightenment as other than form. They do not inspire beings to an enlightenment that is other than form. They do not see a Tathagata as other than form. They see a Tathagata in this way. The Tathagata is the fearlessness that is the nature of form. They do not see the Tathagata as other than form, as other than the nature of form. They do not see the nature of form as other than the Tathagata. The nature of that which is called form and that of the Tathagata are non-dual. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva who see in that way are engaging in the discernment of phenomena. 25.2 In that same way they do not perceive enlightenment as other than sensation, f.84.a, other than identification, other than mentation, or other than consciousness. They do not approach enlightenment as being other than consciousness. They do not seek enlightenment as other than consciousness. They do not attain enlightenment as other than consciousness. They do not inspire beings to an enlightenment that is other than consciousness. They do not see a Tathagata as other than consciousness. They see a Tathagata in this way. The Tathagata is the fearlessness that is the nature of consciousness. They do not see the Tathagata as other than consciousness, as other than the nature of consciousness. They do not see the nature of consciousness as other than the Tathagata. The nature of that which is called consciousness and that of the Tathagata are non-dual. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva who see in that way are engaging in the discernment of phenomena. 852. Thereupon the Bhagavan spoke these verses. 25.3 Enlightenment is taught through form. Form is taught through enlightenment. Through these dissimilar words, the highest of them is taught. 1. 25.4 The highest form is taught through words. Its nature is profound. Form and enlightenment are the same. There is no difference that can be found. 2. 25.5 Niva is profound. And it is taught through words. 853 Yet Niva is not to be found. And words are not to be found. 3. 25.6 Both words and Niva, neither of them are to be found. Thus Niva has been taught in terms of empty phenomena. 4. 25.7 Niva is not to be found. In saying, passed into Niva, there is no development of phenomena. It is afterward just as it was before. 5. 25.8 All phenomena are by nature exactly the same as Niva. f.84.b. That is known by those dedicated to renunciation, by those engaged in the Buddha's teachings. 6. 25.9 Some say, I have seen the guide. For I saw the Buddha's body. But it is not possible for anyone to see me because of my vipakya. 7. 25.10 The known nature of form. That is the characteristic of form. When the nature of form is known, then my body is revealed. 8. 854 25.11 In that way I know the characteristics of phenomena, of the five skandhas. Knowing that nature of phenomena, I remain in the Dharmakya. 9. 25.12 I teach the Dharma to beings, without departing from the Dharmakya. 855 But the qualities of the Buddha cannot be expressed in words. 10. 25.13 Those who do not know this way listen to the Buddha's words, and then merely say with words, I have seen the guide of humans. 11. 25.14 Whoever casts off all conceptual identification brings to an end the identification of existence. Whoever has a conceptual identification of words will never be able to see the teacher. 12. 25.15 Whoever knows emptiness as the characteristic of form will not say that emptiness is other than the nature of form. Whoever knows form knows emptiness. 13. 856. 25.16 Whoever knows emptiness as the characteristic of form will overcome and defeat tens of millions of grass. 14. 857. 25.17 Whoever knows form knows emptiness. Whoever knows emptiness knows nirva. 15. 858. 25.18 Those who do not know this way, those who conceptualize, are lost. 859. They conceive of the unreal as being real, and the real as being unreal. 16. 860. 25.19 They are deceived by acquisitions through reputation. 861. And wander far from my teaching. 862 They maintain the conception of a result, and lose all their wealth of mendicancy. 17. 25.20 Those who are lazy and lacking in diligence, who do not maintain the aspect of conduct, they will stand up and state, F.85.A. That is not the teaching of the Buddha. 18. 25.21 Some of them will declare, we are enlightened, but they will be uncontrolled, untrained, and disrespectful to each other. 19. 25.22 They will delight in words, and have no stability in the them. They will have that kind of aspiration, desiring what is gained through reputation. 20. 25.23 They will be motivated to have a following. They will delight in acquisition. They will be overpowered by arrogance and carelessness. Their goal will be gain and honors. 21. 25.24 Based upon gains and honors, they will desire the intellect's accomplishments. They will build temples and stupas. Their interest will be in the women of families. 22. 25.25 They will depend upon their perception. They will dwell in craving and desire. They will be within the realm of Gra, and they will do the work of lay people. 23. 25.26 Their desire will be like the flames of a fire. They will give teachings to lay people. They will enter into their homes, and they will corrupt those families. 24. 25.27 The lay people will come to think of them as their teachers. They will take up residence with them, and they will corrupt their sons and daughters. 25. 25.28 They will treat with kindness those who give them food and drink, and they will think of those people's wives and daughters as their own wives. 26. 863. 25.29 Laymen will not be as attracted to their own wives as the mendicants will be attracted to the wives of others. 27. 25.30 There are the trainings that I have taught. 864. To the laymen who wear white clothing. 865. At that time, those bhikkhus will not even have those trainings. 28. 25.3 1. They will make offerings to me with drums, conches, and mraga drums. 866 867. The offerings that are superior will not be included in their practices. 29. 25.32 When they who have very poor conduct see those who are maintaining correct conduct, they will say, one to another, they are the same as us. 30. 25.33 When those with bad conduct and wicked behavior hear correct conduct being praised, they will stand up and state, That is not the Buddha's teaching. 31. F.85.b. 25.34. They will be devoid of shame. They will have lost the wealth of the mendicant. They will debate with words that are false, and reject the enlightenment of Buddhahood. 32. 868. 25.35. They who have wicked minds will reject the Buddha's teaching. They will cast aside the Dharma, and they will dwell in the Avsi hell. 33. 25.36. Those who have that kind of conduct will neither hear me nor see me. Those who follow the Dharma of fools will not attain the wisdom of Buddhahood. 34. 869. 870. 25.37. They will be hypocrites, who will deceive by saying, I know everything about that. That wisdom is within me. 35. 25.38. If I were to teach them for an eon, their confusion would still be vast. They do no more than make promises to be Bodhisattva. 36. 871. 25.39. They will be young men whose bad behavior is incessant. You should not in the future be associated with them. 37. 872. 25.40. Should you speak with them or converse, treat them with respect. Honor the M without being disheartened, in order to attain the highest enlightenment. 38. 25.41. You should ask their age, and if they are your senior, show them respect, and bow your head to their feet. 39. 25.42. Do not look at their errors, but see the essence of enlightenment. Do not feel anger toward them, but always have a loving mind. 40. 25.43. If you see an error of theirs, do not mention that fault. Whatever karma they create, the corresponding result will come to them. 41. 25.44. Have a smiling face that is like the moon. For both the seniors and the novices, you should always speak sincerely, gently, and without pride. 42. 25.45. You should help them in adopting them robes and receiving alms. You should keep in your mind the thought, they are all going to become Buddha. 43. 873. 25.46. If they request from you the gift of the Dharma, first you should say to them, I do not have much learning. 44. 874. 25.47. You should speak in this way. F.86.a. Brother, wise scholar, how can I say anything in front of such a great being? 45. 25.48. Do not speak too hastily. Examine the one who would be the recipient. If you know that he is a worthy recipient, teach him even if he has not requested it. 46. 25.49. If you see that there are many present among your followers who have bad conduct, you should not teach them austerity, but instead you should praise generosity. 47. 875. 25.50. If they have few desires and maintain pure conduct, have a loving mind, and speak to them of austerity. 48. 25.51. If there are many with correct conduct, who have restrained bad desires, when that aspect has been attained, then you should praise correct conduct. 49. 25.52. First you should know your students, and if they are known to be pure, then teach to them every one of the virtuous qualities that there are. 50. 25.53. Always praise and teach generosity, conduct, patience, diligence, meditation, and learning, contentment, few desires, and austerity. 51. 876. 25.54. living in solitary places, practicing meditation. 877. And abandoning living among many people, should be praised by you as the doorway to the power of retention. 52. 878. 25.55. They should have perfect conduct by staying in solitary places. They should have perfect generosity through remaining in seclusion. 53. 25.56. Maintaining the aspect of conduct. They should become very learned. Those who seek for this samadhi should make offerings to the Buddha's relics. 54. 25.57. Those who seek this peaceful samadhi should make offerings to the Buddha with parasols, banners, and flags, and with incense, garlands, and ointments. 55. 25.58. Without being indolent or disheartened, they should offer to the Buddha's relics delightful music, united with song. 56. 25.59. For the highest enlightenment. 879. They should offer to the Lord as much incense, garlands, parasols, clothing, and powders as there are. 57. 25.60. For the sake of this peaceful samadhi, f.86.b. All the immeasurable, inconceivable offerings that there can be, they should make to all the Buddha. 58. 880. 25.61. Those who seek unimpeded wisdom, who are without attachment, give the highest wisdom of Buddhahood, equally shared for all beings. 59. 25.62. I, too, having become unattached, and seeking this peaceful samadhi, made inconceivable offerings to the Buddha of the past. 60. 25.63. It is difficult to attain the appearance of the Buddha. It is difficult to attain birth as a human. It is difficult to attain faith in the teachings, and to become a mendicant. 61. 25.64. One whose mind is dedicated to enlightenment is one who pleases the Buddha. 881. Do not deviate from that commitment, but remain within that practice. 62. 25.65. One who maintains this Sutra during the time of destruction should quickly gain eloquence and continue its teaching. 63. 25.66. For someone who has wished to hear it, there is an inconceivable accumulation of merit in possessing just one verse, let alone obtaining the entire Sutra. 64. 25.67. For even if as many beings as there are in a kalpa were diligently to make offerings to all the beings who have attained enlightenment, and do so continuously with veneration. 65. 25.68. All the merit from the latter will come not even to a 16th part of the merit from possessing just one verse of this samadhi. 66. 25.69. One who hears this samadhi will be free of uncertainty. I know these inconceivable benefits through my wisdom of Buddhahood. 67. 25.70. Conclusion of the 25th chapter, engaging in discernment.